Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Universal Lord. Building the strongest tower with beast girls. Part 1. Welcome to the battlefield of myriad races. Here, you will become a novice lord, confronting the myriad races of the heavens and embarking on a promotion battle. Every lord will receive an initial territory and their own lord's talent. On the battlefield of myriad races, everything, absolutely everything, is for promotion. Build your territory as you wish, it will be the cornerstone for you to dominate the world after your promotion. You have awakened your talent. Battlefield of myriad races. Lords vying for supremacy. Chu Yu awoke to a sky full of blue and white clouds and lush greenery. Did I transmigrate? Before he could think further, that voice came again. Random territory allocation complete. Congratulations, Lord, you have acquired the Spring Water Land. Spring Water Land. Where's my wooden house? Where's my summoning gate? Where are my subordinates? The surroundings were a vast plain, overgrown with weeds, and apart from a rather tall wooden spire, there was nothing else. As a novice lord, you will have a 7-day novice protection period. During these 7 days, your territory will be protected by rules and immune to invasion from any non-allied creatures. After 7 days, you will face a lord's assessment. Please develop your territory with all your might within these 7 days to pass the assessment, otherwise, you and your territory will suffer an extremely cruel humanitarian destruction. Chu Yu watched the last warning sentence flash red in the slowly rising white protective shield, his heart growing heavier. The protective shield only lasts 7 days. It seems I must understand the situation and develop quickly. Chu Yu looked nervous, his goal was clear now. The top priority was to understand his territory's situation and then decide how to develop it. Looking at the only building around, the wooden spire, he reached out and touched it. A golden screen lit up. Territory name, Spring Water Land. Lord, Chu Yu. Main spire level, Black Iron level, 1 star. Territory main spire. Spring spire, fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Creatures below the spire's level are instantly killed. Those that are above take a certain amount of damage. Current range, 10 meters radius. Lord's talent. Hatch golden egg, unique, 1. Obtain a unique golden egg to hatch, 2. Pay a price to reincarnate creatures into eggs for hatching. Territory resources, 10 gold coins. Promotion. Black Iron level, 2 stars, wood 0 200s, 10 meters radius, 30 meters radius. Isn't this just a defense spire? When Chu Yu saw the Lord's spire, the first thing he thought of was a defense spire. If he could upgrade this spire to its highest level, it would be an absolute domain. No, is there really no summoning gate or summoning subordinates? Who's going to chop wood for me without subordinates? Helplessly, he looked at his talent again, and Chu Yu's mood finally improved a little. Unique. It's actually unique, but its effect is quite strange. He still needed to study this talent. After all, unique doesn't necessarily mean good. A golden light glowed in front of him, it was the golden egg. Chu Yu stepped forward to examine it, and the result left him dumbfounded. Mysterious golden egg Day 1 unique contains unexpected mysterious rewards. P.S. The longer the incubation time, the greater the reward. Can be opened at any time. This was indeed very unique. To say it was strong, it wasn't, because it would definitely be better to open it later, but how could he last until later? Should he open it now? Or not? That was the question. After a moment of thought, he decisively chose not to open it. He still had a 7-day protection period, he absolutely would not open it. At the very least, he would wait until the 7th day to open it. Having decided, he began to explore the second effect of his talent. Reincarnate creatures into eggs. What creatures? How to reincarnate? What are the conditions? He knew none of this. To maximize the use of his unique talent, he needed to understand it thoroughly. Let's go find a small animal to try it on first. Thinking this, Chu Yu walked towards the edge of the protective shield. His territory, apart from the spire, was all plain. Then, only one side of the territory was mountain forest, and the other 3 sides were forest. The edge of the protective shield just reached the edge of the forest. Arriving at the edge of the protective shield, Chuyu walked around but found no small animals, not even a single bird. Helplessly, Chuyu focused his gaze on the trees in front of him. Trees were also a type of creature, right? However, there was no information response. Refusing to believe it, he silently recited, "Hatch golden egg," and this time there was a reaction. Do you want to reincarnate the Guo Rong tree? Yes, no. Yes. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling light flashed, and a green egg fell into Chuyu's hand. Guo Rong tree egg, no grade, incubation time 1 hour, will obtain a special Guo Rong tree. Chuyu immediately felt like he had just gone through a vigorous Valentine's Day, a sense of emptiness filling his entire body. So tired. Is the price physical strength? This is still a no grade 1. If it were graded, wouldn't it directly drain me? To determine his physical limit, Chuyu tried on some flowers and grasses. After a long while, he, under the spire, looked at the eggs below. Niyujin grass egg, no grade, incubation time 10 minutes, will obtain a glowing Niyujin grass. Tulip egg, no grade, incubation time 30 minutes, will obtain a tulip with a special scent. There were a dozen or so eggs in total. All the incubation times added up to 5 or 6 hours. It seemed that the physical strength expended was roughly equivalent to the egg's incubation time. But the most important thing was the one in front of him. Outside the protective shield, a white cat stood, curiously and adorably peeking into the territory. This startled him, and it was fortunate that he was inside the protective shield, otherwise, he wouldn't know if he would be ambushed, even though the cat looked very adorable. Then, as Chuyu focused his gaze on it, a piece of information popped up. Name: Dark Knight White Cat Mutated. Race: Beast Clan. Talent: Elite. Level: Black Iron Level 3. Skill: Purple Illusion Eye. Introduction: a mutated individual within the Dark Knight Cat group. Do not be deceived by its adorable appearance. Do you wish to pay 2 gold coins to reincarnate the Dark Knight Cat Mutated? Yes, no. A mutated Dark Knight Cat. And an elite talent, for only 2 gold coins. Perfect is the first test subject. Chuyu decisively chose yes. Then he found that he not only consumed gold coins but also immediately collapsed from exhaustion. This one egg was more tiring than the dozen eggs just now combined. He then drew a conclusion: both animals and plants could be reincarnated into eggs for hatching. No grade ones only consumed physical strength, while graded ones also required gold coins. The physical strength consumed was related to its incubation time. The longer the incubation time, the greater the physical strength consumed. Having roughly understood the cost, his head was now spinning, and he had only one feeling. So tired so sleepy even a 7-night stand couldn't handle this. He slept soundly, without dreams, and slowly opened his eyes. A giant Guo Rong tree sheltered him from the wind, the Niyujin grass around emitted a faint glow, and the special fragrance of the tulip wafted through his nose, giving him a sense of calm and focus. No wonder he slept so soundly, and all his fatigue had completely disappeared. This unique talent was indeed powerful. Even ordinary flowers and grasses could be reincarnated with special effects. Wood plus 20. I didn't chop any trees. Where did this come from? Chuyu turned his head and saw some wood piled beside the Guo Rong tree. After a moment of stunned, he quickly looked at the Guo Rong tree. Name: Guo Rong tree reincarnated. Race: Tree Spirit Clan. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Black Iron Level 1. Skills: 20 wood per day, 30 fruits per day. Introduction: a Guo Rong tree after reincarnation. Already reincarnated. The Guo Rong tree, which originally had few fruits, could now produce both wood and more fruits. Looking at the other flowers and grasses, they had all become black iron level. Good heavens, direct grade promotion. Chuyu's lips curved into a smile. He had found a way to promote the Lord's Spire. However, now was not the time to start. The most important thing, of course, was the Dark Knight White Cat he had reincarnated before he passed out. He turned to look at the white egg. Dark Knight White Cat Mutated Black Iron Level Incubation Time 1 day, will obtain an adorable white-furred cat girl. Cat girl. The Dark Knight White Cat directly reincarnated into a cat girl. How could this be? The next moment, he saw a very Very small line of text on, hatch golden egg. Slander. Utter slander. I'll sue you for slander. Chu Yu excitedly pointed at the snow-white egg, his mouth opening and closing. I've watched so many Beast Girl anime. Isn't it normal to think of a cat girl after seeing such a snow-white cat after transmigrating? Is that unreasonable? Unfortunately, the only response he received was the unchanging message. Dark Knight White Cat mutated black iron level incubation time 1 day, will obtain a cute and adorable white furred cat girl. Cough, fine, a cat girl it is, as long as you don't give me a cat-headed human body. After speaking, he turned coldly and walked towards the protective shield, taking out 10 units of fruits from his lord's space to eat, a faint smile appearing on his face. Ahem, right now, upgrading the lord's spire is the priority. This is an absolute domain. I just don't know how high level the trial after 7 days will be. Otherwise, I could make a plan. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can upgrade it to a high enough level, he should be worry-free. Thinking this, Chu Yu arrived next to the protective shield. He had finished all 10 units of fruits and felt full of energy. This time, his gaze was only focused on the Guo Rong trees around the protective shield. Do you wish to reincarnate the Guo Rong tree? Yes, no. Yes. As a dazzling light shone, an egg appeared in his hand. Guo Rong tree egg, no grade, incubation time 1 hour, will obtain a special Guo Rong tree. Chu Yu looked at the Guo Rong tree egg with the same information in his hand and smiled faintly. Very good, wood plus 20. Continue. His enthusiasm for promoting the Lord's Spire was completely ignited, and he even ignored the feeling of weakness after reincarnation. He worked with fiery passion, and in a short while, he had circled the protective shield once. The results were also very fruitful, directly yielding 21 Guo Rong tree eggs. Feeling a little overwhelmed, he finally decided it was enough. He would stop for now, these were already sufficient. Now, he just had to wait for these eggs to hatch. During this time, he also tried to evolve the Guo Rong tree into a tree girl, but it seemed to have no effect. He didn't know if trees couldn't transform or if it was because this tree had no grade. Returning to the front of the Lord's Spire, after placing all the eggs, Chu Yu took out another 10 units of fruits and began to eat them. Sigh, as a lord, I don't have any soldiers under me, not even a tool. It's exhausting. If it weren't for this golden egg hatching skill, I really don't know when I'd be able to cut 200 wood. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the snow-white cat girl egg, a hint of anticipation inexplicably rising within him. What kind of cat girl would hatch from this? Tui, Tui, Tui. What was he thinking? He should look at the Lord's panel first. As the panel unfolded, there were 3 main options: Lord's Forum Friend List Trade Platform. Chu Yu immediately clicked on the first one, Lord's Forum, but a prompt popped up. Opens after the War of Genesis, please look forward to it. He clicked several times, but it was always this prompt. He didn't expect a newbie to be refused entry to the group chat. He was so angry he shivered. But what is the War of Genesis? The trial after 7 days? Or a battle that opens after the trial? Chu Yu, who had intended to get some information from the forum, could only guess and speculate based on those 11 short words, eventually giving up. Then he opened the friend list, and there was nothing inside. Right, he didn't even have a stranger, let alone a friend. What was he thinking? The final trade platform also had nothing on it. He supposed everyone hadn't accumulated enough surplus resources to put up for sale yet. He studied it for a long time, but found no information at all. This broken panel, what's the difference between having you and not having you? Looking at the 21 eggs still counting down, Chu Yu suddenly found himself idle. It was like being deep in an old forest, and suddenly his phone lost signal, a sense of emptiness washing over him. This feeling truly was empty. As he watched, Chu Yu became sleepy again. After all, he had just reincarnated 21 eggs, and he was truly tired. His eyelids immediately began to fight, the upper and lower eyelids taking turns. Suddenly, a voice came from his mind. The sky has darkened. Higher-level creatures will appear in the night. Please be careful. Startled by the reminder, Chu Yu flipped up and stood. Did this mean more high-level creatures would be active at night? Meow wa tilde tilde a piercing cry like an infant's came. Chu Yu rubbed his eyes, pulling himself together. This might be a good opportunity to understand the monster situation around him. So he cautiously followed the sound. He didn't dare to go too far, not even to the edge of the protective shield. This territory truly lacked a sense of security. Currently, besides a spire, there was only one tree taller than him. The other flowers and grasses provided no security at all. He half crouched about 10 meters away from the protective shield, looking out. It was a cat group. There were dense green eyes everywhere, ranging from black iron, level 1, to black iron, level 9. After level 9, they were bronze level. There was only one bronze level Dark Knight Cat King, whose unique sapphire eyes emitted an enchanting glow. Name: Dark Knight Cat King. Race: Beast Race. Talent: Normal. Level: Bronze, level 5. Skills: Treading Snow Without a Trace, Netherworld Dark Claws, Feline Commander. Description: The cold and alluring king of the night, who enjoys looking down on enemies. Is it the Dark Knight White Cat's clan? Could it be that they found the white cat missing and came here to look for it? Was he being targeted? He watched the cats surrounding the protective shield, several of them sniffing around, especially at the spot where he had reincarnated the white cat that morning. Several of them were circling, occasionally meowing at the Dark Knight Cat King. It was as if they were saying, "Your Majesty, the white cat disappeared right here." After that, the Dark Knight Cat King leapt a few times to the front of the protective shield and let out a long meow. It was like it was calling someone. After a few calls, there was no response. Chu Yu watched as its round, sapphire-like eyes gradually narrowed, a slit pupil intently staring at him. No way. I merely saw its good talent and wanted to test the skill's effect, and I ended up provoking a small boss. Chu Yu felt uncomfortable being stared at, a little flustered. What is this white cat to you, that you'd go to such great lengths and mobilize the entire group to look for it? But he still didn't regret it, because he would have to test the skill's effect sooner or later, and that would inevitably involve reincarnating some monsters. If not this cat group, there would be other wolf packs or snake groups. Moreover, this Dark Knight Cat King only had normal talent, while that Dark Knight White Cat was an elite. It was definitely not a loss. However, Chu Yu silently recited a phrase in his mind, and then a message popped up. Do you wish to pay 32 gold coins to reincarnate the Dark Knight Cat King? Yes, no. Even a bronze-level creature could be reincarnated into an egg for hatching. And it could be done just by looking at it from this far away. Chu Yu was stunned by the power of this talent. This was a leap of 14 levels and a major tier. He really hadn't expected it. With such a powerful golden finger, Chu Yu was overjoyed. It was just that he didn't have money. Otherwise, he would have taken it down on the spot to keep the white cat company, and then see if it still dared to besiege him so brazenly. With a solution in hand, Chu Yu was naturally no longer afraid. He ignored the cats and began to circle the protective shield. He found that there were no monsters around. Perhaps they had all been scared away by this Dark Knight Cat group. Looking at it this way, the biggest threat nearby is this Dark Knight Cat group, which means the Lord's Spire must be upgraded to at least bronze level. Chu Yu, back at the base of the spire, stroked his chin in thought. Or I could earn 32 gold and directly reincarnate this Dark Knight Cat King. That was also a method, but how should he earn gold coins? Chu Yu was unsure which of the two methods to choose at the moment. He shook his head, saying, as an adult, I want both. That settled it. After the cat group's interruption, the 20-odd eggs had also hatched one after another. Wood plus 20, fruits plus 30. Wood plus 20, fruits plus 30. Wood plus 20, fruits plus 30. After a series of messages, the Lord's Spire now had wood 440, fruits 640. Excellent. Chu Yu immediately looked at the Lord's Spire. Promotion. Black iron 2-star, wood 442 hundredths. Promote. Promote. A dazzling light flashed, and the Lord's Spire finished upgrading. Chu Yu felt a warm current wash over his entire body. He looked at the Lord's Spire again, and golden information lit up. Territory name: Spring Water Land. Lord: Chu Yu. Main Spire level: Black Iron 2-star. Territory Main Spire: Spring Spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Instantly kills those below Spire's level, causes certain damage to those that are above its level. Current range, 30 meters radius. Lord's Talent, hatch golden egg, unique, 1. Obtain a unique golden egg for hatching, 2. Pay a price to reincarnate creatures into eggs for hatching. Territory resources, 8 gold coins. Promotion, Black Iron, 3-star, wood 245 hundredths, 30 meters radius, 70 meters radius. 30 meters, still not big enough. Chu Yu turned his head and looked. In the moonlight, he could only see a general outline. Combined with the feeling of having walked it twice before, he estimated the protective shield to be at least 300 meters in radius. I wonder what level it will take to reach a 300-meter radius. He mumbled to himself, calculating, 3-star 70. 4-star 100. It feels like it would take at least 6-star. If that's the case, bronze 1-star would only be within 500 to 1000 meters. Each tier of buildings had 9 stars, so Chu Yu estimated that if 6-star was 300 meters, bronze 1-star would be at most 1000 meters. Forget it, he wouldn't worry about it. Tonight, he would directly reach 3-star, or even 4-star. After being cleansed by the upgrading warm current, he felt full of energy. The fatigue from reincarnating 21 times earlier had completely disappeared. After making his decision, Chu Yu immediately turned and walked towards the edge of the protective shield. By now, the cat group outside should have realized they couldn't break through the shield, so they had all left. However, it was uncertain whether the Dark Knight Cat King would leave 1 or 2 to keep watch here. At least Chu Yu didn't find any, they might be hiding behind the mountain forest. But it didn't matter. Chu Yu's target wasn't them, his goal was to continue reincarnating Guo Rong trees. With his back to the mountain forest, he had already reincarnated all the Guo Rong trees on his left side. A small open space had been cleared outside the protective shield. This time, his target was in front. As for the right side, it was all willows with no fruits, so he thought he should prioritize reincarnating those that could produce fruits. Reincarnate Guo Rong tree. Yes, no. Reincarnate Guo Rong tree. Yes, no. Soon, he had reincarnated 18 more, bringing them back to the base of the spire to wait for the hatching time. Including the previous ones, he now had a total of 40 Guo Rong trees. Because of the previous upgrade, he felt as if his stamina had improved a little. At least he didn't feel like falling asleep the moment he stopped, but he was still very tired. Helplessly, he took out 10 units of fruits and started munching on them. I've been eating fruits all day. I really want to eat meat. Even rice would be fine. Before long, he finished eating, and now he truly had nothing to do. After reincarnating 2 batches in a row, although the upgrade had replenished his energy, the mental exhaustion had not been fully recovered. Sure enough, after eating his fill and having nothing to do, he started to feel sleepy again. No, I can't sleep yet. I have to wait for 3-star. Half dozing, Chu Yu finally saw the egg hatching countdown turn to 0. Shaking his head to clear it, Chu Yu looked at his Lord's Spire. Wood, 600, fruits, 1170. Enough. Then let's upgrade, he said, looking at the Lord's Spire. Promotion. Black Iron, 3-star, wood 605 hundredths. Promote. Whoosh. A warm current spread throughout his body. He closed his eyes to enjoy it for a moment, then reopened them. Territory Main Spire. Spring Spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Instantly kills those below Spire's level, causes certain damage to those that are above its level. Current range, 70 meters radius. Main Spire level, Black Iron 3-star. Promotion. Black Iron 4-star, wood 108 hundredths, stone 0/50ths, 70 meters radius, 150 meters radius. 4-star can reach 150 meters. It seems I underestimated the range after upgrading, but this requires stone. Chu Yu looked around. Inside the protective shield was grass, and outside was mountain forest. There were no stones at all, or only scattered fragments. On such a late night, it seemed unlikely he could gather 50 units by himself. Helpless, he could only give up the idea of reaching 4-star tonight. Then he looked at his Lord's Spire again, which still contained over 1,000 units of fruits. He could get full with 10 units, so over 1,000 was too much. Chu Yu decided to put these fruits on the exchange to see how much money he could get, as gold coins were also something he needed to earn. He opened the exchange, and there were 5 units of wolf meat, priced at 40 silver. He didn't know who it was, but someone had killed a wolf on the very first night. It seems there are still powerful individuals. They can even hunt wolves and have extra meat to sell. But this is a bit too expensive. The lowest unit here was silver, 1 gold equals 100 silver. 10 units of wolf meat would cost nearly 1 gold. Chu Yu wanted to buy some to try, but he still needed to raise money to deal with the Dark Knight Cat King, and he wasn't wealthy right now. Moreover, he had fruits to fill his stomach, so wolf meat wasn't the most urgently needed material. Later, he discovered that the exchange could not be used for communication, it only had 2 functions, selling and buying. What trash! After complaining, Chu Yu continued to sell his fruits. With the wolf meat as a reference, he now knew roughly what price to set. He divided the fruits into 10-unit portions, ranging from 20 silver per portion, 19 silver per portion, 18 silver per portion, down to 4 silver per portion, 3 silver per portion. A total of 180 units of fruits were divided into 18 portions and put up for sale. He wanted to see what the highest acceptable price was for people, and then he would list the rest at that price plus 1 silver. If it was 10 silver, he would list all the remaining fruits in his inventory at 11 silver per portion. He wasn't making much profit, just an extra 1 silver. His conscience was quite clear, after all, he had received a red education. As for maximizing profit, he found it too troublesome. After all, if it was too expensive, no one would buy it, and if it was too cheap, he wouldn't maximize profit. This would require constantly monitoring the market, which was too much hassle. Anyway, he had a large quantity, so small profits but quick turnover would do. Waiting was always a long process. If he hadn't just upgraded and improved his physical condition, he would probably be asleep by now. The 3 silver portions were quickly bought, which was within his expectations and didn't surprise him at all. After that, 4 silver, 5 silver, and up to 8 silver portions were sold, and then sales stopped. No way, is your spending power really this low? Chu Yu was dumbfounded. He had set up 18 portions, but he didn't expect it to end after only 6 portions. After waiting for a long time, Chu Yu gave up. It seemed 8 silver was the limit. Well, it was only the first day, so people could probably go hungry for a day, and early stage money had to be spent carefully. Just as he was about to change the price to a unified one, the 9 silver portion sold. Excellent, thank you, brother, for allowing me to raise the price by 1 silver. So, Chu Yu sold all the remaining fruits, 10 units per portion, at 10 silver per portion. A total of 1100 units, 110 portions. If all were sold, he would have 11 gold. Adding his current 8 gold and 42 silver, he would have 19 gold and 42 silver. This 32 gold doesn't seem that hard, after all. After doing all that, Chu Yu could finally go to sleep. Lying at the base of the spire, Chu Yu started to let his thoughts wander. It feels so unsafe to sleep directly in this big mountain forest. If only I had a house. Oh, right, I wonder if a treehouse would work, and also city walls. If worst comes to worst, maybe a fence. And that egg, it will hatch tomorrow. He drifted into slumber, mumbling to himself. The morning light brushed away the veil, and dew hung, ready to drop. Chu Yu slowly awoke, and it took him a while to remember that his life had taken a different turn. 1 day of the 7 had passed. Today, he needed to find stones to upgrade to 4 stars. At the very least, he had to upgrade the Lord's Spire to bronze level within 7 days. At this thought, he instantly sprang up and immediately opened the trading panel. After 1 night, 33 portions of fruits had been sold, with 77 portions remaining. Not bad. Chu Yu found this result acceptable. He casually closed it and then turned his gaze to the snow-white egg. Dark Knight White Cat mutated black iron level incubation time 1 day, will obtain an adorable white-furred cat girl. Remaining time 3 hours 45 minutes and 56 seconds. Still nearly 4 hours. He wanted to go out and collect stones to upgrade the spire as soon as possible. But he felt very unsafe by himself. He was already a homebody, exercised little, and lacked physical strength. Even with the bonuses from the Lord's Spire upgrade last night, he wasn't confident he could defeat monsters outside. So, he thought it would be better to bring a helper. Judging by the Guo Rong tree's situation, this Dark Knight White Cat might directly become bronze level, which would be a powerful combat force for him. Since that's the case, I'll wait for the White Cat to hatch before going out to collect stones. As for now, Chu Yu looked at the willow trees outside the protective shield on his right, wondering if his idea from last night would work. He decided to try it. Chu Yu walked to the right. Arriving at the edge of the protective shield, he picked a larger willow tree and silently chanted, "Tree house, tree house, tree house," in his mind, while envisioning a tree house. Do you want to reincarnate the willow tree? Yes, no. Yes. A dazzling light flashed, and Chu Yu looked at the dark green egg in his hand. Willow tree egg, no grade, incubation time 1 hour, will obtain a uniquely shaped willow tree. It actually works. Chu Yu was delighted, pacing back and forth with the egg in his arms. If it really works, then couldn't the city wall also work? My goodness, then this talent shouldn't be called hatching golden eggs, it should just be called wish eggs. Awesome. Chu Yu immediately chanted, city wall, at another willow tree. Willow tree egg, no grade, incubation time 1 hour, will obtain a uniquely shaped willow tree. Looking at the two identical descriptions for the willow tree eggs, Chu Yu tilted his head. Could it be that it didn't work? Never mind, he would put them back to incubate first. After putting the 2 eggs back, Chu Yu began to pick up all the gravel inside the protective shield, while circling the shield to observe outside, looking for the direction most likely to have a large amount of stones. After a long time, Chu Yu had finished picking up all the stones inside the protective shield, totaling 21 units of stone. He still needed 29 units. Once the stones were collected, the 2 eggs also finished hatching. Arriving in front of the tree house, the tree wasn't very large, with a diameter of only about 3 to 4 meters. Willow branches swayed in the breeze, and on one side, there was a tree hollow like a doorway. Chu Yu could also see the tree's information. Name: Willow Tree House Reincarnated. Race: Tree Spirit Clan. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Black Iron, Level 1. Skills: Warm in winter, cool in summer, body shapeshifting technique. Description: a willow tree that can serve as a house after reincarnation. Already reincarnated. Chu Yu immediately walked inside. It was dim, and the space was a bit small, but the internal height was about 4 or 5 meters. When he touched the willow tree, Chu Yu could feel that the willow tree could slightly change its internal shape according to his thoughts. Thus, a semicircular bed and a round table beside the bed appeared as the tree slowly shifted. Chu Yu immediately lay down on the bed. Comfortable. This is how you get a sense of security. Last night I slept like I was on the street, it was really drafty. After enjoying the comfort for a moment, Chu Yu suddenly remembered that he needed a small window. So, he thought about opening a small window beside the bed. However, he received a response. Body shapeshifting technique, cooldown, 7 days. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Yu stood up speechless. Forget it, this would do. At least he wouldn't have to sleep under the sky and on the ground anymore. He went outside and looked at the other tree again. Name: Mutated Willow Tree, Reincarnated. Race: Tree Spirit Clan. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Black Iron, Level 1. Skills: Slight Hardening. Description: a mutated willow tree after reincarnation. Already reincarnated. It seems to have failed. Chu Yu looked at the name in the description, Mutated Willow Tree, unlike the tree house which was directly called, Willow Tree Wall. Its skill was also only, Slight Hardening. Looking at its shape, it was just a flattened willow tree. It did try to become a city wall, but the completion wasn't enough. Why is that? Could it be that there are some inherent limitations? He reached out and touched it. Chu Yu could feel that the tree's color had become slightly darker. It failed but didn't completely fail. It seems the city wall tree won't work, at least not with willow trees. I should go check on my white cat first. He came to the snow white egg and checked the time. Less than an hour remained. Then, Chuyu took out 10 units of fruits from his space and began to eat them, waiting as he ate. While collecting stones, he also reincarnated 5 Guorong trees. Now he had a total of 45 Guorong trees. He didn't dare to reincarnate too many, because he still needed to conserve stamina for going out. It was like climbing a mountain. Rushing with brute force would only lead to quick exhaustion. Only by learning to adjust the rhythm, adhering to the concept of sustainable development, slow when gentle, fast when steep, and maintaining lasting endurance could one truly reach the peak. After he had filled his stomach, he sat quietly for a while, and the countdown finally came to an end. 003, 002, 001, 0. A dazzling white light flared. Chuyu squinted his eyes. As the white light faded, he finally saw the dark night white cat girl. Instantly, he felt his blood surge and hastily turned his head away. Meow, master. Cough, cough, can you put on some clothes first? What are clothes? The white cat girl tilted her head and climbed to Chuyu's side. Chuyu quickly turned his back to her and said, they are clothes like what I'm wearing. After he finished speaking, Chuyu felt a pair of small hands touching his legs, then moving upwards, all the way to his back. Even through his clothes, he could feel a cool sensation moving across his back. Is it like this, master? After taking 2 deep breaths, Chuyu closed his eyes, turned around, and slowly opened them. He saw a short-haired, white-furred, purple-eyed loli wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts just like him, blinking her big eyes at him. He cleared his throat, fist to his mouth. Yes, it is. He actually thought this outfit wasn't suitable, but he figured she only had his template to copy from. Meow. A round head nudged against him, and the 2 soft, pink furry ears on her white fur twitched. After a moment of hesitation, Chuyu reached out and stroked her. From now on, you shall be called Shiratsuka Kamachi. As he finished speaking, Kamachi's information popped up. Name: Dark Knight White Cat Shiratsuka Kamachi, mutated reincarnated. Race: Beast race. Talent: Elite. Level: Black Iron, level 9. Skills: Purple Illusion Enchanting Eyes, Phantom Moon Silver Blade, Shapeshifting Technique. Description: a mutated cat girl of the Dark Knight cat after reincarnation. This adorable loli can use illusions. Already reincarnated. Meow meow, Shiratsuka Kamachi. Yes, Shiratsuka Kamachi, Kamachi. Chuyu nodded. Master, Kamachi. The white-furred cat girl, Kamachi, directly hugged Chuyu's arm to show intimacy. Chuyu awkwardly pulled his arm away. You don't have to call me master, call me you Gurgur. Chuyu stopped halfway through, realizing that, you Gurgur, also sounded a bit, much. Meow tilde. Seeing her confused expression, Chuyu pondered. Forget it, she could call him whatever she liked. What was important now was to upgrade the 4-star spire. Alright, Kamachi, we need to go out now to find stones to upgrade our territory. Kamachi tilted her head, her cat tail unconsciously swishing behind her. Upgrade territory. Chuyu then led her out towards the area beyond the protective shield. Outside the protective shield, in the mountain forest, Chuyu chose to search in the direction to the left of his territory. Because stones are generally more abundant in rivers, a river could provide a sufficient amount of stones to meet his future star-up needs. At least, the stones required to advance from black iron level to bronze level would be enough from one river. And his territory was backed by the mountain forest, which had high terrain. Guorong trees, because they bore fruit, surely required more water than willows, so there was a high probability of a small river to the left. Kamachi, are there any monsters around? Chuyu nervously and anxiously observed his surroundings. Once he was outside the protective shield, he felt as if a monster could leap out from anywhere and pounce on him. Kamachi, however, happily skipped around Chuyu. Master, nope. After answering, Kamachi secretly added +1 in her mind. Her master had walked 200 steps away from the protective shield and asked this question 40 times. She wondered how high that number would reach before he returned. Hearing Kamachi's reply, Chuyu relaxed slightly. Kamachi, if you discover any monsters, you must tell me immediately. Meow. As Chuyu sighed in relief, he quickly opened his Lord panel and glanced at his remaining gold coins. 16 gold, 2 silver. Phew, finally here. The previous night, when the cat group surrounded him, Chu Yu had received information. Black Iron level 1 to 3 reincarnation cost 2 gold, 4 to 6 cost 4 gold, 7 to 9 cost 8 gold, and the Dark Knight Cat King, a bronze level 5, cost 32 gold. So, according to the pattern, bronze level 1 to 3 monsters would only cost 16 gold for reincarnation. With this 16 gold in savings, Chu Yu's courage finally grew. If he encountered a black iron level monster, he would let Komachi handle it. If it was a bronze level 1 to 3 monster, he could directly reincarnate and take it down. As for higher level ones, for now, the best strategy was to flee. This vicinity should belong to the Dark Knight Cat's territory, right? Whether it was or not, Chu Yu felt that his chances of encountering a higher level monster were small. Money is a man's courage. This was true on the original Blue Star, and it remained true for Chu Yu now. Instantly, Chu Yu straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and quickened his pace slightly with Komachi. Meow tilde 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 woo. Komachi was momentarily stunned by this, her beautiful eyes filled with question marks. Why did her master suddenly change? Komachi, keep up. Only after hearing her master's shout did she snap back and quickly follow. Chu Yu carved a mark on a nearby tree to use as a landmark. He had been walking along the edge of the mountain forest the whole time, and he estimated he had walked almost 200 meters. Along the way, most of the trees were guo-rong trees. From some traces, it seemed many small animals lived nearby, which was why he frequently asked questions. After a quick internal assessment, he decided to explore no more than 500 meters from the protective shield. If he still couldn't find the small river, he would go back. Anyway, on the way, he could also collect 50 units of stone. Just then, Komachi's urgent voice rang out. Meow. Before Chu Yu could react, a white shadow darted out from behind him, pouncing diagonally forward. In an instant, Chu Yu also reacted, staring at Komachi's target, ready to activate reincarnation at any moment. It was a burrow. Komachi ungracefully reached her hand into it, fumbling for something. From beneath the burrow, sounds of squeak, squeak, squeak could be heard. Chu Yu, after his moment of panic, breathed a sigh of relief. This was probably some kind of mole. As long as it wasn't a formidable monster, it was fine. Realizing there was no great danger, Chu Yu instead watched with interest as Komachi dug for the mole. Her small face was flushed red. When she couldn't get it, she directly transformed into her true form, burrowed in, and soon only a fluffy white tail remained at the entrance. How cute, ahem. Calm down, calm down. He wasn't inside the protective shield now, he couldn't let his guard down. After a while, the squeaking sounds seemed to stop. Komachi, did you catch it? Come out, Chu Yu called out, looking at the tail. However, the only response he got was the tail slapping up and down, kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. Seeing this situation, Chu Yu boldly guessed, you're not stuck, are you, Komachi? He saw the tail swing high and gently nod. He now seriously doubted if Komachi was truly Black Iron level 9. Then Chu Yu stepped forward, grabbed the tail, and pulled, extracting Komachi. A white cat with purple eyes, holding a fat mole in her mouth, was now arching her back, trying hard to lift her head to look at him. Helplessly, he placed her on the ground and took the mole. Mole meat, one of the Dark Knight Cat's favorite rations. All right, he threw it into his lord's space. He stroked Komachi's head, who had transformed back into her human form. Eat it when we get back. After saying that, he continued walking with her. After walking for another 200 meters or so, Chu Yu seemed to hear the faint sound of a river. Was he finally going to find it? Chu Yu's eyes lit up. My guess was indeed correct. He then quickly followed the sound, and as he searched, he also noted the terrain, trying to ensure he could accurately flee if he needed to later. After all, rivers usually attract many creatures to drink water. If there were any high-level ferocious beasts or monsters, planning an escape route was very important. Soon, behind a rather unique tree, Chu Yu finally saw the gurgling water. This was a crooked neck tree with a huge branch extending over the river. The 3-meter-wide river flowed gently beneath this branch. Chuyu cautiously crossed the crooked neck tree's branch and looked upstream. Not far away, a drop of about 4 meters formed a small waterfall. The sound of the falling water was the source that guided Chuyu here. Chuyu then put his index finger to his mouth, signaling Komachi to be quiet. Although Komachi didn't know why, she still nodded and kept her mouth tightly shut. For a moment, all was calm, save for the sound of the small river flowing. It was utterly silent. Just like that, half an hour passed. Chuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the riverside was safe for now. So, Chuyu began to enter the river and collect stones. The cold river water soaked his calves. At this moment, it felt as if all his pores had opened. It's quite comfortable, but I should hurry and pick them up. With stones everywhere, it would be a disservice to my hard trip if I didn't collect several hundred. He turned to see Komachi standing there, then bending down to dunk her face directly into the river, her tail sticking straight up towards the sky. Chuyu's mouth twitched unconsciously. Komachi, stop playing, quickly help me pick up stones. Meow. Komachi seemed to hear her master call her. Her hands slightly open, she tilted her head, giving a questioning look. Chuyu directly reached down and picked up a stone. Picking up stones. I need your help. Okay, master. Then the two of them began picking up stones in the small river. Stone +1, +1, +10, +16, +20, time passed. After an unknown duration, Chuyu and Komachi had collected 459 units of stone. Fortunately, he had the Lord's space. As long as he picked up some stones, he could put them in. Otherwise, picking up hundreds of units would be impossible. But slowly, Chuyu began to feel something was off. He had been collecting for several hours, he thought, and in all that time, he hadn't seen a single shadow of a ferocious beast or monster. That was one thing, but there wasn't even a single fish in the river, let alone crabs. They say that if water is too clear, there are no fish. The main reasons are 1. There's no food like plankton and aquatic plants. 2. There's no place to hide from danger. But this place wasn't so clear as to lack these conditions. Why were there no fish at all? Strange, very strange. But seeing Komachi still playing in the water, showing no signs of danger, Chuyu asked, puzzled. Komachi, why do you think there are no fish in this river? Upon hearing this, her large purple eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. She suddenly jumped in front of him and exclaimed, Komachi knows, meow. Chuyu was extremely confused. Why? Because of big stupid tiger, big stupid tiger. Tiger, are you talking about a tiger? Looking at Komachi's happy smile, Chuyu for a moment dared not associate it with the tiger in his mind. Yes, master, big stupid tiger is over there. Chuyu looked in the direction Komachi was pointing, above the waterfall. Chuyu couldn't see any figure. But before Chuyu could ask further, Komachi began to loudly meow and call out. Not even 3 seconds later, a yellow gust of wind stopped on a large rock by the waterfall. Chuyu focused his gaze. Name: Demon Hunter Tiger. Race: Beast Clan. Talent: Elite. Level: Silver Level 1. Name: Demon Hunter Tiger. Race: Beastkin. Talent: Elite. Level: Silver Level 1. Skills: Primordial Thunder Roar, Demon Splitting Palm, Overlord Might. Description: A young mountain forest tiger lord, he elegantly disdains all prey, the mountain forest is his hunting ground. The gap is too large. Cannot be reincarnated. Chuyu was startled. Tiger Vanguard. He just didn't have a great sword on his back, otherwise he really did look like him. Also, this girl, how dare she call a silver level tiger Vanguard, big stupid tiger. He immediately covered Komachi's mouth and ran. The advantage of having planned an escape route in advance was now evident. Chuyu, familiar with the path, dashed away as if he were returning home. The demon hunter tiger hadn't moved a single step the entire time. He just stood calmly on the large rock, listening to the girl's voice, which reminded him of the small white figure that often acted cute. At this moment, a presence interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head to look at the other side of the river. A black cat appeared on a branch. Its cold blue eyes first looked towards the source of the sound, then a moment later, towards the demon hunter tiger. If Chu Yu had still been there, he would have recognized that this was the Dark Night Cat King. After the tiger and the cat stared at each other for a moment, the fierce tiger seemed to find it an interesting and turned to leave. The Cat King watched the fierce tiger leave, then after a while, jumped down from the tree and sniffed around the other side of the river. Chu Yu was exhausted. He had jumped and jumped along the riverbank, completely unaware of how far he had run. Only now did he come back to his senses, realizing his back was completely soaked and his feet were incredibly heavy. Tiger Vanguard, huff huff. One day I'll make you pay. After catching his breath, Chu Yu looked at Komachi, who was blinking her eyes, as if asking, why are we running? Komachi, how dare you call him big stupid tiger? Because he always lies on that big rock, motionless, looking silly, so I call him big stupid tiger. No, aren't you afraid he'll eat you? Chu Yu was dumbfounded. Komachi lightly tapped her small hand with her jade-like fingers, stating matter-of-factly, no, Muma said as long as we don't run up the mountain forest, we won't be eaten. Now Chu Yu understood a little. They all have their own territorial areas, right? But that's only if there's enough food in the area, otherwise they'd eat you, right? Then Chu Yu also noticed the Muma, in Komachi's words, Muma. Is Muma the Cat King? Meow. Muma is my aunt is Muma. Komachi tilted her head, her confused expression evident. Chu Yu was greatly surprised and quickly asked, how does Komachi know about her aunt? I don't know. After Komachi reincarnated, she just felt Muma was her aunt. Ah. Chu Yu felt helpless. It seemed to be due to reincarnation, and Komachi couldn't explain the specifics. So, he continued to ask, does Komachi's Muma have blue eyes? Meow. Yes, yes, how did you know, master? Muma has a pair of blue eyes, so beautiful. Muma's figure is also so graceful, and also, Muma's fur is also a lustrous, deep black to the extreme, unlike Komachi, who is all white. She started with enthusiasm, showing her envy everywhere, until she mentioned fur color, and a sense of inferiority crept in. It seems Muma is the Dark Night Cat King. Chu Yu sensed Komachi's low spirits, after all, both her ears were drooping. He reached out and patted, then ruffled her white fur. I think your white fur is also very beautiful, pure and elegant like snow. Chu Yu wasn't good at comforting, so he could only express his inner thoughts to praise her. Meow. Woof. Komachi's eyes sparkled. Alright, we should go back and upgrade the territory. How to make a sad person stop crying. Get her to do something, divert her attention. This is called interrupting a spell. And he really did need to go back and upgrade the spire, this was urgent and very reasonable. So, the two walked towards the territory. Oh, by the way, Komachi, since you remember Muma and Big Stupid Tiger, do you know who else is around here? Chu Yu suddenly thought that he could use Komachi to understand the nearby monster areas. He had previously thought that Komachi wouldn't have her previous memories after reincarnation, but it seemed she did. The mountain forest belongs to Big Stupid Tiger, that side belongs to the green dwarves, and that side belongs to the little mole. That's all. Then where do you Dark Night Cats usually operate? We usually operate on the other side of the river, sometimes we come here too. After listening to Komachi's explanation, Chu Yu had a good idea of the situation. The mountain forest behind the territory is the demon hunter tiger's territory, the front left should be the goblins, the left side to the other side of the river is the Dark Night Cat's territory, and further to the left is the little moles. The Dark Night Cat also prefers to hunt there, so they don't often come to the Guo Rong tree forest on the left side of the territory. Since that's the case, let's get to work. All the way back, Chu Yu reincarnated 35 Guo Rong trees, so next time he comes, there will basically be a path to walk, and it will be easier. Moreover, this time he cleared the area near the territory, next time he will continue to clear a path towards the river. Before long, Chu Yu brought Komachi back to the territory. Phew. It was a close call, but no real danger. I'm so tired. First, he expended so much energy exploring to the river to pick up stones, then he was scared by the demon hunter tiger, causing him to burst with energy to run away, Then he forcefully cleared the path and reincarnated 35 Guo Rong trees, and finally, Kamachi carried him back. He felt that if it weren't for the physical strength provided by upgrading to 3 stars, he really would have fainted from exhaustion like yesterday. But luckily, the harvest was abundant. He understood the territory area, had stones, and another batch of Guo Rong trees. Once these 35 Guo Rong tree eggs hatched, he would have 80 Guo Rong trees. I'm too tired, Kamachi. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Don't run out of the protective shield. If the eggs disappear, wake me up. Okay, Master, Kamachi will definitely protect you. Meow. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When Chuyu opened his eyes, the sky had already turned dark. He turned his head and saw a cute, innocent lowly face sleeping soundly beside him, eyes closed, long eyelashes, a curved smile, her white hair spread out behind her head, dreaming who knows what beautiful dreams. How foolish. How could he have trusted her to wake him up? Helpless, he quickly sat up and checked his lord's space. Wood, 1340, stone, 459, fruits, 1850. Very good. Chuyu went to the spire himself. Promotion. Black iron, 4 stars, wood 1340, 800, stone 459 50ths. Promote. Promote. A dazzling light flashed, and the wooden iron tower became a wooden iron tower with a stone base. Looking at the information again. Territory main spire. Spring spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures, instantly killing those below the spire's level, and causing certain damage to those that are above its level current range, 150 meters radius. Main spire level. Black iron, 4 stars. Promotion. Black iron, 5 stars, wood 541,300ths, stone 359 300ths, 150 meters radius, 300 meters radius. Ah, this is comfortable. Upgrading the star level can enhance one's physique, it's so refreshing. Chuyu was closing his eyes, enjoying the benefits of the star upgrade, when a voice interrupted him. Meow. Master Tilda. Chuyu knew who it was as soon as he heard it. He feigned anger, pretending not to hear. Meow. Master, Kamachi. Kamachi didn't mean not to wake you up, please don't be angry, meow Tilda. As she spoke, she grabbed Chuyu's hand and started to act spoiled. Chuyu wasn't that angry to begin with, but with her acting so spoiled, he almost couldn't maintain his composure and nearly softened. He quickly shook off her hand forcefully and glared at her fiercely. Don't let it happen again. You're not allowed to eat mole meat tonight. Your punishment is you can only eat fruits. Meow. Afterward, Chuyu took out 10 units of fruits and threw them to her. The necessary punishment could not be omitted. Then, looking at the mole meat in his space, he also craved it. But for now, he still had to go to the trading post to put the fruits up for sale and see if there was anything good. After all, he still needed to earn 32 gold. Besides, he vaguely had an idea, to reincarnate the Dark Knight Cat King and have her control the cat group, so he would have an army and no longer be a lone commander. Regardless of whether this idea would work, the basic implementation still required 32 gold first. However, the moment the trading post opened, his attention was completely drawn away. Thong. Thong. Unwashed original female underwear 1 unit for 50 silver level. Outrageous. Don't be so outrageous. This is practically robbery, selling a pair of underwear for 50 silver level. Boxer briefs. Unwashed original male underwear 1 unit for 20 silver level. Outrageous. Don't be so outrageous. Chuyu felt like he had his eyes opened by the chaotic, small knife-like dealings in this trading post. Afterward, Chuyu also briefly scanned the trading post. He found a wide variety of goods, but most were only a few units, or dozens of units, none exceeded 100. There were also those with outrageous prices, daring to sell 10 units of fruits for 40 silver level, with the lowest being 20 silver level. That was one thing, but the chicken below was truly outrageous. Whole roasted chicken, delicious and juicy, perfect in color, aroma, and taste 5 units for 2 gold. Truth be told, Chuyu was genuinely tempted when he saw it. After almost 2 days of eating fruits, he really wanted a bite of meat. But 5 units for 2 gold. Chuyu would never be such a fool. Thinking about the mole meat he still had, maybe he should roast it and eat it. Then he glanced at Komachi, seeing her happily eating fruits. He figured she wouldn't be angry if he ate her favorite, especially since she made a mistake. In that case, I'll need to make a fire. After muttering a few words, Chuyu put this thought aside and continued to look at the trading post. Although the food prices in the trading post were generally high, Chuyu still had no intention of raising his prices. For no other reason than laziness. Anyway, his quantity was large, and his cost was only some stamina, so he would profit no matter what. Komachi seemed to hear something. She looked up at Chuyu, only to see him pointing his finger at the air, his innocent big eyes full of question marks. Did she just lose something? Unable to figure it out, Komachi could only continue to eat the fruits she rarely ate to fill her stomach. With a series of actions, Chuyu directly put up 1800 units of fruits, all at the original price of 10 silver level per unit. As soon as they were listed, 10 units sold directly in less than a second, earning him 1 gold. The speed was so fast that Chuyu thought he might have forgotten to list 100 units. It was only when he switched to his lord's space and found he only had 40 units of fruits and a deposit of 20 gold and 42 silver level that he realized what was happening. It seems, there are a lot of people waiting for my fruits to be listed. Otherwise, why would they disappear so quickly, while those with higher prices sat for a long time without anyone buying them? When he returned to the trading post, those who were outrageously pricing food had either delisted their food or adjusted their prices to be similar to Chuyu's. Even the whole roasted chicken had dropped to 1.5 gold. Seeing this, Chuyu's lips curved into a smile. It seemed his fruits were very popular. You greedy people, you deserve to have no one buy from you. Daring to sell 10 units of fruits for 40 silver level. Your strength isn't much, but your greed is immense. After dealing with the fruit transactions, Chuyu finally decided to fill his stomach. Since he decided to eat mole meat, he should make a fire first. There were no torches for sale in the trading post, otherwise, that roasted whole chicken wouldn't have dared to be priced at 2 gold. So, making a fire still depended on him. With nothing, he could only resort to the most primitive method of rubbing sticks together to make fire. Fortunately, Chuyu often watched wilderness survival videos before he transmigrated, so his theoretical knowledge of making fire by rubbing sticks was solid. He directly took out 10 units of wood from his space, preparing to start making fire by rubbing sticks. But in an instant, he suddenly realized that he had transmigrated, and even cat girls had appeared. Why bother with the arduous task of rubbing sticks together to make fire? He then put the wood back into his space and turned to walk towards the protective shield on the right side of his territory. Komachi, seeing this, also curiously followed him. Arriving in front of the protective shield, he silently thought of a tree that could rub out a flame, looking at the willow forest outside. Then a dazzling light flashed, and Chuyu looked at the egg in his hand. Willow egg, no grade, incubation time 1 hour, will obtain a magical willow tree. Meow. Let's go back, I'm not planning to go out. Chuyu took the egg and told Komachi, then went back. He still wanted to wait for this egg to hatch and see if the hatched willow tree could produce fire. Komachi also obediently followed him back, but after taking 2 steps, she turned around. Her purple eyes vigilantly looked at the dark willow forest outside. After staring for a moment, she didn't find anything. She tilted her head, and her tail also curled up. She thought she had misjudged, so she turned back and quickly caught up with Chuyu. The night wind blew. After the two walked away, a pair of eyes, flickering with an eerie light, emerged from the willow forest. On his way back, Chuyu also conveniently transmigrated some flowers. His main goal was for these flowers to be able to take root on trees, survive, emit light, and release a faint, insect-repelling fragrance. Before long, the flowers Chuyu transmigrated hatched. Name: Campanula lantern, transmigrated. Race: Plant clan. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Black iron, level 1. Skills: Campanula glimmer, insect repelling and soul soothing. Description: a campanula that can parasitize on trees and emit light after transmigration. Already transmigrated. In the treehouse, the campanula lanterns parasitized on the wooden wall. The flowers that grew out hung down like trumpets, emitting a pinkish-white fluorescent light. The whole thing looked exactly like a real electric lamp, and a colorful one at that. Not only that, these flowers could also turn off their light. With just a gentle touch, the open flowers would close, and the light would dim and disappear. After several Campanula lanterns were parasitized in the positions he had chosen, the entire treehouse brightened up. With the light, the treehouse truly gained the attribute of a room at this moment, a cozy feeling. Chu Yu took a deep breath. Tilde this smell, it's wonderful. Meow tilde, Kamachi beside him also took a deep breath, as if she too was enjoying this feeling. Chu Yu opened his eyes and saw a slight smile on his face. He finally had a home in this otherworld, which was very important. He explored his small room again. It's just a bit small. If I could find a bigger tree to make a treehouse, that would be great. I must make several floors, one for the living room, one for the study, one for the bedroom, one for Gur. Before he could finish fantasizing, Chu Yu was interrupted by the sound of his stomach. Kamachi heard it and took out a fruit from her clothes, handing it to Chu Yu. Chu Yu waved his hand, walked out of the treehouse, and approached the willow egg. At this moment, the countdown was just right. 3, 2, 1. Name: Spontaneous Combustion Willow Tree Transmigrated. Race: Tree Spirit Clan. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Black Iron, Level 1. Skills: Spontaneous Combustion Fire, 7 times. Description: a willow tree that spontaneously combusts for dedication after transmigration. Already transmigrated. This willow tree only had 7 willow branches hanging down. Chu Yu stepped forward to touch it, silently wishing for it to make fire. He saw the tip of one willow branch suddenly light up with a small flame, and then the entire willow branch broke off directly. This fire seems difficult to extinguish. He picked up the willow branch, looking at the small flame at its tip. Although it looked small, it didn't flicker at all, no matter how the wind blew. Not bad, not bad. Chu Yu was quite pleased. He then took out 40 units of wood and started a bonfire. He then had Kamachi carve out a few skewers, and then took out the mole meat, skewered it, and began to roast it. The moment Kamachi saw the roasted mole meat, her eyes lit up. She looked at the skewered mole meat, then at Chu Yu's profile, wanting to speak but hesitating. Chu Yu pretended not to see her anxious little face and continued to roast slowly. The mole meat also made a sizzling sound as it cooked. While roasting, Chu Yu checked the status of the fruits he was selling on the trading post. However, he immediately noticed his deposit of 37 gold and 42 silver level. Chu Yu smiled. Last night, he was startled by the cat group and was terrified. If they dare to come again tonight, he would directly transmigrate them. Continuing to look at the trading post, Chu Yu noticed that as his fruits sold out, the food prices that most people had lowered had now risen again slightly. Seeing this, Chu Yu shook his head, too lazy to bother. He then decided to continue transmigrating Guorong trees later and upgrade to 5 stars tonight. He would continue to sell the extra fruits. There was also a silver level fierce tiger on the mountain, so he had to keep making money. Then, Chu Yu shared the roasted little mole slices, giving Kamachi the head. He, meanwhile, ate the remaining slices bite by bite under her eager gaze. These little mole slices are quite tasty. He also had a few fruits with them and was full and satisfied in no time. After eating, he called Kamachi over to the edge of the protective barrier to transmigrate Guorong trees. Tonight's goal was to transmigrate at least 25 trees. In a short while, Chu Yu had already transmuted several trees. As he was about to focus on another tree, Kamachi beside him let out a sharp meow. Chu Yu then noticed several pairs of eyes behind this Guorong tree. These eyes were a different color from last night's cat eyes, glowing with a yellow light. Upon closer inspection, he could make out their appearance: large noses, pointed ears, short stature, and deep green skin. Based on the information Kamachi had provided earlier today, these were goblins, and at this moment, the goblins' information also appeared. Name: Goblin. Race: Humanoid. Talent: Common. Level: Black Iron, Level 1. Skill: Throw. Description: small short humanoids living in the forest, timid by nature, but capable of giving you a big bump on the head at any moment. Do you wish to transmigrate the goblin for 2 gold coins? Yes, no. Looking at the several goblins hiding in the distance, the highest level among them was only black iron level 3. Chu Yu immediately understood that these might be the closest monsters to his territory. Last night's dark night cat had run over from the other side of the river to find Kamachi. Since that was the case, Kamachi, go. Take them all out. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, Kamachi transformed into a white shadow and rushed out of the protective barrier, reaching the nearest goblin in a few leaps and clawing him. Seeing this, the other goblins wailed and frantically turned to flee in all directions. 2 of them even crashed into each other and fell to the ground because their escape paths intersected, then stumbled to their feet and continued to flee, but unfortunately, the time lost from that collision was enough for Kamachi to reach them. After dealing with these 2, Kamachi leapt and caught up with another, instantly killing it, then chased after the next one. Seeing Kamachi run far away, Chuyu's heart tensed. He had forgotten to tell her not to chase too deeply at the beginning. Kamachi. She ran too fast, and it was a night forest. Kamachi had already disappeared from his sight. After shouting a few more times and receiving no response, Chuyu could only temporarily stop. However, on second thought, Kamachi had been transmuted by him and was now black iron level 9, surely nothing bad would happen to her. Thinking this, Chuyu's heart finally relaxed a little. Looking at the spot where the goblins were killed, Chuyu suddenly wanted to see if there were any drops. This was his first real monster kill drop. The little mole during the day was just a small, unranked animal. Unfortunately, within the protective barrier, his view was obscured by bushes, so he couldn't see what had dropped. He looked around and felt that there didn't seem to be any danger. Should he go out and pick up the drops? He had 37 gold in savings. As long as there were no monsters above bronze level 6, he would be fine, and it wasn't far from the protective barrier. Thinking this, Chuyu immediately returned to the bonfire, picked up a torch, and walked towards the drop location. As soon as he stepped out of the protective barrier, Chuyu felt a chill all over his body. He gripped the torch tightly with both hands, illuminating the path ahead, keeping his eyes and ears open, trying to react in advance if a monster appeared. He approached the bushes step by step, swallowed, then Chuyu waved the torch forward. There was no danger. Seeing this, he pushed aside the bushes, and what greeted his eyes was a goblin corpse, along with several silver coins and 2 pieces of meat beside it. Silver coins 8, simply processed meat 1 unit. Not bad, a level 1 goblin could drop around 10 silver coins. Although it wasn't as good as transmuting Guo-Rong trees, at least he didn't have to do it himself. He then picked up the drops from the other 2 goblins. In total, the 3 yielded silver coins 28, simply processed meat 5 units. After picking up the drops, Chuyu looked at the one Kamachi had instantly killed a little further away. Its location was already deeper in the forest. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward. But before he had taken 2 steps, a cold wind blew, chilling Chuyu's heart and extinguishing the bloodlust that had been rising. Forget it, it's not necessary. There aren't many drops anyway. With that, Chuyu retreated back into the protective barrier. However, to his right, completely unnoticed by him, a pair of eyes, always ready to hunt, watched him intently as he returned to the protective barrier, and even after he had retreated inside for a moment, then, slightly disappointed, gradually withdrew into the forest and disappeared. After Chuyu retreated into the protective barrier, he called out to Kamachi loudly a few more times. Seeing no response, he could only continue with his own task, transmuting Guo-Rong trees. Do you wish to transmigrate the Guo-Rong tree? Yes, no. Do you wish to transmigrate the Guo-Rong tree? Yes, no. After a while, Chuyu finally transmuted 24 Guo-Rong trees. As he continued to transmigrate the last tree, a white figure leapt out. It was Kamachi. Meow. Seeing her in her cat form, she seemed perfectly fine, though her white fur was covered in some small twigs, making her look quite disheveled. Chuyu smiled, thinking that a black iron level 9 would indeed be fine. He picked her up, removed the twigs and leaves, and then set her down. I forgot to tell you not to chase so deep. Are you okay? Kamachi chased and killed 2 more. 2 of the green short humanoids ran fast and called many green short humanoids. Seeing her speak excitedly, Chuyu didn't interrupt her. As he set up the bonfire to roast the meat he had just obtained, he chimed in, and then Komachi could only pretend to run away and shrink, hiding to kill those two, and finally, she stunned several before coming back. Listening to her chattering non-stop about her achievements, Chuyu smiled and handed her the roasted meat. Komachi is amazing. This is a reward for Komachi. Meow. This time, Komachi looked delighted and stopped talking nonsense. She picked up the roasted meat and started gnawing on it, mumbling with a full mouth, "It's not as tasty as Little Mole." Seeing this, Chuyu also smiled. Rewards and punishments make a good lord, after all. He naturally understood the situation from what Komachi said. Presumably, stunning was her skill. To escape from a group of goblins was quite an ability. Although he hadn't followed, he believed that among that group of goblins, there must have been some black iron level 9 or level 8 ones, otherwise, the timid goblins wouldn't dare to turn back and fight. It seemed that Komachi's combat power was at least bronze level, not just black iron level 9 on the surface. Afterwards, Chuyu also filled his stomach a bit, and then the Guo Rong tree eggs hatched. Wood plus 500, fruits plus 750. Adding the 18 trees that hatched last night, it was now time for production again. Wood plus 360, fruits plus 540. Now, the Lord's space had a total of wood, 1360, stone, 359, fruits, 1320. Very good, over 1,000 more fruits. Chuyu then opened the trading house and put all his fruits up for sale. This time, he listed 1,300 units. Perhaps because of his previous two large sales, as soon as he listed them this time, someone intelligently lowered their high prices, reacting very quickly. Chuyu didn't bother with too much. After listing them, he intended to close the trading house and upgrade the spire. However, at the moment before closing, he saw a new item suddenly appear in the trading house. Barracks card. Used to obtain a barracks for summoning soldiers. Usage condition. 20 gold. 1 card for 10 gold coins. A barracks card. This is good stuff. I was just worrying about not having any soldiers to use. He thought that as a lord, he only had Komachi, a cat girl who didn't really seem like a soldier, which was truly inappropriate. But it also has a usage condition. And it costs 20 gold. No wonder this person was willing to sell it. That adds up to 30 gold, which is a bit expensive at this stage. However, thinking of his own weakness, Chuyu gritted his teeth and decisively bought it. 30 gold coins. He currently has 105 Guo Rong trees, which can produce over 3,000 fruits a day. Converting that, it's about a day's worth of gold. If it could be exchanged for a group of soldiers, it wouldn't be a loss. Anyway, he was tired of living without subordinates. After getting his hands on it, Chuyu could finally see the detailed description of the barracks card. Item name. Barracks card. Item grade. Black iron. Item effect. After use, a soldier summoning camp can be obtained. Usage condition. 20 gold. Item description. Barracks can summon soldiers that match the territory's attributes, depending on the territory's different attributes. Consume 20 gold coins to use. Yes, no. No. Now is not a good time to use it. He still needs to go to the river to get stones tomorrow, and he needs to save some money to guard against the Dark Knight Cat King. Looking at his remaining 27 gold and 70 silver, if the fruits just listed on the trading post sold out, he would have another 13 gold, which should be enough by tomorrow. Holding the barracks card, Chuyu made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would go collect stones, and while he was at it, reincarnate the Cat King, then come back and use the barracks card. At that time, the barracks would summon soldiers, and the Cat King would lead the cat group, instantly increasing his numbers. Feeling pleased, Chuyu couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Komachi, who was eating with relish nearby, suddenly heard a strange laugh and looked up. She saw her master laughing with his head down, the flickering firelight obscuring his face. Meow tilde woo. So strange. Why did he suddenly laugh? Strange master. Chuyu didn't notice Komachi peeking at him. Instead, he happily got up and went to the Lord's spire. Promotion. Black iron 5 stars, wood 1,340 1,300, stone 359 300. Promote. Promote. A dazzling light flashed, and the wooden spire transformed into a stone spire in its lower half and a wooden spire in its upper half. Looking at the information again. Territory main spire. Spring spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Instantly kills if level is lower than the spire, causes certain damage if greater than or equal to. Current range, 300 meters radius. Main spire level, black iron 5 stars. Promotion, black iron 6 stars, wood 62 thousandths, stone 59 800ths, 300 meters radius, 600 meters radius. Very good, the invincible range has expanded again. He also felt his physique had strengthened, but it was a pity that the system didn't show his panel attributes. He turned to see Komachi still eating the roasted meat, and suddenly felt that compared to last night, it was much warmer now. Very good, just like this. I will definitely pass the assessment in 7 days. He looked up at the sky, feeling that it was about time. It's time to rest, but the stamina and energy gained from this star up cannot be wasted. With that, Chuyu went to the edge of the protective shield again and reincarnated 5 Guorong trees. This way, his Guorong tree forest formed a round number, and some of his recovered stamina was used up again. He was content. Then Chuyu went to sleep. Dawn mist. Inside the treehouse, under the pinkish-white light, a semicircular wooden bed. Chuyu slowly woke up. Hiss, so numb, my hand. What is it? He opened his eyelids, and what greeted his eyes was a delicate small face. Pinkish-white fluorescent light filtered through her hair, scattering on her soft face, adding a blush to her sleeping cheeks. Her tender small mouth was slightly pouted, as if tasting a sweet dream, appearing exceptionally adorable and innocent. She's really cute, but that's no reason to harm my arm. Chuyu suddenly exerted force on his shoulder, pulling out his right hand. It was really true, his entire hand was numb. He quickly used his left hand to grasp his right hand, raising it high to allow blood to flow back. Meow. Komachi nearby groggily opened her eyes, stretching her arms high in a long yawn. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Chuyu holding one hand with the other and raising it high, Komachi felt very strange. Is he stretching? Why is Master's stretch different from Komachi's? Immediately, she mimicked him. Seeing this, Chuyu closed his eyes helplessly. Oh my goodness, how did I reincarnate such a foolish cat as a subordinate? I'm treating my right hand. Upon hearing this, Komachi flipped over and sat up, leaning closer to look at Chuyu's right hand. Is Master injured? Then she looked around vigilantly. Who hurt Master? Komachi, who was guarding Chuyu, didn't hear a response for a long time. She turned to look at her master, only to find that her master was also looking at her. Meow. She finally realized it belatedly. Why don't you shrink down to sleep? Chuyu asked this question curiously. It seemed that ever since her reincarnation, she only returned to her original form during battles and not normally. Komachi drooped her ears and came to Chuyu's side, rubbing her head against him. Because Master hasn't shrunk either. Alright, that's a powerful reason. He had thought there were some restrictions on her returning to her original form, but now it seemed it was up to her will. Feeling his right hand had recovered, Chuyu sat up. Alright, stop acting spoiled. We should prepare to leave and go to the river to pick up stones. After speaking, Chuyu took out 20 units of fruits from his space and ate them with her. While taking them out, he also checked the items in his space. 1 barracks card. Wood. 160. Stone. 59. Fruits. 150. After checking his space, he also opened the trading post to take a look. His fruits had indeed sold out again, and now he had 40 gold and 70 silver again. Not bad, not bad. It really is faster to make money as a merchant. Otherwise, if he had to kill monsters like last night, each only yielding about 10 silver coins, how many would he have to kill to earn so much? Thinking of this, Chuyu remembered that he hadn't looted several of the monsters Komachi killed yesterday. Should he go loot them later and check the goblin territory's situation? After a moment of hesitation, Chuyu gave up. There were too many stones to collect today, and upgrading the Lord's Spire was more urgent at the moment. His goal was to reach bronze level in 7 days, and 2 days had already passed. He was only at 5 stars, so time was tight. he would just forget about those few paltry drops for now. After making his choice, Chuyu browsed the trading post again, to see if there was anything he wanted. Unfortunately, nothing caught his attention. Since that was the case, he closed the trading post and casually instructed, Kamachi, eat faster. We need to leave. With that, he sped up, quickly finishing the fruits. Then, he mentally clarified the things he needed to do today. First, collect stones. Second, reincarnate the Cat King while he was at it. Third, continue to reincarnate Guo-Rong trees. Fourth, upgrade the Lord's Spire to 6 stars. Morning mist lingered, and Lin Yin's ethereal presence was felt. Why is the fog so thick today? Chu Yu slowly walked along the path he had cleared slightly yesterday, then instructed, Kamachi, go ahead and scout the way for me. Meow, yes, master. Kamachi is delighted to be of service to you. With that, she leapt a few times and ran to a tree in front. Seeing Kamachi run ahead, Chu Yu rubbed his arms, which were crossed over his chest, a few times. This is really quite cool. After 2 complaints, he continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of this path. The path he had cleared yesterday wasn't very long, and there was no longer such a smooth path ahead. Following the markers, he walked for a while longer. Visibility in the forest was limited, but fortunately, the fog had dissipated a lot, otherwise, he might have gotten lost. He finally arrived at a familiar location, which was where Kamachi had caught the mole yesterday. It seemed there was still half the journey to the riverside. At this moment, seeing Kamachi exploring everywhere, Chuyu laughed. What's wrong, Kamachi? Could it be that you smell a mole again? Meow tilde. Kamachi shook her head slightly, then looked at Chuyu warily, as if about to say something. Just then, meow, 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 a chorus of cat meows came from the lingering mist in the distance. Chuyu hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, his heart tightening. It was the Dark Night Cat group. The next moment, black figures darted out from the mist. Instantly, the treetops, the bushes, and the rocks were all filled with Dark Night Cats. Finally, the blue-eyed Cat King slowly appeared, arriving on a branch close to Chuyu's front in a few leaps and bounds. Or rather, on a branch close to Kamachi. Name: Dark Night Cat King. Race: Beast Race. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Bronze level 5. Skills: Treading Snow Without a Trace, Netherworld Dark Claws, Cat Clan Commander. Introduction: A cold and beautiful king in the dark night, who likes to look down on enemies. He was seen meowing at Kamachi, seemingly asking something. Kamachi also transformed into her original form and conversed with him. Seeing this, Chuyu also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what they said, at least they could communicate. However, the next second, he felt a great sense of unease. He didn't know what Kamachi said, but the Dark Night Cat King suddenly turned his head and stared at him. The cat group behind him seemed to have received some command, and a figure descended from the sky, rushing towards Chuyu at high speed. Chuyu quickly rolled on the ground, and only after he stood up did he realize that the opponent had been intercepted by Kamachi on her way over. Is this war? After muttering in a low voice, Chuyu quickly stared at the Dark Night Cat King, ready to activate reincarnation at any time. To be honest, encountering this Dark Night Cat group at this time was not within his expectations. His plan was to first collect enough stones by the river, then find the Dark Night Cat King to reincarnate, and then quickly return to his territory. Because reincarnating the Dark Night Cat King would inevitably consume a lot of physical and mental energy. If he reincarnated now, he would not be able to go to the riverside to collect stones. But plans don't always go as expected. In this situation, he could only prepare for reincarnation. After Kamachi blocked that figure, she let out a sharp cry, and the Dark Night Cat King also let out a fierce shriek. Then the two began a one-on-one fight. Chuyu's eyes twitched. What are you two doing? Could it be that after talking, it turned into a struggle for leadership? Although Chuyu didn't see why the conflict arose, he could see that Kamachi and the Cat King actually had the strength to fight. The two exchanged claw attacks, sometimes clashing, sometimes dodging. The fight was back and forth. Just as Chuyu was marveling at how strong Kamachi was, the next second, he saw her being swept to the ground by the Cat King's hind leg. Immediately, the Cat King transformed and pounced. Komachi's pupils contracted, and her purple illusion enchanting eyes instantly turned crimson. The Cat King seemed to be affected, striking beside Komachi, stirring up a cloud of dust, and failing to hit accurately. This is Komachi's purple illusion enchanting eyes. I didn't expect it to be quite cool. The crimson-eyed Komachi, with her skill activated, chased the Cat King and clawed him several times. This time, the Cat King also seemed unable to bear it, taking a long leap, and his whole body began to darken, his entire figure seemingly becoming ethereal. This was like activating an ultimate move. He stood in place, pacing, dodging all of Komachi's attacks, and even counter-attacking instantly while dodging, revealing dark blue sharp claws to injure Komachi during the counterattack. At this, Chuyu secretly thought it was bad. Komachi was only black iron level, and indeed still couldn't defeat that bronze level Cat King. He had originally wanted to observe the situation further to understand what was going on. Now it seemed impossible. Then, reincarnate. Dark Knight Cat King. Do you want to pay 32 gold coins to reincarnate the Dark Knight Cat King? Yes, no. Yes. At this moment, the Cat King, who had been transformed into a dark blue shadow pouncing on Komachi, instantly lit up with a dazzling light. After the light flashed, a dark blue egg fell to the ground. Komachi, who was ready to dodge at any moment, was stunned. She looked at the Cat King, who had been exuding a strong oppressive aura a second ago, and now had turned into a harmless egg. After falling to the ground, it wobbled before steadying itself. Komachi's crimson pupils faded, and her purple illusion enchanting eyes reappeared, her round eyes full of question marks, blinking in confusion. Komachi, don't just stand there, quickly take me back to the territory. Chuyu only felt his brain had completely frozen, as if a 1,000-pound stone had been stuffed into it, making it heavy. At the same time, he felt countless gazes from the surrounding cat group piercing him like sharp lasers, so he quickly ordered Komachi to simultaneously step forward and put the egg into his spatial storage. He had still underestimated the side effects of this cross-level reincarnation. Piercing cat meows overlapped. Komachi saw her master faint directly after speaking. After seeing the egg also disappear, Komachi finally reacted. In an instant, her eyes turned crimson, and at the same time, she let out a sharp shriek, a full-force roar. Invisible crimson sound waves surged out, suppressing the shrieks of the Dark Knight Cat group. Then she transformed into her human form, carried Chuyu on her back, turned, and ran frantically. The disappearance of the Dark Knight Cat King seemed to infuriate the cat group. They unanimously believed that Chuyu had ambushed and killed the Cat King. Their leader had disappeared right before their eyes, and as subordinates, they naturally felt angry, seeing the culprit hastily fleeing. The cat group, who had been held back by the Cat King to watch the show, now all attacked, chasing Komachi at high speed. The two sides chased each other, and for a time, various small animals in the forest were scared into a chaotic frenzy. In a short while, Komachi carried Chuyu and escaped to the road near the territory. The slightly wider road had fewer obstacles, allowing Komachi's speed to increase again. But just then, perhaps unaccustomed to her human form, or perhaps due to the extra weight of carrying Chuyu, even though she had initially suppressed the cat group for a moment and then ran back to the cleared road with all her might. She was still caught up by several figures. Komachi looked sideways and saw a total of 5 cats had caught up, positioned on both sides of the road. If Chuyu were awake at this moment, he would know that among the 5 cats, 3 were black iron level 9, and 2 were black iron level 8. When Komachi was at full strength, she might have been able to fight them, but now, carrying Chuyu and having just fought a fierce battle with the Cat King, she could only continue to flee. Just then, a figure leapt up, pouncing directly from a tree on the right side towards Komachi. But its target was Chuyu on her back. Komachi naturally noticed it. At the moment she was about to pounce, she squatted slightly, performed a spinning jump, and narrowly avoided the airborne lunge. As she turned in midair, she swung out a silver blade, not caring if it hit or not. By the time she landed, she had already turned back to face forward and continued to run. But she hadn't run far when 2 more figures leapt at her in succession. Komachi dodged with a sideways jump, but her speed was forced to decrease. This slight decrease in speed was enough for the remaining two figures to overtake her. She watched as the two remaining figures came pouncing at her from the front. Komachi was already feeling extremely fatigued. Her fight with the Cat King had consumed a large amount of her stamina, and her subsequent full power, wide-range use of purple illusion enchanting eyes had completely drained her energy. Now, after being chased for so long, she was pushed to her absolute limit. However, the territory's protective shield was already in sight. No matter what, she had to safely return her master there. This was the only thought in Komachi's heart. Feeling the five auras pouncing from all directions, under the extreme pressure of having nowhere to escape, Komachi's inner thought once again strengthened her will. In an instant, her soul seemed to ascend, becoming incredibly light. She slowly took a deep breath. Time seemed to slow down, and her surroundings appeared to be still, both fast and slow, slow and fast. Komachi's figure gradually blurred, remarkably similar to the Cat King during their battle. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't as perfect as the Cat King's, having a slightly more substantial feel. But it was this slight blurring that suddenly increased Komachi's speed severalfold. The surrounding scenery slowed down by several times, and the fur on the two figures pouncing from the front was clearly visible to her. With just one step, she had escaped from this dead end where there was originally no escape. She instantly brushed past the two dark night cats from the front. After successfully escaping the encirclement, Komachi slowly exhaled a puff of white air. The five dark night cats landed one after another in Komachi's original position, but they didn't pounce on any figure. Meow. Hearing the shriek from behind her, Komachi's expression relaxed. She had finally fulfilled her master's command. Immediately, she passed through the film-like protective shield. She had finally returned. After gently setting Chuyu down, she also collapsed. Bang. Chuyu frowned, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling sunlight. He slowly opened his eyes, allowing the blue and green of the world to enter his mind. In an instant, Komachi quickly sent. Memories surged, comparing with the scene before him. Chuyu immediately realized that he had returned to the territory. He got up and checked himself all over. He was completely unharmed, so he figured he should be fine. Turning his head, he saw a white cat curled up nearby, deep in slumber. It seemed Komachi had safely brought him back. But the next second, the information before his eyes made him gasp. Name: Dark Knight White Cat Shiratsuka Komachi, mutated reincarnated. Race: Beast race. Talent: Elite. Level: Bronze level, level 1. Skills: Purple Illusion Enchanting Eyes, Illusionary Moon Silver Blade, Treading Snow Without a Trace, Shapeshifting Technique. Description: A mutated cat girl of the Dark Knight cat race after reincarnation. This adorable lowly, skilled in illusions, chose to erupt in power between death and protecting her master. Meow tilde. Seeing the words in the description, Chuyu was extremely surprised. Did this mean that when Komachi brought him back, she faced a life or death crisis, then suddenly burst forth in power, not only breaking through her level but also comprehending new skills? Treading snow without a trace, wasn't that the Cat King's skill? Did Komachi learn it, or was it an innate skill of the Dark Knight cat race? Chuyu didn't know, but it didn't matter. The moment of danger was over, Komachi had broken through, and he had even obtained a Cat King's egg. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the blue-black egg from his space. Dark Knight Cat King, Bronze level, incubation time 3 days. You will obtain a Dark Knight Cat Girl with the power to command the cat group. This information really suggests she might be able to command the cat group, Chuyu mumbled, stroking his chin. This time, he specifically wanted a cat girl. After all, cat girls were easier to communicate with. If it were still a cat's original form, he didn't even know if he could understand its meows. Anyway, he didn't understand Komachi when she was communicating with them this morning. However, this still required 3 days of incubation time. Today was already the 3rd day, so by the time she hatched, it would be the 6th day. That was a bit late. It seemed relying on the cat group for development wasn't very feasible. They could only be used to pass the assessment after the 7th day. Chuyu then got up and looked outside the protective shield. After a while, he saw a dark night cat hiding in a tree, watching him. After a long pause, it was still just that one, no more and no less, like a sentinel cat. It seemed he was being watched and blocked at his doorstep by the dark night cat group. Helpless, he could only first carry Komachi and the cat king egg back to the treehouse. Then he took out fruits to eat, analyzing the current situation as he ate. The plan made in the morning had been disrupted. The route to the river was blocked, so stones couldn't be obtained now. Buy them on the trading platform. However, when Chuyu went online, he found that there had been some stones available the previous 2 days, but today no one was selling them. Was it because there wasn't much demand? Chuyu didn't know, but the situation now was that there were none. He also checked his balance, which was only 8 gold and 70 silver. Just one cat king had cost him 32 gold. His money was simply not enough, and for development materials like stones, Chuyu thought carefully, he still had to control the supply himself. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the whims of others as raw material suppliers. He didn't like that feeling. Thinking this, Chuyu secretly thought, no, I can't keep waiting. That river definitely has more than one path to it, not just the dark night cat's route. I need to explore a second path to the river. If he couldn't upgrade to 6 stars tonight, then the possibility of upgrading the spire to bronze level within 7 days would be greatly reduced. He couldn't even imagine what the outcome of the assessment after 7 days would be if he didn't reach bronze level. Since the left side was blocked by the dark night cats, he still had the front, right, and back. Considering everything, Chuyu finally decided to explore the goblin area in front. The mountain forest behind was the territory of the tiger vanguard, demon hunter tiger. The right side was unknown, only the front, where goblins were known to be. And the small river likely flowed through the front, evidenced by the many guorong trees there. Moreover, there were still some drops from last night that he hadn't picked up. If they hadn't disappeared, now was a good time to go get them. Just then, a soft, sweet voice came to his ear. Meow tilde. He turned his head and saw that Komachi had woken up. You're awake. A flash of light passed, and Komachi transformed into a cat girl, pouncing in front of Chuyu. Woo woo. Master, Komachi finally brought Master back to the territory. Alright, Komachi is the best. Chuyu rubbed her white fur and then asked, Komachi, can you tell me why the cat king fought with you? He was still quite perplexed by this reason. If the cat king hadn't suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans, he wouldn't have had to look for another way to the river. Muma said she had been looking for me these 2 days and wanted me to go back with her. Komachi didn't want to leave Master, so Muma ordered an attack on Master. After Komachi stopped it, Muma came to fight Komachi. It seemed there was something about Komachi that the cat king considered very important, something that absolutely required Komachi to return to the cat group. Perhaps it was Komachi's talent. After all, she was of elite level. But it wasn't important now. Chuyu then asked about the process of their escape. After understanding, he instructed. Komachi, you must be hungry. Eat some fruits to fill your stomach. After speaking, he left the treehouse alone, secretly wiping a bead of sweat. If Komachi hadn't broken through this time, he would have been in danger. It seemed that in the future, he would need a foolproof plan before forcibly reincarnating across ranks. Otherwise, if he fainted immediately after reincarnation, he would just be waiting for death. In a short while, Komachi finished eating and came out. Chuyu looked up at the sky. It must have been in the afternoon. Even though the danger this morning had given him a scare, the 7-day countdown wouldn't stop because of his fear. So, he could only continue forward, exploring with even greater caution. Thinking this, Chuyu had already brought Komachi to the body he hadn't picked up last night. Chuyu bent down to pick up the drops. Silver coin 7, simply processed meat 1 unit. After picking them up, he made a mark on a nearby tree. Master, do you need these spoils of war? Of course. Although it's not much, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, Chuyu said casually, putting away his stone after drawing the last stroke. Komachi seemed to ponder, then pointed into the distance. Then Komachi still has a few spoils up ahead that she hasn't picked up. Chuyu nodded. Let's go. The two walked one after the other. Chuyu stopped every so often to make a mark, covering about 3 to 400 meters. They finally arrived at the spot where Komachi had last killed a goblin the previous night. It was a small clearing, overgrown with weeds and bushes. Following Komachi's direction, there were two distinct drag marks extending towards the front right. After observing for a while, Chuyu stepped forward and picked up the remaining coins. Silver coin 5. It seemed the bodies of these two goblins had been dragged away, but with so few drops remaining, had they taken them along, or was this truly all that dropped? Chuyu was more inclined to believe the drops were taken along with them. Because judging by the previous drops, two goblins couldn't possibly only drop 5 silver coins. He had picked up a total of 3 drops before, 20 silver coins and 5 units of meat. Adding this, it was a total of 25 silver coins and 5 units of meat. It's not bad. At least we'll have meat tonight. Chuyu comforted himself. After all, the main purpose was to explore the riverside and pick up stones. Meow tilde tilde. Just then, Komachi let out a soft meow. Seeing this, Chuyu understood that there was a situation. He looked at Komachi, waiting for her to continue. She lightly jumped onto a treetop, looked around twice, then quickly came down. Master, it's green dwarves. Let's hide first. Hearing Chuyu's command, Komachi led him to leap onto a tree. Hidden in the tree, Chuyu now saw the newcomers. There were 3 of them, all carrying large leaves and gathering fruits. They occasionally spoke a few incomprehensible words, looking like unintelligent savages, only their skin was green and they were short. Chuyu fell into thought, unconsciously stroking his chin. If they were indeed like savages, then their tribe's lair must be near a water source, and the nearby water source must be that small river. And he himself wanted to go to that river to pick up stones. The next moment, he saw that the leaves of the 3 goblins were full. The 3 of them called out a few times, then wrapped up the fruits and prepared to leave. It was decided. Komachi, let's go. We'll follow them. Yes, master. Then the 2 quietly followed behind the 3. At first, Chuyu felt his tracking skills were not very good, being extremely cautious, only daring to hide far behind and watch a shadow. Later, Chuyu accidentally stepped on a branch, making a crack sound, which scared him into quickly hiding. But he found that the 3 goblins didn't notice at all, so he boldly moved closer. Later still, he realized that the 3 goblins truly had no alertness. He had gotten within 3 or 4 meters of them, and they were still walking carelessly. Chuyu was speechless. Was all his caution just for show? These 3 goblins probably wouldn't even know what happened if Komachi went up and knocked them out with a few blows. Fortunately, the terrain along the way was relatively flat. He estimated they had followed for about 400 or 500 meters, and he had made marks, so he wasn't afraid of getting lost on the way back. Thinking this, he saw the 3 goblins ahead quicken their pace. Are they almost there? Chuyu and Komachi exchanged glances, signaling to keep following. Soon, the 2 followed to the edge of the goblin tribe. Chuyu signaled Komachi to take him up a tree. Once in the tree, the view immediately widened. Looking into the distance, this goblin tribe was quite large, forming a semicircle. At the center of the circle was a cave, and the entire tribe expanded outwards along the cave in that small mountain ridge. Outside the cave were many low houses, like bunkers. If one didn't look closely, one would truly mistake them for small mounds. He estimated there were at least 200 people. No wonder the 3 goblins were so unalert, perhaps they were the strongest in this area. Chuyu watched for a while longer and found that most were around black iron 3-star. Those above 6-star were very few, and bronze level ones were even rarer. It seemed that only those at the goblin leader's level would be bronze level, and he didn't know how many stars. Seeing this goblin tribe, he was truly tempted. If he were to reincarnate as the goblin leader here, wouldn't he directly gain 200 goblin subordinates? After all, from the Dark Knight Cat King's egg information, it was clear that reincarnating as a tribal leader could indeed command the original tribe. After watching for a while longer, still unable to see the goblin leader, Chuyu could only leave it at that for now. For now, he still needed to find the riverside. Even if he could see the leader, he probably wouldn't have the money to reincarnate, and he didn't know if his stamina would be enough. Komachi, let's go that way. Chuyu pointed to the left, which was the lower part of the Goblin Mountain Ridge, and also the direction of the small river's flow. Then the two left the Goblin tribe, encountering two waves of goblins along the way, both of which they managed to avoid. After walking about 200 meters, Chuyu finally saw the riverside. However, Chuyu did not choose to pick up stones directly here, but instead walked further upstream for a distance before starting to pick up stones. The river here was wider than the one near the Dark Night Cat, but it didn't feel cool when he entered the water, presumably because the river water had received the warm embrace of the sun. The ripples disturbed the fish inside, which immediately scattered cautiously. They had lived here for who knows how long, appearing so lively in the river under the setting sun. But unfortunately, it encountered Kamachi. In just a few minutes, all the fish in this area were cleared out. Fresh fish, one of the Dark Night Cat's favorite rations, 30 units. Seeing Kamachi still wanting to continue catching fish, Kamachi, don't go. Picking up stones is important, otherwise, it will be dark soon, and we won't be able to get back. Hearing Chuyu's command, Kamachi turned her head and put on a pitiful expression, meow tilde. Alright, that's enough to eat. Currently, upgrading the territory is important. Once the territory is upgraded to a high star, we can eat these fish whenever we want. Then the two began their great task of picking up stones. The sunlight gradually faded, and the number of stones in Chuyu's space gradually increased. When the number of stones in his space reached 632, although Chuyu really wanted to continue picking until he reached 800, he truly didn't dare to stay any longer. Because he could no longer feel the warmth of the sunlight, and the sky was starting to darken. He would still choose between promoting to 6-star one night later and risking his life. Looking at the 168 units of stones he was short, he could only secretly lament the pity of being so close. He shook his head helplessly and called out, Kamachi, let's go, let's go. After getting ashore, he no longer returned the same way, because that would lead him to the Goblin tribe. From the protective shield to following the three goblins to the Goblin tribe, he had basically walked to the right. After the Goblin tribe, he had walked to the left. In this way, the current location, the territory, and the Goblin tribe formed an obtuse triangle. The Goblin territory was the obtuse angle. So he could roughly choose a direction and walk straight back to the territory, without having to detour to the Goblin territory. After drawing a simple triangular map in his mind, Chuyu pointed in a direction, Kamachi, you scout ahead, I'll follow. We need to be fast, it's getting dark. Okay, master. The two then hurried along, one in front and one behind. However, after walking for a short while, Kamachi stopped and signaled to Chuyu that there was a situation ahead. Chuyu went forward and pushed aside the bush leaves to look. Under a tree ahead, a shifty-looking green dwarf was fumbling with a treasure chest. Name: Thief Goblin. Race: Humanoid. Talent: Elite. Level: Black Iron Level 8. Skills: Rapid Stealth, Phantom Thieving Hand. Description: a small dwarf living in the forest. He is timid by nature and not good at fighting, but extremely greedy, constantly searching for treasures. Do you want to reincarnate the Thief Goblin for 8 gold coins? Yes, no. So it was a Thief Goblin. And a Black Iron Level 8 elite monster at that. Should I reincarnate him? By the way, can I directly reincarnate him into a Goblin King? He checked his gold coin balance, 8 gold and 95 silver. Just enough money. It seems you were sent by the heavens, so I'll use you to test my idea. A thought flashed through his mind, and the goblin, still fumbling with the chest, instantly transformed into an egg. Chuyu, who had arrived in front of the treasure chest, casually put the egg into his spatial storage, then looked at the chest. It had been 3 days, and this was the first time he had seen a treasure chest. Black Iron Level treasure chest. Can open unexpected items. Not bad, but there was no time to slowly open the treasure chest. With a wave of his hand, he stored it in his spatial storage. He looked at the sky. Due to the delay, the sky had already turned a gloomy, dark gray. Visibility in the forest had plummeted. Alright, let's go quickly. Kamachi nodded and then continued to rush forward. After walking for a while longer, as their speed increased and the sky gradually darkened, there wasn't enough light. Chuyu could no longer sense how far they had walked, only feeling that they should be close. Meow tilde. Komachi's soft cry made Chuyu look up and see the faint glow at the top of the protective shield. In the completely dark night, it was like a guiding light showing him the way. His face immediately lit up with joy, and at the same time, that voice echoed in his mind again. The sky is dark. Higher level creatures will appear in the night. Please be careful. It was that same line again. He didn't know about higher level or not, he only knew that if they were discovered by a dark night cat group and rushed at him together, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Just then, a stone flew from his rear side. Fortunately, Komachi's body flashed and blocked it. But the next second, several more stones were thrown. Komachi, quickly take me back. No sooner had he spoken than another volley of stones was thrown. This wasn't all. Several cat meows came from the other side, sharp like a baby crying. Was he being ambushed from both sides? Chuyu immediately took to his heels. Komachi, meanwhile, swatted away the first few stones that flew at them, then turned and sprinted, letting out a meow. Master, get on. By the time he heard Komachi's voice, he had already seen her run in front of him. With a leap, Komachi skillfully carried him on her back. Lying on Komachi's back, he felt the rushing wind. Stones occasionally flew past, and the cat meows from the front right intensified, rising and falling. You stupid cat group. I'm only 2 days away from becoming your boss, and you're blocking my path. You have no intelligence, you idiots. No sooner had he finished cursing than countless figures attacked from the right. Chuyu could already feel the murderous intent from the right at close range. Fortunately, the next moment, Komachi's speed increased again, directly passing through figure after figure. Chuyu's blood also boiled, his heart pounding like a rapid drum. Until he broke through the thin membrane and entered the protective shield. The piercing screams of the dark night cat, the whoosh of stones close behind, and the sharp night wind echoing in his ears. All vanished in that instant. After a while, when Chuyu came back to his senses, he finally heard the various sounds from the outside world again. Huff. After calming himself down, Chuyu looked at the two large groups outside again. One side had come because of the Cat King's reincarnation, the other side he didn't know, perhaps because of last night's events. But it didn't matter, because at this moment, they were confronting each other. The two sides that had been ambushing Chuyu were now facing off, as if a battle was about to break out any second. Ha ha ha, you fools, still trying to ambush me. What a joke. Don't you know I'm invincible right now? Chuyu, having narrowly escaped death, watched them outside. With their target gone, they could only confront each other. He felt an intense satisfaction and mocked them without any regard for his image. After a satisfying round of cursing, Chuyu waved his hand. Let's go, Komachi, we're going back to eat grilled fish. Upon hearing, grilled fish, Komachi, who was still lying on the ground, her eyes lit up. She instantly transformed back into her original white cat form and walked beside him, shaking her head from side to side. Chuyu smiled slightly. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by others yet them being utterly helpless against him. Whistling, he returned to the self-igniting willow tree, took a willow branch, and lit the 60 units of wood he had taken from his spatial storage. Then he had Komachi sharpen some skewers, skewer the fish, and place them by the fire to grill. Only then did he leisurely check his lord's spatial storage. The first item he took out was the egg. Thief Goblin Black Iron Level Incubation Time, 1 day. Will gain a handsome goblin well versed in the art of thievery. This description didn't seem to indicate the effect of a goblin king. It seemed like a failure, but thankfully, this was also an elite level, so it wasn't a loss. And he even got a black iron level treasure chest along with it. He hoped he could bring more treasure chests in the future. If not, he might have reincarnated a good for nothing. He then took out the black iron level treasure chest. Black iron level treasure chest can open unexpected items. Do you want to open it? Yes, no. Open. A black light flashed, the treasure chest opened, and Chuyu clearly saw the items inside. Iron block 10, black iron ore 1, gold coin 5. Mediocre. Iron blocks and gold coins were common goods. He hadn't seen this black iron ore before. Iron blocks seemed to be 50 silver coins per unit on the exchange. He didn't remember it too clearly. After all, before a large amount of goods appeared, these were all overpriced and couldn't be viewed conventionally. But even just looking at the gold coins, that was 5 gold coins, only 3 less than 8. Rounding up, it was essentially free. He got a thief goblin for free this trip. Thinking about it that way, he made a huge profit, didn't he? At the same time, he regretted that he couldn't advance to 6-star tonight. Master, is it grilled? Is it grilled? Kamachi's voice pulled him back to reality. He turned his head and saw her drooling, circling the grilled fish. Seeing her expression, Chuyu's eye twitched. He took out 30 units of fruits from his spatial storage and casually threw some to her to stuff her mouth, lest she drool all over the ground. At the same time, he glanced at the barracks card he had bought with a lot of money and fruits 1960. Since he couldn't advance to 6-star, he might as well deal with this. He decisively put 1900 units of fruits on the exchange. Once this batch of fruits sold out, he would be able to use the barracks card. Based on last night's situation, these 1900 fruits would all sell out if he waited a little longer. So he would be able to use this card tonight. Although it was now confirmed that he could command the cat group with the Cat King, as a lord, who could refuse to have a few more subordinates. After finishing these tasks, he focused on grilling fish and eating. The world is vast, but eating is paramount. However, what he didn't know was that as his fruits were put back on the shelves, someone else felt utterly shocked. Origin Spirit Village, Lord Shang Hongxing. Who exactly is this person? Shang Hongxing was truly shocked. He thought he shouldn't be weak. After all, he had 10 villagers as subordinates, and during the day, they even worked together to kill an unranked wild boar. Not only that, there was a guo-rong tree forest near his territory. After a day's gathering and deducting daily consumption, he could still have 50 or 60 units left. But this guy on the trade market, he put up thousands of units of fruits at once, and he did it every day. It had been 3 days, and he hadn't seen a day with less than 1,000. Yesterday, he even put them up twice, totaling over 2,000 or 3,000 units. Shang Hongxing calculated his gathering ability on his fingers and finally shouted, "His gathering ability is 50 times mine. If it were converted to people, wouldn't that be 500 people directly?" He couldn't believe it. On the 3rd day, 500 people, what kind of development concept was that? No, it was like this last night, which means he already had 500 people on the 2nd day. Shang Hongxing bit hard into the fruits in his hand. They were both lords, so why was the gap so huge? It was just that the Fooled Forum hadn't opened yet, otherwise, he would definitely go up there and cyber propose a few things. This was truly terrifying. Looking at his lord's spire, which had just been promoted to Black Iron level 3-star, the summonable population was 10/15. Shang Hongxing felt his eyes welling up with tears the more he looked. Chuyu didn't know that merely selling some fruits had caused others to be on the verge of tears. He was quite content at the moment. These pollution-free fish really didn't have any fishy smell at all. Instead, they had a slightly sweet taste, simply delicious. Paired with the plump and juicy fruits, this dinner was the most satisfying he had eaten in the past 3 days. Kamachi, go play by yourself. I won't be going out tonight. Meow. Kamachi responded and ran to the Cat King's egg, rubbing against it, and finally jumped onto the egg and lay still. Shaking his head, Chuyu didn't bother her. Perhaps she thought she should hatch her Muma. Then after hatching, the Cat King would call her Muma. And Muma would call herself Muma. What kind of bizarre operation was this? Chuyu's lips twitched, amused by his own thoughts. Never mind, he should continue reincarnating guo-rong trees. Although he wouldn't be able to reach 6-star tonight, this indeed dragged down the development pace. But the cat group in the morning disrupted his plans, so now he couldn't afford to be idle. Arriving in front of the protective shield, the cat group and the goblins were still in a standoff, as if waiting for him to appear. At this moment, as soon as both sides saw him approach the protective shield, they all shrieked in unison, attempting to intimidate him. But unfortunately, the current Chuyu was not the naive person he was when he first arrived. Standing inside the protective shield, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, He even made funny faces at them to provoke them. The goblins truly couldn't stand such provocation and immediately threw a barrage of stones, which clanged against the protective shield before falling to the ground. Chu Yu was momentarily stunned by this scene. Not out of fear, but because he seemed to have thought of something. He lacked stones, and the goblins liked to attack with stones. Now, many stones lay on the open ground in front of the protective shield. Then, so Chu Yu immediately began various taunts and antics. After his actions, the goblins indeed threw a continuous stream of stones, quickly piling up a layer of rocks outside the protective shield. The dark night cats nearby moved a little further away to avoid being accidentally hit by the stones. Seeing this, Chu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This laughter attracted Komachi. Meow. What's wrong, master? Komachi, we finally don't have to painstakingly go to the river to pick up stones anymore. Look, it's effortless, we just need to wave our hands, and fools will send us stones. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps the laughter was too mocking. Another barrage of stones came pelting down from the opposite side. Komachi also joined in, dancing and making funny faces. She even continued after Chu Yu stopped. In a short while, a small mountain of stones had piled up outside. Slowly, the stone rain stopped. Chu Yu thought that the stone mountain in front was blocking the goblins' view, so he moved to another spot and continued to taunt them. However, he only received a few scattered stones in return. Alright, it seems you've run out of ammunition. Remember to bring more next time. Chu Yu waved goodbye to the goblins. He really hadn't expected it. Before he even reincarnated your boss to indirectly command you, you came to help yourselves. Thank you so much. A smug Chu Yu immediately began picking up stones through the protective shield. Stone +1, stone +2, stone +5. Stone +20, stone +50, stone +100. In a short while, Chu Yu had collected over 400, and now there were a total of 1085 units of stones in his space. This was truly. Mountains and rivers block the way, making one doubt the path, underscore. After seeing that there were enough stones, Chu Yu felt full of energy for reincarnating Guo-rong trees. In a short while, he reincarnated 25 trees. After he finished reincarnating, both the Dark Knight Cat group and the goblins seemed to have retreated, finding him helpless. However, Chu Yu felt that the Dark Knight Cat group still had scouts observing him. Chu Yu pouted, let you stare, see how long you can stare. By then, the consequences of what you've done to me will be borne by your king. I want to see how much you love your king. He took all the reincarnated Guo-rong tree eggs back to the Guo-rong tree forest in his territory and placed them there, waiting for them to hatch. Bored, Chu Yu looked at the golden egg he had hidden in the treehouse. Mysterious Golden Egg Carrot Day 3 Unique contains unexpected mysterious rewards. P.S. The longer the incubation time, the greater the reward. Can be opened at any time. The description of this golden egg was quite similar to a treasure chest. Could it actually be a treasure chest that grows? How many days would it take to reach black iron level? How many days to bronze level? He thought about it for a while, got no results, and gave up. I'll open you when I can't hold on anymore. After saying that, he put the golden egg back and hid it again. After a while, the 25 eggs finally hatched. Wood +20, wood +20, wood +20. Arriving in front of the Lord's spire. Promotion. Black iron level, 6-star, wood 2200 2000ths, stones 1085 800ths. Promote. Promote. Again enjoying the mysterious power cleansing his body, Chu Yu still felt a refreshing soreness. Master, have you collected enough stones to upgrade? Hearing Komachi's words, Chu Yu clenched his fist and nodded, yes, and Komachi also contributed to this. Meow. He could hear her happiness, because he himself was also very happy. Despite so many unexpected events today, he still didn't fall behind in progress, bronze level was within reach. Master, look, it's so beautiful. He felt Komachi transform into a cat girl and bounce around, hugging his arm. Chu Yu quickly opened his eyes. In that instant, the sensation on his arm couldn't compare to the visual impact in the sky. Is that a non-allied kill laser? Although he had always known the spire had this effect, he had never seen it before, because the distance had never been able to penetrate the protective shield. Now, it seemed to have broken through the distance of the protective shield, and thus emitted the rays. Suddenly, 5 rays shot out. Standing beneath the spire and watching the moment the rays flew out, it was as beautiful as fireworks blooming. Especially in the night, the dazzling rays were even more exquisite. Chuyu quickly spun around, following the light, and found 3 rays to the left and front. These 3 should be from the dark night cats and goblins, right? That wasn't unexpected, but there were also 2 rays each in the mountain forest to the right and behind. Did this mean there were also monsters near the protective shield on these 2 sides? Moreover, he had no idea what kind of monsters they were, and he hadn't heard any sounds. He had even thought that these 2 sides were so quiet because there were no monsters nearby. He never would have thought. Fortunately, he advanced to level 6 tonight, revealing these 2 hidden dangers. Otherwise, one day he might have a sudden whim to explore and be ambushed silently. As the light rays landed, Chuyu also heard some sounds, along with 2 notifications. Ding! You have killed Dark Night Cat 1. Ding! You have killed Goblin 1. Why only 2 notifications? But the next second, he understood. Only those below the spire's level would be killed, so out of the 5 rays, there were only 2 kill notifications. The remaining 3 were Black Iron level 6 or above. I really didn't expect that the 2 on the right and behind were high-level monsters. It seems I need to find some time to understand the situation on those 2 sides. Where does Master want to go? To the willow forest over there. Kamachi asked, hearing his words. I have that intention, but not now. Kamachi, who had been looking up at him, listened, then moved in front of him, her cat ears twitching. Oh, if Master goes, you must take Kamachi with you, meow. Alright, he said, then ruffled the cute head in front of him. At the same time, another wave of doubt hit him. After the spire shot out 5 rays, it stopped shooting. Non-allied creatures, aren't those trees also creatures? Why didn't it attack? After a moment of thought, Chuyu half guessed, half wondered, muttering, could it be that those trees are of no item grade, so it doesn't attack? Speaking of which, there are also flowers and plants within the protective shield that are non-allied creatures, and it didn't attack them either. Looking at it this way, it really seems that it doesn't bother with things of no item grade. Chuyu stroked his chin, looking at the spire. In this way, he had figured out the spire's pattern. He then looked at the spire's information again. Territory main spire. Spring spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Instantly kills if level is below the spire, causes certain damage if greater than or equal to. Current range, 600 meters radius. Main spire level, Black Iron, 6 star. Promotion, Black Iron, 7 star, Wood 202 thousandths, Stone 285 1,300ths, Iron Block 10 out of 10, 600 meters radius 1000 meters radius. 7 star actually required iron blocks. Fortunately, he opened a black iron treasure chest, otherwise, where would he find it? 7 star was enough, but what about 8 star? 8 star would only require more, not to mention 9 star. Buy it on the trading house. Or search for it nearby. Also, if he upgraded to 7 star tomorrow, and the spire's range expanded again, would it wipe out the cat group surrounding him? Wouldn't his idea of using the Cat King to command the cat group be ruined then? He wasn't worried about the goblins for now, the goblin tribe was far away. As for the right and back sides, he didn't know what monsters were there, so he couldn't worry about that much. There were too many problems, and he couldn't sort them out at once. So he returned to the campfire to ponder carefully. Upgrading the spire is the priority, so let's first figure out how to obtain iron blocks. So he opened the trading house and carefully checked for iron blocks. Prices ranged from 20 silver to 1 gold, all for 1 unit. On average, it was probably 60 silver per unit. Finally, he reached a conclusion. If he needed 50 iron ore, he could buy some, but if it was more, he wouldn't have enough money. He estimated that he could only use the trading house to get by for 8 star, but for 9 star and advancing to bronze level, it probably wouldn't be enough. So he still had to explore. As for the possibility of upgrading to 7-star wiping out the cat group, perhaps he could first save enough resources for 2-star upgrades, and then, after the Cat King reincarnated and transformed the cat group into allied creatures, he could upgrade 2 stars consecutively. This method might or might not work, because according to the pattern, the materials for 8-star would definitely also be wood, stone, and iron blocks, just a matter of quantity. He was just afraid it wouldn't follow the pattern. If he still had to search for 8-star materials on the 6th day, there wouldn't be enough time to advance to bronze level. Suddenly, Chuyu remembered that during the day, the cat group hadn't all stayed outside to ambush him, only a few scouts remained. In that case, he was completely overthinking it. At most, there were only a few small cats scouting around. Then there's no need to slow down for a few dark night cats. After all, the 7-day assessment is the main event. Tomorrow, I'll gather enough materials and continue to 7-star. After making his decision, Chuyu no longer hesitated. When he checked the trading house earlier, he found that the fruits listed had already sold out. He now had 24 gold and 95 silver. He could finally activate the barracks. He then took out the barracks card. Item name: barracks card. Item grade: black iron. Item effect: after use, you can obtain a soldier summoning camp. Usage condition: 20 gold. Item description: the barracks can summon soldiers that match the territory's attributes, depending on the territory's attributes. Consume 20 gold coins to use. Yes, no. Yes. As his thought took effect, a dazzling light enveloped the barracks card and ascended. His savings instantly decreased to 4 gold and 95 silver. The barracks card slowly rotated in the air, and Chuyu watched it patiently. Komachi also watched curiously from the side. Master, what is this? Can it be eaten? Meow. Chuyu ignored her and continued to watch the card. He watched the card glow. He watched the card ascend. He watched the card descend. He watched the card lose its light and return to him. Chuyu was stunned, reaching out to take the card in a daze. Why? Where was the promised barracks card? Where was the promised soldier summoning camp after use? My 30 gold. This was Chuyu's first thought as he took the card. He felt like he had been cheated. Cheated by an item. Tearfully, he picked up the card and saw the information clearly. Item name: barracks spire card. Item grade: black iron 3-star. Item effect: after use, you can obtain a black iron 3-star barracks spire, fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Causes massive damage if level is below the spire, otherwise, causes minor damage. Current range: 300 meters, upgradable. Item description: transformed from a barracks card based on territory attributes. Can be placed anywhere. Each relocation costs 1000 gold after placement. You scared me, I thought my 30 gold was scammed. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this barracks spire card. At least he didn't lose everything, and this barracks spire card was essentially a weaker version of the spring spire. After seeing the description, he also understood that his desire to summon soldiers seemed impossible. If not for the reincarnation skill, he would only be able to live with the spire for the rest of his life. Oh well, getting along with beast girls isn't bad either. Thinking this, he turned to look at Komachi. Smiling, he reached out his hand. Komachi, seeing this, voluntarily nestled her head under his hand and rubbed against it. Meow tilde. Looking at her blinking purple eyes, he chuckled. Komachi is so well behaved. He rubbed Komachi's head, a small gesture to express his loneliness. Chuyu then looked back at the card in his hand, lost in thought. First, this card was essentially his second territory, meaning it was an extension of his current territory. Therefore, its location certainly couldn't be too close to his current territory, or it would be a waste. He would keep it for now and use it when he explored further away. After storing the card in his spatial inventory, Chuyu reconsidered his current situation. The black iron for upgrading the 7-star spire was resolved, so he was still short on stones and wood. Stones had to be collected from the other side of the river, and wood from the Guo Rong tree was sufficient. I should first put the remaining fruits up for sale. At this moment, he only had 4 gold and 95 silver left, which felt like nothing in his hands. With so little savings, he felt insecure even when going out. Not to mention going to the other side of the river to collect stones. As for continuing to provoke goblins tomorrow to bring him stones. Chu Yu thought about it, then shook his head. It was too unreliable, he couldn't count on it. It was more practical to go to the other side of the river himself. He then opened the exchange, skillfully listing 2,000 units of fruits, keeping 100 for himself in his spatial inventory. After listing the fruits, he went to complete his pre-sleep task, transmigrating 5 guorong trees. Finally, I can sleep. Being a lone lord is really tiring. The night passed without incident. Meow tilde, master, wake up. Wake up. In the early morning, Chu Yu vaguely heard tender, soft voices. Slowly opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Komachi's adorable, innocent face. Is it morning? It is morning, master. Chu Yu sat up upon hearing this and stretched vigorously. He found that the more time he spent with Komachi, the more he also enjoyed stretching. It actually felt quite comfortable. After fully waking up, Chu Yu got up and walked out of the treehouse. As he passed the entrance, he lightly touched the flower lantern, and the lights in the treehouse slowly dimmed. Arriving in front of the treehouse, Chu Yu took out some fruits from his spatial inventory and ate them with Komachi, while also checking his inventory items. Wood, 400. Stone, 285. Black iron, 10. Fruits, 380. Simply processed meat, 5. Fresh fish, 10. Barracks Spire Card 1. Black iron ore 1. Money, 24 gold 95 silver. After checking, Chu Yu, eating a fruit, mumbled, "Today, we'll first go to the other side of the river from yesterday to collect stones, then take a detour to the goblin tribe to see if there's a chance to transmigrate the goblin leader. I'll try to be back by noon. In the afternoon, we'll go to the willow forest on the right to check the situation." Meow. Komachi turned her head, looking at him with curious, wide eyes. Chu Yu swallowed the fruit in his mouth and said again, "In a bit, follow me." Okay. Master. Master, over here, here. Komachi jumped and waved at Chu Yu, signaling him to come over. The two had already come out at this point. Chu Yu decided to first pick up the 2 drops from the spire's previous kills. Coming before the excited Komachi, Chu Yu finally saw the drops. Silver coin 5, simply processed meat 2 units. These were from the goblin, the Dark Knight Cat's drops had already been picked up. Silver coin 8, Dark Knight Cat's sharp claws 2 units. After picking up the drops, Chu Yu headed towards the other side of the river. This time, it was very smooth. First, there were the stones that had been smashed along the way last night to guide him, and then the marks he had made. And perhaps because of last night, the Dark Knight Cats didn't seem to approach anymore. At least, he had just briefly looked around and hadn't seen any Dark Knight Cats. As for goblins, he hadn't seen any either, as if, like yesterday, what happened the night before wouldn't appear during the day, only at night. The riverside in the early morning was much cooler compared to the afternoon. Before Chu Yu even reached the other side of the river, he felt a cool breeze, refreshing his body and mind. Master, little river, little river. Through the gaps in the trees, the river was already visible, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. After a couple of steps, just as Chu Yu was about to emerge from the forest and reach the other side of the river, he quickly pulled Komachi back and retreated behind a tree trunk. He only showed half his head as he looked towards the other side of the river. Komachi, pulled back, was still puzzled. Why did Master suddenly pull her to hide? Seeing Master's cautious demeanor, she also imitated him, peeking out with half her head. On the other side of the river, there was a burly dwarf, similar in appearance to humans. Chu Yu naturally saw him clearly. Brown hair, a full beard, wearing leather clothes, and a body full of muscles. But unfortunately, before he could check the information, the person left. Komachi, do you know that person? Komachi shook her head and said, Komachi doesn't know. This made Chu Yu fall into deep thought. Komachi didn't know there was someone on the other side of the river, and such a burly one at that. Was it one person or many? For a moment, he didn't dare to go out directly. In fact, if he didn't still need to collect stones, he might have retreated further. After waiting for a long while, Feeling like an hour had passed with no movement from the other side of the river, Chuyu cautiously went out. While waiting, many thoughts crossed his mind. A fellow lord. Or some local. Is there a village on the other side of the river? Or is this person living alone? And so on. Unable to determine the answer, he could only continue with his plan. At the very least, strengthening himself first, and responding to all changes with an unchanging approach, was the best method. Shaking off his thoughts, he quickly went down to the other side of the river with Kamachi and began picking up stones as fast as possible. He didn't even dare to let Kamachi fish. This time, collecting stones made Chuyu feel like he had a thorn in his back, constantly feeling as if someone was secretly watching him from the other side of the river. He would pick for a bit, then look up at the other side of the river. He was really afraid that one time he looked up, he would see a dozen muscular men staring at him from the other side of the river. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. As the number of stones increased, when it reached 1302, he quickly called Kamachi ashore and left. Once ashore, he headed directly towards the goblin tribe with a clear objective. For nothing else, but to transmigrate the goblin leader. The presence of someone on the other side of the river greatly increased his sense of crisis. One cat group was too few, he urgently needed these more than 200 goblins to also become his subordinates to bolster his courage. Chuyu and Kamachi easily evaded several unsuspecting goblin gathering teams and arrived at the goblin tribe. Seeing this goblin tribe with many earthen mounds again, Chuyu stopped observing and said, "Let's go, we'll go around to the back mountain." That back mountain was where the central goblin cave was, and it was highly likely he would see the goblin leader there. As long as he could see him, he could transmigrate him. As for whether he would faint after transmigration and if Kamachi could carry him back, these questions would have to be decided after seeing the goblin leader. Then, the two circled around to the back mountain. While circling the back mountain, Chuyu discovered that this ridge also had a small stream, slowly flowing into the river. The goblins had indeed chosen a good location. "Master, look, that green dwarf also wears clothes." Chuyu looked in the direction Kamachi was pointing and indeed saw a goblin wearing a robe. Name: Witch Doctor Goblin. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Universal Lord, building the strongest tower with beast girls. Part 2. Name: Witch Doctor Goblin. Race: humanoid. Talent: elite. Level: bronze, level 3. Skills: fireball, green healing. Introduction: the Witch Doctor Goblin of the Goblin tribe, highly respected, possesses some magical abilities. Do you want to pay 16 gold coins to reincarnate the Witch Doctor Goblin? Yes, no. A Witch Doctor Goblin. This shouldn't be the leader. Chuyu silently committed him to memory and continued his search. After observing for a while, Chuyu saw 3 goblins rushing towards the Witch Doctor Goblin. The goblin at the front of the 3 was precisely the goblin leader. Name: Goblin Leader. Race: humanoid. Talent: normal. Level: bronze, level 2. Skills: spinning mace, leaping strike, goblin commander. Introduction: the leader of the goblin tribe, courageous in battle, he has overcome his natural instincts and earned the unanimous recognition of the tribe. Do you want to pay 16 gold coins to reincarnate the goblin leader? Yes, no. Chuyu was very satisfied with these stats. He was only bronze level 2. After his black iron 6-star enhancement, he surely wouldn't faint immediately after reincarnation like with the Dark Knight Cat King last time, right? Although he thought this, he still hesitated to act. After all, yesterday's scene was vivid in his mind, and he still felt a lingering fear. Moreover, this place was quite far from his territory and was right behind the Goblin tribe's mountain, making the situation worse than yesterday's. He feared that as soon as he made a move, a large number of goblins would rush over. More importantly, the path he took up the mountain was the one goblins usually used. If goblins rushed up after the reincarnation, he definitely couldn't return the same way and would have to take an unknown route in another direction. Sigh, it's still because I don't have any small soldiers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to think so much. If I reincarnated and fainted, the small soldiers would still have the strength to fight and escort me back to the territory. After much thought, he couldn't come up with a good solution, but he was reluctant to leave. He wanted this goblin tribe too much. Just as he was about to give up out of helplessness, a piece of information that he found delightful suddenly appeared in his vision. Name: Goblin Deputy Leader. Race: humanoid. Talent: elite. Level: Black Iron, level 9. Skills: Sharpshooter, Far Sight, Goblin Commander. Introduction. The deputy leader of the Goblin tribe, he earned the admiration of most goblins at a young age with his exquisite archery skills. Do you want to pay 8 gold coins to reincarnate the Goblin Deputy Leader? Yes, no. Goblin Deputy Leader. Chu Yu's face instantly broke into a wide smile. Could there be anything better than this? Black Iron level 9, reincarnation only requires 1 day. After reincarnation, he would only be weak and wouldn't faint. Furthermore, he had elite level talent, was a ranged attacker, was cheap, and also possessed the ability to command goblins. Chu Yu wanted to act immediately, but he saw that the goblins seemed to be lighting a cooking fire. This was the rhythm of eating. Since that was the case, he would wait until they started eating before making his move. This way, the pressure of being pursued would be a little less. Kamachi, let's eat too. Yay! Master is great. Kamachi clapped her hands and cheered immediately upon hearing this. Chu Yu smiled and shook his head, taking out some fruits from his spatial storage to eat with Kamachi, while keeping a close eye on the situation below with the goblins. The fruits didn't need preparation, so the two ate quickly. By the time they finished eating, the goblins below were just about to start. The witch doctor, leader, deputy leader, and others gathered together, forming a small circle. It looked like a feast for the tribal high-ranking members. Chu Yu smiled. A feast was good, a feast always brought surprises. Kamachi, we need to get ready to run. Meow. Chu Yu understood that she was ready. And so, do you want to pay 8 gold coins to reincarnate the goblin deputy leader? Yes, no. Yes. A dazzling light shone from among the goblin high-ranking members' feast, spiraled towards the back mountain, and landed in Chu Yu's hand. Run. As his words fell, the two dashed in the opposite direction from which they had come. Meanwhile, the goblin leader and witch Dr. Goblin hadn't yet reacted, only staring blankly at the gap in their small circle. A deputy leader had just been sitting there, but how could he disappear after a flash of light? The leader was the first to react. He followed the trail of the dazzling light with his gaze. Finally, the dazzling light vanished on the back mountain, and it seemed as though human figures could still be seen emerging from the back mountain. He immediately stood up and shouted. In an instant, the tribe, which should have been joyfully dining, became chaotic. The upper echelons giving an order and the lower echelons running themselves ragged was precisely the situation now. In no time at all, the goblins swarmed up the back mountain, only to find that the people had already fled far away. The leader roared incessantly, ordering that the people must be caught. And so, a group of green little short people chased wildly through the forest, following the traces Chu Yu had left behind. On the other side, pant, Chu Yu ran wildly for a while, only to feel his legs incredibly heavy and his chest gasping for air. He felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. He reluctantly stopped, he really couldn't run anymore. Shao, Kamachi, you should carry me instead. At this moment, he felt he had truly had enough of being a lord. How many days had it been, and he was still just running. It was too miserable. Okay, master. Kamachi is happy to serve you. After saying that, Kamachi skillfully carried Chu Yu on her back and then began to flee. They ran like this for quite some time. Chu Yu felt that the goblins probably couldn't catch up. Alright, Kamachi, put me down. The goblins indeed didn't catch up. They were already delayed for a while because they were dining, and then they had to go to the back mountain and follow the traces to chase. These two time differences allowed Chu Yu to put a good distance between them. Later, with Kamachi carrying him, even though their speed was a bit slower, the traces they left were harder to find. Moreover, the area they were chasing through was a direction where the goblins usually had little activity. As a result, as they chased, the goblins scattered everywhere, unable to find Chu Yu. Finally, the leader gave up under the persuasion of the witch doctor. The two also discussed a conclusion. The strangest thing recently was the glowing shield that appeared at night and couldn't be broken no matter how much they attacked it. This incident with the deputy leader must be related to that place. Master, where is this? Kamachi asked, her delicate finger lightly touching her moist lips, tilting her head. Chu Yu looked around and finally said, I don't know either. The two were lost. They had run too far, not along the original path, and there were no markers to guide them. However, they didn't dare to turn back, so they could only continue forward. Fortunately, not long after, Chuyu saw some willow trees. We must have run to the right side of the territory. According to Chuyu's deduction, he should indeed have run to the right side, so encountering willow trees was not surprising. Then, Master, which way should we go back? Chuyu stroked his chin and mumbled, the Guorong tree forest is in front of the territory, the willow forest is to the right, and the junction of the Guorong tree and willow trees is to the front right. Now, there are willow trees in front of me and Guorong trees behind me, which means I am on the boundary line. If I walk along the boundary line, I can walk back to the territory. The problem is which direction to go, one leads back to the territory, and one leads away from it. Then Chuyu pointed in two directions, Kamachi, you choose. One of these two directions leads back to the territory. Kamachi chooses. Yes, you choose. At this moment, Chuyu and Kamachi had been walking for quite a while, roughly calculating their steps to be over 3,000. Not only had they not seen the territory's protective shield, but they also felt the trees were becoming scarcer. At this point, Chuyu had guessed that they might have taken the wrong direction. However, he didn't plan to turn back immediately. Instead, he decided to walk a bit further to see if they would exit the forest and what the situation outside the forest was like. After all, he had originally intended to explore this direction today, so since he had already gone the wrong way, he might as well make the most of it and learn more about the area. Before long, Chuyu walked out of the forest. It suddenly opened up to a vast, green grassland. Outside the forest was a prairie, with the afternoon sun shining down on the endless expanse of grass. In the distance, it seemed as though the prairie stretched all the way to the mountaintop. As the wind blew, it truly brought to mind the saying, "The wind blows the grass low," revealing cattle and sheep. Chuyu couldn't actually be sure if they were cattle or sheep. They were just dark figures, and their movements vaguely made him think of livestock. It's so beautiful, Master. Kamachi's large purple eyes blinked, filled with evident delight. Chuyu smiled and stroked her white fur. Do you like it? When our territory's level is high enough, we can come here every day. At the same time, he thought to himself, this might also be a good place to put a barracks spire card. But he wasn't yet clear what resources were here, so he didn't immediately choose to place it. Meow. Kamachi will definitely help Master raise the level quickly. The two admired the prairie scenery for a while. Not long after, they turned around and headed back. Returning was easy. With the markers they had made on the way, they just needed to keep walking without thinking. Arriving back at the point where they had chosen their path, the two no longer got lost this time. The wrong choice had been explored, only the correct route remained. The path was accompanied by willow trees and guorong trees. If not for the markers, Chuyu would have suspected he was walking in circles. Just as he was feeling bored, Kamachi abruptly stopped, her cat ears twitching. Chuyu's relaxed heart, due to the uneventful journey, immediately tensed up. What's wrong, Kamachi? Chuyu asked softly. Kamachi didn't speak. Instead, she pointed to her front left, then pulled Chuyu to a thicket, gently pushing aside the branches. Chuyu finally understood why Kamachi was so cautious. Name: Azure Wolf. Race: Beastkin. Talent: Normal. Level: Bronze, Level 9. Skills: Gale Wave, Gale Bite, Wolf Pack Commander. Description: Once the Azure Wolf King, he was driven out of the wolf pack and became a lone wolf after injuring a leg during a challenge from the new Wolf King. Do you wish to spend 64 gold coins to reincarnate the Azure Wolf? Yes, no. When he saw the wolf's skills, Chuyu was puzzled. How could an ordinary Azure Wolf have Wolf Pack Commander? The subsequent description clarified things for him. He was quite tempted by this lone Wolf King. If he could reincarnate him, he would have another subordinate capable of commanding a pack, and a powerful fighting force like a wolf pack at that. However, after checking his gold coin balance, Chuyu could only temporarily give up. Lonely Wolf King, wait. I will come back with enough money to strengthen you. Then you can return and become the Wolf King again. Just as Chuyu was thinking this, he suddenly felt a great sense of foreboding. Because the lone Wolf King, who had been sound asleep, now turned his head and opened his eyes, looking in their direction. Those eyes, from lazy to sharp, took only an instant. Chuyu's scalp tingled. I feel like he can't wait, he muttered, immediately taking Kamachi's hand and slowly retreating. The lone wolf also slowly shifted from a sleeping posture to a standing one. Chuyu retreated step by step, and the lone wolf advanced step by step. Both sides maintained a fixed distance. Chu Yu didn't know how far they were from the territory, but he clearly knew that retreating like this was truly disadvantageous for him. He quickly made a decision internally. Komachi, as soon as I give the command, immediately cast purple illusion enchanting eyes, then take me and run. Okay. Komachi was also very nervous at this moment. This wolf's deterrent power was even stronger than big stupid tigers, it was the strongest she had ever seen. After communicating with Komachi, Chuyu squeezed his palm. The sticky feeling in his hand made him very uncomfortable. He knew it was sweat. After 2 more steps back, he could no longer stand the sticky sensation in his hand. With a roar, he shouted, "Go!" As he roared, he turned and ran at full speed. Adrenaline surged through his body at that moment, fully engaging the power of his legs, making him run half a step faster than usual. The lone wolf opposite reacted very quickly. The moment Chu Yu opened his mouth, its left leg bent slightly, and with a powerful push, it seemed to fly up in an instant. In that split second, its explosive power was infinitely magnified. However, the next second, an invisible purple light wave passed through, and it stumbled, its agile body falling clumsily to the ground. This purple light wave was Komachi's skill, purple illusion enchanting eyes. At this moment, her white fur and red eyes exuded an unstoppable aura. Zero frame activation, truly terrifying. But even so, she didn't go up to attack the lone wolf. Because her master's command was for her to take him and run. A turning blur, a series of rapid sprints and jumps, and in no time, she caught up with Chu Yu. Master, come. Chu Yu skillfully lay down, once again feeling the thrill of speeding. Perhaps because he had experienced speeding so many times, he was no longer afraid. Instead, he even turned his head to look behind him, showing a triumphant gaze. Do you think you're still the Wolf King? That was in the past. Just wait patiently behind me until I earn enough money to crown you king. Chu Yu looked at the motionless forest behind them, confidently uttering his harsh words. The upturn of his lips made his palms no longer clammy. However, his heart yearned even more for subordinates, the veins on his tightly clenched fists protruded. If I had a team, would I still need to run like this? Time flies when you're having fun. The two, moving at full speed, soon saw the dome of the protective shield. Were they finally going back? Chu Yu, who felt like he had been running all day, now felt physically and mentally exhausted. Tonight. What was that? Chu Yu turned his head to the left. He saw the swaying jungle suddenly broken open by something, and a light green light wave flew out. Through this light wave, Chu Yu could also see a hint of a cyan figure. Chu Yu immediately realized that the lone wolf had caught up and had even used its gale wave skill on him. That wasn't the main thing, the important part was that the light wave also had a prediction. The light wave flew diagonally, from far to near. Chu Yu hurriedly patted Komachi while shouting, "Dodge quickly." He watched helplessly as the light wave came from a distance, then got closer, and closer, until it was right upon them. Just as Chu Yu thought he was about to be hit, he instantly flew into the air, dodging the light wave, and then landed. Chu Yu, who had just felt safe, saw 2 more light waves flying in the next second, one in front and one behind, blocking their path forward. Komachi also saw them at this moment. As the light waves were about to strike, she took a small step back, narrowly dodging them. However, it was this small step back that halted their forward momentum, and they saw a cyan figure pounce at them. Komachi chose not to engage. She dodged to her front right and continued to sprint. Seeing this, the lone wolf did not give up, still chasing relentlessly behind, even faster than Komachi. They watched as the lone wolf got closer and closer, and also as the protective shield got closer and closer. Chu Yu's heart pounded, his gaze fixed solely on the protective shield. The distance in his eyes gradually shrunk, until it was the last 2 meters. He felt himself flying, 1 meter, half a meter. However, this half-meter distance, to the presence behind him, was like an unbridgeable chasm. The wolf's head pressed close behind Chu Yu, its bared fangs gleaming with sharp light. The devouring aura enveloped Chu Yu tightly. In an instant, a laser beam traveled through time, silently reaching Chu Yu's side and striking the mouth of the azure wolf behind him. It thoroughly stuffed that wolf's fanged mouth. Only after Chu Yu safely entered the protective barrier did he have the presence of mind to turn and look behind him. The feeling just now was like brushing past the Grim Reaper, the sensation of being firmly locked onto by an aura still left him with lingering fear. He truly hadn't expected that after shaking off the azure wolf earlier, it could still keep up, even using skills to ambush and block his movements to create an opportunity for a close-range attack. Its combat experience was incredible. It was genuinely the most formidable monster he had encountered in the past few days. And that Azure Wolf was only bronze level 9, and it was a defeated Cat King. How strong, then, was the Cat King that defeated him, and how strong must the wolf pack be? Chu Yu couldn't imagine, he only knew that this wolf pack, he would claim it. That's right, those were his words. Master, are you alright? Kamachi's first words upon returning to the territory were to express concern for Chu Yu. I'm fine, thanks to Kamachi, Chu Yu said with a smile, stroking Kamachi's white fur. Hee hee, meow. Kamachi's eyes were half closed. Successfully leading her master out of danger made her thoroughly enjoy the feeling of being petted by her master. That wolf was so scary, Kamachi almost got caught. He was very scary, he was once the Cat King. But when Kamachi reaches bronze level 9, she'll definitely be able to beat him. Chu Yu watched the Azure Wolf dodging and weaving outside the protective barrier. However, it was a pity that the Spire's attacks were homing. Even if the Azure Wolf dodged, the lasers would still curve and continue to attack, and more lasers were constantly being fired, their numbers slowly increasing. The Azure Wolf seemed to realize the power of the lasers, so it could only stare at Chu Yu from a distance, let out a long howl, and then quickly departed. It wasn't until now that Chu Yu noticed that the wolf's retreating gait seemed a bit off. What was that? The Azure Wolf's description arose in his mind. The former Azure Wolf King, after injuring a leg in a challenge from the new Cat King, was driven out of the wolf pack and became a lone Azure Wolf. He had injured his leg. With one leg injured, he could still almost kill me. If he hadn't been injured, then wouldn't I have been? Chu Yu was filled with lingering fear, and at the same time, he felt grateful that he was still in the novice protection period with a protective barrier, and he was also glad that he had upgraded the Spire to 6 stars last night, otherwise, he might have been gone today. Nevertheless, he had survived. He looked up at the sky, the sun had already set, and only some lingering light continued to caress the earth. Alright, Kamachi, go play. After waving Kamachi off to play on her own, Chu Yu took out the culprit of his day-long run from his backpack. Goblin Deputy Leader, Black Iron level, hatching time 1 day, will obtain a handsome goblin with the ability to command goblins. 1 day, just 1 day, which meant tomorrow, he would have subordinates. Good news, this was great news. He placed this egg next to the Cat King egg. These 2 eggs were the symbol of his true ascent to lordship. One had 1 day left, the other 2 days. Tomorrow, and the day after, he would embark on new journeys. As for now, Chu Yu looked at the other goblin egg. Thief Goblin, Black Iron level, hatching time 1 day, will obtain a handsome goblin skilled in thievery. Remaining time, 0 hours 56 minutes and 32 seconds. Soon he would have new subordinates. Just waiting around wasn't an option, so Chu Yu got up and went to the edge of the protective barrier to begin his daily task of regenerating Guorong trees. He had done this job so many times that he was intimately familiar with it. While regenerating, he reflected on the day's events. The most critical moment was that instant he fled back into the protective barrier, the breath of death had been too close. Recalling it now, this scene made him feel as if he had forgotten something. Frowning, he skillfully regenerated several Guorong trees before finally remembering. He had tried it on the second morning, building a city wall to replace the protective barrier's function after it disappeared. Imagine, if there were no protective barrier, based on the situation just now, high-level monsters could withstand the Spire's damage and come to attack him. Therefore, a city wall to replace the protective barrier was essential. However, for now, he could only silently record this in his mental goals, as there were still quite a few things to do at the moment. He needed to regenerate Guorong trees to earn money, find a way to command the 2 major groups after the Cat King and Goblin Deputy Leader regenerated, collect stones, regenerate the Azure Wolf, find ways to obtain iron ore, investigate the situation on the other side of the river, and now, the construction of a city wall was added to the list. But in summary, there were 3 main points. First, upgrade the Lord's Spire to bronze level territory safety. Second, bring the Cat Group and Goblin Tribe under his command, expedition and exploration. Third, build a city wall to replace the protective barrier, resist high-level monsters. After this summary, his thoughts became much clearer. It was already the evening of the 4th day, 7 days had passed more than halfway. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Then Chu Yu returned from his state of contemplation to reality. At this point, his current regeneration session had added another 20 Guorong trees. He also felt very tired, so he stopped. He started a campfire and took out the meat from his spatial storage to roast it. While roasting, he watched the countdown on the thief goblin egg. 0 hours 21 minutes and 35 seconds. Komachi, seeing Chuyu start to roast meat, also ran over. Her large, sparkling eyes stared intently at the roasting meat. Chuyu saw this and smiled. How about Komachi roasts it? Komachi turned her head. Can Komachi do it? Of course you can. With that, he began to teach Komachi how to roast it, hand by hand. The sky was dim, and the firelight flickered. A man and a woman, a crackling fire. They were extremely serious about their meat roasting endeavor. Time itself seemed intoxicated within it. When it awoke, the countdown had already reached 0 hours 0 minutes and 11 seconds. Alright, have you learned? Chuyu placed the roasted fish into Komachi's small hands, then turned to look at the countdown. He silently waited for it to reach 0. 008, 007, 006, 003, 002, 001, 0. A dazzling light flared up, startling Komachi. Meow. She hastily and steadily stuck the roasted fish she was holding into the ground, then came in front of Chuyu, looking straight ahead. Seeing this, Chuyu quickly pressed and turned her with both hands, making her face him, then pressed her face against his chest. Meow tilde meow. So close. It was Komachi's first time being so close to her master. Komachi felt her entire body gradually grow hot, and her face was flushed, even her cat ears on her head appeared soft pink. At this moment, she suddenly heard her master's magnetic voice say, "Put on some clothes first." Wasn't Komachi wearing clothes? Then she heard a clear, cold voice, "Clothes. Is this it?" Close enough. Also, call me Lord. Yes, my lord. Meow tilde such a familiar conversation. Immediately, Komachi felt her master's grip lighten. She tentatively raised her head and found that she had indeed moved away from her master's chest. Oh, what a pity. After a moment of regret, Komachi turned to look at the owner of that clear, cold voice. A handsome young man with short blue hair and dressed in long clothes and trousers was smiling at her. Chuyu looked at the thief goblin opposite him. Its true form was a small green dwarf, so how did it turn into a handsome man after reincarnation? He had only thought of letting him reincarnate as a human for easier communication and to be more pleasing to the eye, he hadn't intended for him to become a handsome man. Yulainbulan, your surname will be Lin, and your given name. Yin. Lin Yin, thanks the Lord for bestowing this name. After bestowing the name, Chuyu looked at his information. Name, Thief Goblin Lin Yin. Race, humanoid. Talent, elite. Level, bronze, level 2. Skills, wind breath swift concealment, ghost hand divine steel, shapeshifting technique. Description, a thief goblin after reincarnation. Despite his elegant appearance, he is extremely cowardly in battle. Wherever there is a treasure chest, he will be there. Already reincarnated. Chuyu's eyelid twitched after reading, this didn't feel quite right. Chuyu set aside that feeling for now and asked the question he was concerned about. You, like finding treasure chests? Unexpectedly, no sooner had he asked this than Lin Yin began rubbing his hands together like a fly, pushed Komachi aside, and lewdly asked, Lord, do you need me to help you steal treasure chests? Chuyu watched him rub his hands together, left and right. That expression, coupled with his handsome appearance, looked awkward no matter how he viewed it. Quote. He raised a hand and pinched his brow. It's not stealing, it's searching. Can you go out and find treasure chests and bring them back yourself? Of course, that is Lin Yin's favorite. I will go now to find treasure chests for the Lord. Lin Yin finished speaking and was about to go search for treasure chests. Stop, wait a moment. Let's eat together first. Chuyu stopped him. The roasted meat was ready, so he immediately took out some fruits and shared them with him. He was his second subordinate, after all. Although his behavior felt a bit lewd, he couldn't let him go treasure hunting on an empty stomach. The three of them then began to eat together. Komachi ate while curiously looking at her master's new subordinate, her new colleague. Chuyu paid no mind to the two of them. While eating, he planned to check the trading post. However, before he could open it, he heard shouts from outside. Turning his head, he saw hordes of goblins emerging from the forest in front of the territory. Some carried stones, some carried wooden clubs, and a very few carried bows and arrows. They pushed and shoved their way to just outside the spire's attack range. Seeing this, Chuyu understood. Were they here for revenge? But how did they know that he had reincarnated the goblin deputy leader? Meow. Master, so many green dwarfs. Don't be afraid, they can't get in. After replying, he turned to ask Lin Yin. Lin Yin, tell me about the goblin tribes. He stopped mid-sentence because Lin Yin, who had been sitting to his left, was gone. After searching for a moment, he found him hiding at the base of the Lord's spire, only half his head peeking out, looking over from afar. Quote. Extremely cowardly in battle. Chu Yu finally understood the meaning of those 4 words. This wasn't just cowardice, it was an absolute impossibility of fighting. Looking at the goblin leader who had come to the front, holding a large club and looking formidable. He had been thinking if he could have Lin Yin and Komachi attack together to eliminate the goblin leader, making it easier for his reincarnated deputy leader to take control. It seemed that might not be possible. Of course, he could directly reincarnate him, as there was no fear even if he fainted now. But he was reluctant because he already had a goblin who could command goblins. There was no need to spend money to reincarnate him. Wouldn't it be better to save up to reincarnate that lone wolf? Or what about reincarnating the tiger vanguard in the back mountain later? What other way could he eliminate him? Frowning for a moment, Chuyu suddenly thought of a method. Komachi, can you defeat that goblin leader? Komachi hasn't eaten enough yet. Chuyu understood. It meant she could do it at full strength, but she was a bit tired now. Since that was the case, Lin Yin, come here. Upon hearing Chuyu's command, Lin Yin could only tremble on his legs and come forward to receive orders. You just need to go out later and lure the goblin leader to the front of the protective shield. You don't need to fight, you just need to lure him over. Do you understand? Lord, Lin Yin can't do it. Lin Yin can't fight, Lin Yin can help the Lord find many treasure chests. Please, Lord, don't make Lin Yin go. Chu Yu was furious. This extreme cowardice truly was. You must go. You don't need to fight, just lure him over. Go quickly. Perhaps due to reincarnation, the subtle command made it impossible for Lin Yin to refuse. So he could only tiptoe to the front of the protective shield. Instantly, a pile of stones flew over, hitting the shield and falling down. Lin Yin was immediately scared and sat down on the spot, turning his head to look at Chu Yu. That expression, that gaze, 100% said, I can't do it. Chu Yu glared, signaling him to go. Chu Yu actually didn't want to force him to do something he wasn't good at, but unfortunately, he had no other subordinates. He couldn't go himself, could he? Seeing that pleading was useless, Lin Yin could only go out and begin his luring. Komachi, when that leader comes over, you will attack and eliminate him together with the spire. Okay, master. Komachi confidently ate the fish in her hand. He didn't know what Lin Yin said when he went out, but the leader indeed charged over furiously, with the other goblins also throwing stones and charging. Lin Yin quickly dodged when he saw this. At the same time, the spire also launched a dozen laser beams. This scene instantly lit up the otherwise dim night. The charging goblins immediately stopped in their tracks, watching as the lasers instantly killed over a dozen goblins. The goblins who had intended to follow the charge instantly dared not cross the line. Only the goblin leader remained, staring at the lasers and charging forward. The goblin leader was very angry. That blue-haired brat actually dared to say that he was big and strong, but actually short and quick. He even imitated that hateful woman saying, the king is small, but actually very cute. Simply unforgivable. He took several large strides to reach the brat, then leapt and delivered a heavy blow. Just as he thought this blow would surely smash the blue-haired brat to smithereens, the brat suddenly disappeared. He only kicked up a large cloud of dust. He missed that hateful brat and was hit by another laser. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The goblin leader swung his big club, scattering the dust. However, what appeared before him was no longer the blue-haired brat Lin Yin, but the white-haired, red-eyed Komachi. An invisible purple light shot out, and the goblin leader instantly spun in circles. Immediately after, several silver blades swept across his head, making him retreat repeatedly, his big club in hand swaying precariously. Not only that, the spire's shots came again, hitting accurately. The goblin leader was knocked to the ground at once, and his big club flew to the side. Komachi was about to go forward and continue attacking, but suddenly several stone arrows flew in. Dodging to the side, the best opportunity to attack the goblin leader was thus lost. The goblin leader shook his head and stood up again, picking up his big club. He charged towards Komachi, and as he neared her, he even raised his big club and performed a spinning club strike. Even the spire's laser shots hitting him seemed to have no effect. Komachi could only dodge repeatedly. After dodging 7 or 8 times consecutively, it seemed to be about to stop. Just as Komachi thought it was over, the goblin leader even followed up with a leaping heavy strike. It slammed down fiercely towards Komachi. In an instant, Komachi quickly activated treading snow without a trace, barely dodging, and at the same time, furiously counterattacked. When the stirred-up dust dissipated, only the large body of the goblin leader remained. The dust settled, and everything returned to how it was before. Chu Yu and Komachi watched from inside the shield, while Lin Yin watched from under the Lord's spire. The goblin stood outside the spire's range, holding stones and looking at Chu Yu. No, rather than looking at Chu Yu, they were looking at the empty space in front of him. On the ground lay a body, and beside it, a large club. All was silent. A moment later, the many goblins began to shout, throwing away the stones, wooden clubs, and whatever else they held, and turned to flee. In just a few moments, not a single figure remained in Chu Yu's sight. Only scattered stones and wooden clubs were left, and the trampled, messy grass. Chu Yu, a wide smile on his face, reached out and stroked the head beside him. Komachi, that was great. Komachi was also overjoyed by the praise. A smile played on her lips, and her eyes curved into crescents. My lord, that was really too dangerous just now, truly, too terrifying. Chu Yu saw Lin Yin suddenly appear beside him, wiping sweat, and his mouth twitched. You brat, you have a skill to run so far in an instant, yet you're still this scared. If it weren't for the fact that you barely completed the mission, I swear, I would have kicked your butt hard with my size 45 boots. Alright, now get lost. Next time you appear before my eyes, if there's no treasure chest, HMPH. Chu Yu now felt that reincarnating as this thief goblin was simply an eyesore. Fortunately, he has such a powerful life-saving skill, so Chu Yu was relieved to let him go out and search for treasure chests on his own. He didn't need to keep him around and find him annoying. Yes, my lord, Lin Yin will surely satisfy you. As soon as treasure chests were mentioned, Lin Yin became full of energy, like a general preparing for a battle he was sure to win. After speaking, seeing no reaction from Chu Yu, he excitedly left. Seeing Lin Yin dart away in a flash, Chu Yu also shook his head helplessly. Komachi was still obedient and cute. He immediately rubbed Komachi's white fur with both hands. Meow tilde. Alright, go help me pick up those drops. Okay, master. Upon hearing this, Komachi happily skipped off to pick up the goblin leader's drops. Chu Yu also smiled slightly at the sight. A moment later, Komachi returned with silver coin 92. Goblin leader token bronze level, equipping it increases goblin loyalty by 10%. Large club black iron level, a club made with special craftsmanship, damage plus 1%. Even bronze level still gives silver coins. Fighting monsters really isn't a good way to make money. This goblin leader token came just in time. It seems commanding goblins will be a bit easier tomorrow. This large club, however, feels the most useless. No one here can use it. I'll see how many gold coins it can sell for on the exchange later. After reviewing the drops, Chu Yu put them into his spatial inventory, and checked the materials in his space. Wood, 2000, stone, 1302, iron block, 10. Since it was enough, he would upgrade the star level. Seeing that the materials for a 7-star spire were sufficient, he turned and walked towards the Lord's spire. Promotion. Black iron, 7-star, wood 2860 2000ths, stone 1302 1300, iron block 10 out of 10, promote. Promote. A dazzling light flashed, and the spire's appearance changed again. The entire spire was basically built of stone, with only a little wood remaining at the very top. Chu Yu clenched his fists, feeling himself strengthened once more. However, these changes were minor. What was important was that the spire's range had increased again. In an instant, dense laser beams shot out in all directions. He then received a series of kill notifications. Ding! You have killed Dark Knight Cat 1. Ding! You have killed Goblin 1. Ding! You have killed Splendid Dark Chicken 1. Ding! 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 In an instant, he saw hundreds of kill notifications flash by. The dings were so fast they sounded like an alarm clock. Not only were there Dark Knight cats and goblins, but also many unfamiliar Shi-Ching rabbits, Qiwa snakes, crimson centipedes, and so on. Of these many kills, nearly half came from the back mountain. Goblins plus Dark Knight cats numbered 30 to 40, and the rest were from the willow forest on the right. From the information, it seemed the back mountain had a diverse ecosystem. Perhaps this was also because there was an overlord in the back mountain. The kills didn't stop, the spire continued to fire. Chu Yu understood at a glance that this was an area with monsters above black iron level 7. Looking over, there were clearly several beams towards the back mountain, and only one towards the willow forest on the right. Chu Yu felt that the one on the right was most likely that lone wolf. As for the back mountain, Chu Yu truly hadn't expected there to be so many high-level monsters there. At the same time, Chu Yu clearly heard a huge beast's roar coming from the back mountain. It's big stupid tiger. Kamachi, as a cat who often played with him, recognized it from such a distance. Chu Yu secretly wiped sweat, wondering if this had enraged the tiger vanguard. He currently had no ability to provoke him. However, the Lord's spire above once again shot a laser. This time there was only one laser, heading precisely towards the source of that beast's roar. Next, Chu Yu witnessed this scene. The mountain roared continuously, and the spire's lasers fired incessantly. The only change was that the roars grew closer and louder each time. It's charging over. Kamachi beside him clearly felt that her big stupid tiger was enraged, and the pressure was so immense that just his roar made her slightly afraid. Chu Yu pulled Kamachi into his arms and hid behind the Lord's spire, only daring to peek out with half an eye. As the lasers continuously fired, he also saw the fierce tiger in the bright light. He was still the same, still exuding an aura of dominance. The fierce tiger charged to the front of the shield, unleashing a series of continuous paw attacks that made the shield bang loudly, and his final back kick was incredibly powerful, producing a deep, muffled thud. However, the shield remained completely unharmed. Instead, the spire's black iron level 7 damage struck him again and again. Seeing that he couldn't break through the shield, he began to attack the emitted lasers. But it still had no effect. The spire continued its steady and sustained attacks. Helpless, he began to move left and right, but the lasers tracked him and still hit him. Although it didn't cause particularly great damage, he didn't dare to endure it for too long. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and could only let out a fierce roar. This roar was long and muffled, subtly accompanied by thunder. Unfortunately, the shield still blocked it, and by the time it reached Chu Yu's ears, only a huge sound remained. Seeing that his heaven-shattering thunder roar was useless, the demon hunter tiger could only fiercely thump his tail twice and trot away. He no longer dodged the lasers hitting him, as if he had completely lost his temper. His expression was very much like, "If I can't provoke you, can't I at least avoid you?" Chu Yu watched from his hiding spot for a long time, until the spire stopped firing. After a while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the star level upgrade caused quite a stir. It was a good thing he had the shield blocking, otherwise, if the Tiger Vanguard had charged straight over, he would have been finished. This scene once again reinforced his idea of building a city wall. Otherwise, what would he use to defend himself then? Chu Yu silently added another note about the importance of the city walls in his heart before turning to look at the spire. Territory Main Spire. Spring Spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Creatures below the spire's level are instantly killed. Those that are above take a certain amount of damage. Current range, 1000 meters radius. Main Spire level. Black Iron, 7 stars. Promotion. Black Iron, 8 stars, Wood 862 thousandths, Stone 2 thousandths, Iron Block 0/50ths, 1000 meters radius 1500 meters radius. After seeing the conditions for promotion to 8 stars, Chu Yu stroked his chin. This is pretty much as predicted. The main issue is that there's no place to get iron blocks, I can only buy them from the trading post. He then checked his gold coins, 18 gold. And his fruits, 4090 units. That much should be enough, right? He opened the trading post, first setting aside 90 units of fruits and listing the rest. Then, he began to buy iron blocks from the trading post, starting with the lowest prices. In the end, he spent 15 gold to buy 25 blocks. There were still a dozen or so more expensive blocks left on the trading post, but he didn't buy them. Firstly, he didn't have enough gold coins now. Secondly, it could create a situation where people needed iron blocks but weren't in urgent need, prompting others to lower prices and restock. After settling that, he casually tallied his supplies and current strength. Wood, 860. Stone, 2. Iron block, 25. Fruits, 90. Dark Knight Cat's Claws 2. Barracks Spire Card 1. Black Iron Ore 1. Goblin Leader Token 1. Big Club 1. Gold Coins, 8 gold. The fruits had only been listed for a short while and had already sold for 5 gold, so he now had 8 gold again. His Guo-rong tree forest already had 160 trees, 1 treehouse, and 1 failed ornamental tree wall. There was also a golden egg, a cat king egg, and a goblin deputy leader egg. His 2 subordinates were Kamachi and Lin Yin. And a black iron 7-star spring spire. These were the results of his 4 days of effort. And that wasn't all. Tomorrow, once the goblin deputy leader hatched, he would be able to lead the goblin tribe of nearly 200 individuals. At that time, he would have over 200 more laborers, and he wouldn't have to do everything himself anymore. Especially picking up stones, he was already tired. These past few days, he was either picking up stones or on his way to pick up stones. Tomorrow's stones will be up to you, my little goblins. As he thought this, he suddenly felt that he might need to change his strategy. Previously, he had no subordinates, so he could only focus entirely on gathering materials for spire promotion. Tomorrow, with laborers, he couldn't do that anymore. In the future, he needed to distinguish which tasks absolutely required his personal attention and which were unnecessary. This way, he could develop more efficiently. However, these plans would have to wait until he successfully led the goblin tribe tomorrow. For now, it was time to prepare for sleep. Before sleeping, he still reincarnated 10 Guo-rong trees, expending some physical energy to make it easier to fall asleep. Then he returned to the treehouse, lit a few hanging bell lanterns, and fell asleep. In the early morning, Chuyu woke up to find that the fruits had increased again, so he listed 1,300 units on the trading post. He glanced at the goblin deputy leader egg. The countdown still had nearly 4 hours left. Chuyu planned to wait for the goblin deputy leader to hatch, then he and the goblin deputy leader would go together to lead the goblin tribe, and then let the little goblins do the work. As for now, he would first do the work that only he could personally do, reincarnating Guo-rong trees, and while he was at it, clear a path to the Cat Group River. This was his previous plan. Although its original purpose was no longer needed, having a path was still convenient, and he would still need to explore that way in the future. The iron blocks for promotion to 8 stars could be bought from the trading post, but those for 9 stars would definitely not be enough. He had to explore further. He called Kamachi and set off together. Walking on this path, which he had already cleared a small section of, Chuyu felt quite emotional. 2 days ago, he had fainted and been carried by Kamachi, narrowly escaping along this path. 2 days later, the two of them were leisurely strolling along this path with great interest. In just 2 short days, the tables had turned. All right, Kamachi, you can move freely, but don't go too far from me. Okay, master. She, who had already been impatient, quickly finished speaking and ran into the jungle nearby. Soon, Chuyu heard squeaking sounds coming from within, which were clearly Kamachi's favorite mole screams. It seemed that after 2 days without eating moles, she was already ravenous. Poor little mole, escaping the spire's sweep, but not Kamachi's hunt. Shaking his head and ignoring her, he began his road-building journey. Time passed, and Chuyu reincarnated 40 trees. Feeling slightly tired, he chose to stop. He called out to the side, where intermittent squeaking sounds shifted in direction. In an instant, Kamachi's figure appeared before him. She was holding a full armful of moles. Do you need my help? Meow tilde Kamachi can do it herself. Looking at her timid expression, coupled with that fearful tone. Chuyu's eye twitched. No, with that look of fear that I'll snatch your food, do I look like that kind of person? You know, there were still over 100 kill drops that hadn't been picked up. Last night, he had personally seen some chickens being killed, and their drops definitely included chicken meat. Who would still eat your mole meat? He shook his head and prepared to leave. However, just then, Chuyu suddenly felt the spire initiate an attack. Who? Chuyu instantly became alert, simultaneously putting the moles in Kamachi's arms into his space. Kamachi also stopped paying attention to the moles, instead looking vigilant. Chuyu slowly retreated, staring at where the spire's laser was firing. It wasn't far from him. After one strike, another ray of light flew out. Chuyu immediately narrowed the scope of his suspicion. This wasn't a low-level monster. He was now close to the Cat Group River. The biggest possibility was an attack from the Cat Group, but if it were the Cat Group, there wouldn't be just this one laser. So, it was most likely that Demon Hunter Tiger Vanguard. Chuyu decisively pulled Kamachi and started running. He didn't know if that Tiger Vanguard had come because the spire had encroached on the mountain forest area last night or for some other reason. But what was certain was that he was being targeted now. Komachi, quickly take me and run. Seeing the laser's position getting closer and the faint yellow figure, Chuyu hurriedly instructed. Upon hearing this, Komachi, being familiar with the routine, immediately carried Chuyu on her back and started running. Fortunately, their cooperation was extremely skilled. The Tiger Vanguard only chased for a short distance and, under the Spire's attack, dared not pursue further. Finally, it just roared in anger and left. The two returned to the territory in a disheveled state. Chuyu felt a bit angry. You scoundrel, Tiger Vanguard, making me run away twice. However, although their return was very messy, at least his goal of building the road was mostly accomplished. After a brief complaint, Chuyu didn't take it to heart. Seeing that the goblin deputy leader egg was entering the final countdown, his attention shifted to it. 0 hours 8 minutes and 56 seconds, 0 hours 8 minutes and 55 seconds, 0 hours 8 minutes and 54 seconds. The waiting time was a bit boring, so he went to the trading post and browsed for a bit, casually spending 7 gold to buy the cheapest 10 units of iron blocks. It was slightly more expensive than last night, but he could still accept it. At this point, the countdown finally reached its end. A dazzling light flashed, and Lin Gong appeared. Yes, with Lin Yin's negative example last night, Chuyu understood the importance of a name. Lin Gong, he hoped he would live up to his name and not be as timid in battle as Lin Yin. Name: Goblin Deputy Leader Lin Gong. Race: Humanoid. Talent: Elite. Level: Bronze, Level 3. Skills: 9 stars in a row, Divine Eagle Eye, Goblin Commander, Shapeshifting Technique. Description: the Goblin Deputy Leader after reincarnation, with a handsome appearance and superb archery skills. The masterless Goblin tribe needs his return. Reincarnated. From now on, you will be called Lin Gong, and you can address me as Lord. Lin Gong greets Lord. The moment Lin Gong spoke, Chuyu's heart stirred. Good, this was exactly the feeling he wanted, the awareness of a subordinate. Although he was inwardly sighing that he finally felt like a lord, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Very good. I think highly of you. Take this token. After speaking, he took out the Goblin Leader token from his space and handed it to Lin Gong. Thank you, Lord. Lin Gong took the token with both hands and then put it on. Chuyu looked again, and the name had finally changed. Name: Goblin Commander Lin Gong. Race: Humanoid. Talent: Elite. Level: Bronze, Level 3. Skills: 9 stars in a row, Divine Eagle Eye, Goblin Commander, Shapeshifting Technique. Description: the Goblin Commander after reincarnation, with a handsome appearance and superb archery skills. The masterless Goblin tribe needs his return. Reincarnated. Good, he was finally not a deputy leader anymore, that sounded bad. Watching Lin Gong stand tall and straight in his green formal attire, Chuyu was extremely satisfied. Alright, let's eat something and then go reclaim your people. They are your people, Lord, Lin Gong stated righteously. Chuyu nodded faintly, ecstatic inside. Very good. He turned and called out to Komachi, who was a little further away. Komachi, we should eat something and then go reclaim our new people. After speaking, he took out the mole that Komachi had just caught and started roasting it over a fire. Seeing this, Komachi wrinkled her nose slightly, her expression seeming to say, "You are such a master." Seeing Komachi's aggrieved look, Chuyu immediately smiled and reached out to pat her head, saying, Alright, we haven't gone to pick up the drops yet. Let's eat first. You still have a lot of these. Chuyu looked at the 50 units of moles in his space, 20 units of which he had taken out to roast, leaving only 30 moles. He rubbed his nose. I'll get you a treehouse later. You can hide your things in there from now on. Compensating her with her own space should be worth 20 mole meat, and that way he wouldn't be tormented awake by her every morning. Komachi smiled after hearing this, Master tilde. After they all ate, Chuyu conveniently reincarnated a willow treehouse for Komachi, and the 30 units of mole meat were also left for her to hide in the treehouse. Once that was done, they set off. Lin Gong, do you know the situation of the Goblin tribe? Chuyu asked as they walked. Reporting to Lord, the Goblin tribe has a total of 223 goblins. Besides the Goblin leader, the Witch Doctor Goblin, and myself, there are 6 Black Iron Level 8, 9 Black Iron Level 7. About 30% of the remaining are Black Iron Level 4 to 6, and the rest are all Black Iron Level 3 and below. Counting those who died last night, there should still be around 170 or 80, close to 200. Then do you know about the other side of the river? Chuyu asked again. He still wanted to know what the situation was like on the other side of the river, who that person he saw yesterday was, and which faction they belonged to. The other side of the river. This subordinate has not been there, but it is rumored that there are moving trees on the other side of the river. Moving trees. Tree ants. Chu Yu nodded silently, but more doubts arose. There were people, and there were moving trees. It seemed he needed to find time to explore it. As he thought this, the goblin tribe had already arrived. The few of them jumped onto a tree to observe. Inside the goblin tribe, it was crowded, with everyone surrounding the witch doctor goblin, saying something, seemingly very excited. Then, 6 people walked out and approached the witch doctor goblin. Chu Yu saw this and thought to himself, this couldn't be an election for a leader, could it? He then saw that the 6 people seemed to be arguing, the scene more like a powder keg about to explode, needing only a spark to ignite. Lin Gong, you go. Yes, Lord, this subordinate will now reclaim them for you. After speaking, he immediately jumped down from the tree, reverted to his original form, and walked towards the goblin tribe with his head held high and chest puffed out. Slowly, some of the goblins on the periphery discovered him. First, they told their companions in surprise, and then, slowly, entire sections of goblins turned to look at him. Lin Gong walked into the crowd of goblins, held the token high in his hand, and said nothing. With just one action, the goblins on the periphery who saw him began to cheer in unison. The goblins in the inner circle were attracted by the commotion, turned around, saw Lin Gong, were stunned for a moment, and then also cheered in unison, while simultaneously making way for him. Lin Gong walked all the way to the inner circle, to stand before the witch doctor goblin and the 6 goblins. The 7 of them were also stunned to see him, and at the same time, all of them smiled. Then the witch doctor goblin seemed to say something to Lin Gong, and all the goblins looked very happy. Finally, Lin Gong even had someone fetch his bow and arrows, and directly demonstrated his new archery skills to the goblins. At this point, the witch doctor goblin led all the goblins in kneeling before him. Ding! You have reclaimed 183 members of the goblin tribe. Lin Gong then pointed towards Chu Yu and shouted something, and many goblins turned their heads to look in his direction. Chu Yu, who received the system notification, finally relaxed. He and Kamachi climbed down from the branches and came before the goblins to accept their kneeling, led by Lin Gong. Lord, this subordinate has reclaimed the goblin tribe for you, Lin Gong said formally. Very good. From now on, you are the goblin commander. Chu Yu patted his shoulder and then helped him up. With another wave of his hand, the many goblins also stood up in unison. Chu Yu saw the witch doctor goblin and the 6 goblins, who were equivalent to elders, looking at Lin Gong with shock and envy. Tell them to work hard, and they will also have a chance to reincarnate like you in the future. That's right, when Lin Gong came before Chu Yu, he had transformed into human form, which completely shocked them. Yes. Lin Gong responded and then said a few words to them. Upon hearing this, those goblins immediately cheered. Chu Yu also smiled slightly at the sight, glanced at his space, fruits, 2,430. He conveniently took out 2,000 units of fruits, causing the other goblins to cheer along. Afterwards, Chu Yu and Kamachi, guided by Lin Gong, arrived inside the goblin cave, which they had seen twice but never in its entirety. Upon entering the cave, it was not as dark as imagined. Instead, a faint green glow illuminated the interior of the cave. As they went further in, Chu Yu could see more than a dozen opened, dilapidated treasure chests piled to one side, with some gold and silver coins still in a few of them. However, Chu Yu did not go forward to inspect them closely, but instead walked towards the innermost and only light source of the cave. Nest heart. Nest heart. Goblin nest heart black iron level can gather wild goblins within a certain range. It seems this nest heart is what caused a large group of goblins to gather here, slowly forming a tribe. Chu Yu touched the goblin nest heart, guessing. His intuition told him it was a good item. But he didn't plan to take it away yet, because he didn't know what it was for, nor did he know if there would be any problems for the goblins if he took it. After all, his territory didn't have any residential buildings yet, only his and Kamachi's 2 treehouses. They couldn't accommodate these 183 goblins. He turned to Lin Gong and instructed, collect all the supplies in the cave. I want to take them with me. Yes. Then they quickly collected everything. Lord, all supplies in the cave have been collected, Lin Gong said, approaching. Chu Yu looked at the pile of supplies behind him, nodded, and with a wave of his hand, stored them all in his space. Only the wooden clubs, wooden bows, and other weapons, and the nest heart were left. Suddenly, the cave became a bit emptier. After Chu Yu looked around to make sure nothing was missed, he walked out of the cave. Alright, Lin Gong, make arrangements. Have 100 people go to the river to pick up stones and fish, 50 people collect all the dropped items around the territory, and the rest will follow me. Chu Yu's current plan was to explore the cat group's area. According to Kamachi, there were many little moles there. He now knew that further beyond the willow forest was the grassland, and further beyond the goblin area was a forest with people. Only the cat group's area was the least explored, and the creatures there seemed to be the weakest, making it suitable as an exploration target. Yes. Lin Gong went to make arrangements after hearing the command. A moment later, under Lin Gong's arrangements, the goblin tribesmen began to work in unison. The remaining 30 or so goblins followed Lin Gong closer. Chu Yu looked at the 30 or so, among whom there was only one familiar face, the witch doctor goblin. He nodded, let's go. Then Chu Yu set off with this team of goblins. Arriving at the river, they walked upstream along the small river. After walking for almost 2,000 meters, Chu Yu finally saw the place where he first met the tiger vanguard. Upon reaching here, Chu Yu didn't plan to go up the mountain to see if the stone the tiger vanguard liked was really comfortable. Instead, he crossed the small river directly and arrived at the cat swarm forest. Kamachi, you're familiar with this place, right? You lead the way. Let's go see the place with many little moles. Okay, master. Kamachi agreed and went ahead to lead the way. Lin Gong followed behind her, while Chu Yu followed under the protection of the goblins. As he walked, Chu Yu didn't forget to make marks. At the same time, Chu Yu could also feel dark night cats occasionally peeking at him nearby. Slowly, they even gathered together. However, it seemed that seeing Chu Yu and his group led by Kamachi and Lin Gong, two bronze-level individuals, and with a bronze-level witch doctor goblin in the team, a total of 3 powerful bronze-level presences, made them completely afraid to act rashly. They could only gather and follow them all the way. Chu Yu roughly counted, there were at least 50 or 60 dark night cats. Tomorrow, when the Cat King hatches, he will be able to bring it under his command. After walking for about 3,000 meters like this, Kamachi stopped leading the way and returned to Chu Yu's side. Master, that's where the little moles are. Chu Yu looked in the direction Kamachi pointed. He saw that the trees and vegetation in his line of sight began to thin out, and a small rat head suddenly popped out of the ground, looking around, as if it had been cooped up underground for too long and came out for a breath of fresh air. Suddenly seeing Chu Yu and his group, it quickly retracted its head back into the hole in fright. The time from coming out for air to retracting into the hole was very short, but Chu Yu still managed to clearly see the first line of the pop-up message. Name: Mine Rat. With the disappearance of the mine rat, Chu Yu didn't have time to see more information. But with just these 2 words, Chu Yu's heart was already filled with joy. Since it was called a mine rat, there must be a mine mountain, right? However, before Chu Yu could continue exploring to see what kind of ore it was, a commotion came from behind him. Chu Yu, Kamachi, and the others quickly turned their heads, only to see the dark night cats, who had been watching them from a distance behind, now screaming and rushing towards them. Lin Gong immediately thought the dark night cat group was going to attack, quickly drew his bow and nocked an arrow, ready to shoot. Chu Yu, with quick eyes and hands, reached out and stopped him. Something's wrong. If they were going to attack him, there would be no need to wait so long, and the highest level among them was only a black iron level 9. Most importantly, an attack wouldn't be such a chaotic scattering. Looking at this, it seemed more like they were fleeing. Isn't this the Dark Night Cat's territory? The Dark Night Cats are fleeing in their own territory. There was only one answer to the question. A powerful enemy had arrived, making them feel completely powerless to fight. Who is it? Chu Yu told the goblins not to retreat. They were like giant rocks in a river, and the cat group flowed around them like river water, splitting and fleeing towards the distant mine mountain. The cat group dispersed, and the strong one who was chasing them appeared behind them. Demon Hunter Tiger, Tiger Vanguard. The moment he saw the figure, Chu Yu's eyelid twitched. Is this guy really targeting me? Chu Yu hadn't taken it to heart when he was chased by the Tiger Vanguard that morning, thinking it was just a coincidence. Now, it seemed he really was being targeted. For a moment, Chu Yu quickly assessed the combat strength of both sides in his mind. On his side, a bronze level 1 Kamachi, a bronze level 3 Lin Gong, a bronze level 3 Witch Doctor Goblin, and over 30 black iron level 6 and 7 goblins. On the other side, a silver level 1 Tiger Vanguard. Chu Yu silently looked at the Tiger Vanguard's information. The last piece of reincarnation information had changed. Strength insufficient, unable to reincarnate. The first time he met it, it said, "Gap too large. Unable to reincarnate." Good news, the information changed. Bad news, only half of it changed. It changed. Just being stared at by the tiger vanguard for a moment, Chuyu could feel his black iron-level goblin's legs starting to tremble. From their appearance, it seemed that if the tiger vanguard charged, his goblins would probably start fleeing. Chuyu was frantically thinking of countermeasures at this moment, but after a long while, he couldn't think of any solution. Time passed like this, and neither side moved. Two invisible auras subtly rose, clashing with each other. Chuyu, deep in thought, began to take deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Perhaps the deep breaths really worked, as Chuyu indeed noticed some details. Logically, the strength of the two sides was not equal. His side didn't move because they were weaker and dared not act rashly. The tiger vanguard was clearly stronger than them and had actively sought them out, so why didn't it move? Unless, recalling that it was continuously attacked by the spire last night, and this morning he only had Kamachi, yet it didn't dare to pursue deeply. At this moment, they met again and didn't move, instead engaging in a battle of aura. Unless it was injured, not at its peak, and not fully confident in defeating over 30 goblins and 3 bronze-level opponents. No, there was also the Dark Knight Cat group, who had fled to the side, behind and to his flank. Thinking of this, Chuyu glanced at the Dark Knight Cat group. Kamachi, can your purple illusion enchanting eyes control others to attack? Chuyu whispered, lowering his head. Kamachi rolled her eyes upon hearing this, thought for a moment, then tiptoed and whispered into Chuyu's ear, Kamachi can. Chuyu nodded after hearing her. Among the 3 forces present, the Dark Knight Cat group was clearly the weakest, and the Tiger Vanguard was the strongest. However, if his side combined with the Dark Knight Cat group, perhaps the Tiger Vanguard would give up. But the important thing was to get the Dark Knight Cat group to cooperate with him. After a moment of thought, Chuyu acted according to his plan. He stared at the Tiger Vanguard opposite him and began to move slowly, and everyone else also followed his pace, moving slowly. The Demon Hunter Tiger on the opposite side also turned accordingly. Before long, when Chuyu stopped, the 3 parties present had formed a perfect triangle. Only after this triangle formed did the Dark Knight Cat group suddenly realize that they were originally spectators, so how did they suddenly become one of the parties? At first, the Dark Knight Cat group all took a small step back in unison. However, the next moment, both the Tiger Vanguard and Chuyu's group turned to look at them, immediately stopping their retreating steps. The Dark Knight Cats silently placed their raised, retreating paws back in their original positions, then all looked at the 2 opposing sides. Seeing that the 3-way standoff was established, especially noting that the Tiger Vanguard's eyes could no longer continuously pressure his side, Chuyu's lips curved into a smile, and he felt a slight joy in his heart. The first step was achieved. Now his goblins could relax a bit, at least Chuyu could see that their legs were not trembling as much. Then he whispered as if saying, Kamachi, watch for my signal. When I give it, you will control the cat group to charge at Benhu, understand? Kamachi nodded seriously after hearing this. Lin Gong, when I say, move, immediately shoot at the Demon Hunter Tiger. Understood, my lord. A hint of an eagle's shadow flashed in Lin Gong's eyes. After arranging these 2 crucial points, Chuyu looked back at the Tiger Vanguard. Next was the counter suppression. Chuyu took a step forward, causing his goblins to also take a small step. Although this step seemed small, it significantly shifted the momentum of the 3 parties. When the Dark Knight Cat group saw Chuyu's side take a step forward, the eyes of the cats also changed, becoming sharper. Suddenly, Chuyu's and the cat group's momentum seemed to merge, instantly overwhelming the Tiger Vanguard's momentum. Seeing this, Chuyu took another step forward, as if to press his advantage. The Tiger Vanguard, seeing this, pressed its hind legs down, lowered its body, and let out a low growl. Before the tiger's roar fully emerged, Chuyu reacted first, shouting rapidly, move. In an instant, Kamachi's pupils flashed red, and she looked at the Dark Knight Cat group beside her. Lin Gong's eagle eyes gleamed, and his hands quickly drew and knocked an arrow, firing arrows in quick succession. Tiger roar, cat shadows, arrows. The 3 appeared simultaneously, instantly breaking the previously stalemated atmospheric field. Battle intent surged. The Dark Knight Cat group and the goblins simultaneously attacked the Demon Hunter Tiger. At this moment, the 2 sides, formerly opponents, became allies, joining forces to attack a powerful enemy. For a time, the battlefield became chaotic. The Dark Knight Cat group and the goblins, nearly 100 strong combined, fought the demon hunter tiger in a group, forcing it to repeatedly dodge and retreat. However, the demon hunter tiger was indeed a silver-level tiger vanguard. After continuously dodging, it forcefully swatted away its surrounding opponents and leapt back a step. It lowered its head, gathered strength, and then raised its head and roared. This roar subtly carried the sound of thunder and was imbued with the might of a beast king. It instantly stunned the cat group and the goblins. Chu Yu quickly looked at the two people beside him, signaling them to move forward quickly. If they didn't move now, those 100-plus small soldiers in front might collapse. Kamachi's illusionary moon silver blade, Lin Gong's 9-star chain shot, and even the witch Dr. Goblin's fireball spell emerged. The three's ranged skills flew towards the tiger vanguard from 3 different directions simultaneously. The tiger vanguard, who was in the middle of casting the primordial heavenly thunder roar, was forced to interrupt its spell, stopping its roar and leaping to the side. Then the beasts fought together again. Kamachi stepped forward to engage it in battle. Even with treading snow without a trace, she still occasionally sustained injuries. Fortunately, her witch Dr. Goblin could cast a green healing spell, and Lin Gong could harass from a distance. Relying on numerous small soldiers, they were barely able to fight it to a draw. Perhaps because neither side had the upper hand, after fighting for a long while, both sides stopped, faced each other for a moment, then ceased hostilities. After a long pause, the tiger vanguard finally retreated slowly. Seeing this, Chu Yu's heart finally relaxed. Coming back to his senses, Chu Yu realized that his back was completely soaked. This was truly full of peril. He was glad he had goblins as his small soldiers, and glad this was the territory of the Dark Knight Cat group, allowing him to borrow their strength to fight the enemy together. Then he noticed that the sun had already begun to set, and the entire mountain forest was covered in a red veil. He also noticed that the Dark Knight Cat group was cautiously watching him and his people. Chu Yu turned to Kamachi. Kamachi, go forward and communicate with them. Ask them to return with us to the cat group riverside. We will have the witch Dr. Goblin cast healing spells on their seriously injured kittens. In this battle, both sides combined had nearly 10 dead and 20 to 30 injured. Seeing 7 or 8 clearly seriously injured cats in the cat group, he believed they would agree. After Kamachi went to communicate, the cat group clearly agreed. Then Chu Yu looked at the mine mountain and decided he could only abandon it for now and return tomorrow. Afterward, Chu Yu picked up the fallen items from the deceased and returned with the cat group. Back at the riverside, near the spire's range, Chu Yu felt truly exhausted from this trip, both physically and mentally. He waved his hand, instructing the witch doctor to heal the 7 or 8 seriously injured kittens, and then, while he was at it, healed a few more lightly injured ones to gain some goodwill before returning to his territory. Seeing this, the cat group also quickly disappeared into the mountain forest, likely hiding as well. Night fell, and the moonlight rose. Upon returning to his territory, Chu Yu received more bad news. His goblins, when collecting the spire's kills from last night, were ambushed by pigs, scorpions, and other creatures on the mountain. Although the spire fired immediately, those ferocious beasts were high level, they charged in, killed with a single blow, and then quickly retreated beyond the spire's range. Chu Yu remained silent after hearing Lin Gong's report, then asked faintly, how many goblins were lost? 28. Were all their drops recovered? All were recovered. Chu Yu nodded silently, but his hands were tightly clenched into fists. He had recruited 183 subordinates on his first day, and in less than a day, only 151 remained. 4 had died fighting the Tiger Vanguard. One must know, he couldn't summon soldiers, these subordinates were one less if one died, which truly pained him. Chu Yu had never wanted to advance to bronze level as much as he did at this moment. He knew that as long as he advanced to bronze level, that Tiger Vanguard would be nothing more than a glance from him. And once the Tiger Vanguard was gone, the ferocious beasts in the mountain forest would be insignificant. But he was still only Black Iron 7-star. Oh well, he should first check today's gains. As for the Tiger Vanguard, he would deal with it tomorrow after the Cat King hatched and he subdued the cat group. Chu Yu collected all the spoils the goblins had gathered into his space. Upon opening his space, the most striking thing was his gold coin balance, 143 gold and 43 silver. He originally had 49 gold, found 56 gold in the Goblin Cave, and the silver coins dropped by over 100 monsters added up to 38 gold and 43 silver. His total gold immediately surpassed 100, but he didn't think it was too much, in fact, he felt it wasn't enough. Transmigrating a bronze level 9 monster alone cost 64 gold, meaning he could only transmigrate 2. Besides the increase in gold coins, the items in his space instantly multiplied. The Lord's space was grid-based, with 200 grids. Each grid could hold one type of item, and there seemed to be no quantity limit. After all, Chuyu's thousands of wood and stone only occupied one grid each. Before, he had been running around all day and hadn't killed many beasts that dropped loot. This time, the drops from the spire's kills and the spoils from the goblin cave immediately filled over 100 grids in his space. Most of them were things like sharp claws of the dark night cat, feathers of the splendid dark chicken, poison of the Kui-Wa snake, a whole pile, each in small quantities but occupying a single grid. And most of these were materials related to forging weapons. Chuyu felt these were useless, as he didn't forge weapons himself. They were purely taking up space. He thought about transmigrating a treehouse to serve as a warehouse later, to store these miscellaneous items that weren't really miscellaneous. Aside from these various materials, he also had a pile of various meats. Fresh fish, splendid chicken meat, simply processed meat, Shiqing rabbit meat, another pile, adding up to 1045 units. The fresh fish caught by the goblins accounted for the most, over 700 units alone. None of these were considered important. The important items were the few obtained from the goblin cave. There were 3 treasure chests, 1 bronze level chest and 2 black iron level ones. Additionally, there was a card. Item name, stamina card. Item grade, bronze level. Item effect. After use, stamina can temporarily increase by 100%. Item description, a magician's proud creation. Stamina surge. Chuyu thought about it. The only time he seemed to need stamina was when he was running away. He had lost count of how many times he had run away these past few days. In short, whenever he started running, he felt his stamina was insufficient and he couldn't outrun anything, only able to let Kamachi carry him. Is this to make me better at escaping in the future? No, I can also. As if he had thought of something, Chuyu rubbed his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he put it away for now. Then, he looked at the 3 treasure chests. If it had been before today, what he would have wanted most was to open up iron blocks, like last time, as he lacked them the most. But today he had already seen mine rats. If it was an iron ore, then he wouldn't need it at all. As for what else he wanted, Chuyu had no specific demands, only hoping it wasn't trash. Gritting his teeth, he took out the bronze level one first. Bronze level treasure chest, can open unexpected items. Do you want to open? Yes, no. Open. A green light flashed, revealing a piece of parchment. Item name, weapon forging house blueprint. Item grade, bronze level. Item effect. After use, a weapon forging house can be built. Item description. Come and build your weapon forging house, so you can continuously arm your soldiers with weapons. After reading it, Chuyu smiled slightly. It seems my materials aren't miscellaneous items after all. Immediately, Chuyu picked it up. Weapon forging house blueprint. Can build a weapon forging house. Do you want to use? Yes, no. Yes. As Chuyu confirmed his thought, the parchment began to turn into light bit by bit and flew into Chuyu's mind. After waiting a few seconds, Chuyu felt something had been added to his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a phantom image of a house with a machete and shield hanging on it. The phantom moved with his gaze, and when he stopped looking, a prompt would appear. Do you want to build here? Yes, no. Chuyu scratched his head. There wasn't even an aerial view, he had to walk around and choose the location himself. Bad review, bad review. Helplessly, he still randomly chose a location and selected yes. He thought that was the end of it. However, it wasn't over yet. Another prompt popped up. Do you want to consume wood? 1000, stone, 500, iron block, 5. Seeing these consumption requirements, Chuyu felt a tiny pang of heartache only for the iron blocks, he didn't care about the other 2 at all. After confirming, a cloud of dust appeared at that location. After the dust settled, a brand new weapon forging house appeared. Chuyu stepped forward to look, and a piece of information appeared. Building name weapon forging house. Building level bronze level. Building effects 1. Forgemasters can be stationed to forge weapons, 0/1 Forgemasters can be stationed 2. Slightly increases forging speed by 10%. Building description. If you want a good weapon, it's best to invite a skilled forgemaster to reside here. So, if I just get a forgemaster, I can continuously forge weapons. With more weapons than I can use, I can sell them for money. That's great. Chuyu looked at the building and began to ponder where he could find a forgemaster. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Without any leads, Chuyu stopped thinking about the Forgemaster issue. Instead, he looked at the remaining two black iron level treasure chests. The bronze level chest had given him a new way to earn money. What could the black iron level chests open? Black iron level treasure chest can open unexpected items. Do you want to open? Yes, no. Open. A black light flashed. Iron necklace, black iron level, a carefully crafted necklace, stamina plus 1%. Another stamina booster. Something was better than nothing, so Chuyu immediately put it on. The last one, do you want to open? Yes, no. A black light flashed. Iron block. 10. Gold coin. 8. Seeing another 10 iron blocks open, Chuyu wasn't disappointed. After all, he hadn't held much hope for good things from black iron level treasure chests. After tallying his gains, Chuyu took out wood and food for Kamachi and Lin Gong to make dinner. He himself was preparing to promote the 8-star spire. He glanced at the materials in his space. Wood, 3,150. Stone, 3,952. Iron block, 40. Still 10 iron blocks short. Chuyu immediately went to the trading post and bought 10 units of iron blocks, spending 7 gold. Remaining balance, 144 gold and 43 silver. Chuyu then went to the spire. Promotion. Black iron 8-star, wood 3,152 thousandths, stone 3,952 2,000ths, iron block 50/50ths. Do you want to promote? As Chuyu was about to confirm the promotion, he suddenly remembered that if he promoted it, the cat swarm forest would be within the spire's range. The cat group was not yet his subordinate, it was still an opposing force. If he promoted, the spire would immediately start shooting them. If that happened, how could he make the cat king subdue the cat group tomorrow? If all the cats were gone, what would he subdue? Just a few, a dozen left. That wouldn't be a cat group at all. He glanced at the cat king eggs countdown. Hatching countdown, 14 hours 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Still 14 hours, which meant it would be roughly ready by the time he woke up tomorrow. Since that was the case, he would wait. Chuyu, who gave up on promoting the spire tonight, returned to the bonfire Kamachi and Lin Gong had made and casually picked up a freshly roasted fish to eat. While eating, he pondered a question. Could this incubation time be sped up? He was really getting a bit impatient. Bronze level took 3 days, so what about silver level later, or even higher levels? What if it took a year in the future? That would be too long. Could there be an incubation acceleration? Chuyu thought about it, and after he was full, he left the bonfire and went to the willow tree, directly thinking about accelerating the incubation time for the transformed willow tree. Willow tree egg, no grade, incubation time, 1 hour. You will obtain a willow tree with strange effects. Chuyu couldn't be sure if this description meant it would work or not, he could only wait an hour. While waiting, he also tried flowers and grass. An hour passed in a flash, and the experimental tree also hatched. Name: Incubating Willow Tree Transformed. Race: Tree Spirit Clan. Talent: Normal Level, Black Iron, Level 1. Skill: Professional Incubation. Description: a willow tree that can improve incubation conditions after transformation. Already transformed. Chuyu looked at this proper-looking willow tree, which grew like a bird's nest. Chuyu immediately took the cat king's egg and placed it in the center of the bird's nest. Kamachi, who was curious, followed him over. Master, what are you doing? Accelerating incubation. Does this mean Muma can come out very soon? If it's possible. Chuyu nodded but added an if. However, Chuyu stared intently at the egg's countdown, but the time flow showed no change at all. But he could feel the egg's joy, as if it really liked this environment. The egg, which had never moved before, now shook excitedly. Chuyu felt a little disappointed, it seemed it wouldn't work. This merely provided a comfortable incubation environment for the egg and couldn't reduce the incubation time. Looking at the flowers and grass, it was the same, there was no mention of an incubation acceleration effect. Is it really impossible? Chuyu stared blankly at the egg, not even noticing Kamachi transform into a white cat and lie on top of the egg. It wasn't until he finished his days and came back to his senses that he saw Kamachi playing on the egg. This scene made Chuyu think of something. This really looks a bit like a hen hatching eggs. He immediately slapped his fist against his palm. If the willow tree doesn't work, could it be that it's not professional enough? What if I find a hen to transform? This idea was definitely worth keeping, and a hen had a greater chance of success. The more Chu Yu thought about it, the more he felt this way, wishing he could go find a hen to transform right now. Kamachi, let's go find a hen. Chu Yu wanted to leave after saying that, but the moment he turned around, he suddenly remembered that he now had subordinates, and he wasn't going out to explore. Finding a chicken didn't require him to personally act. So he turned to Lin Gong and said, Lin Gong, go tell the goblins to catch a hen for me, a live one. Don't go outside the spire's range. If there aren't any, then forget it. Yes, Lord. As Chu Yu watched Lin Gong's retreating back, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't arranged their accommodation yet. In the morning, to comfort Kamachi, he had made a treehouse, but Lin Yin, Lin Gong, and the soon-to-hatch Cat King didn't have one yet. He wasn't a malicious capitalist who couldn't even provide food and lodging. So Chu Yu turned back to the willow tree and transformed several willow tree houses, leaving them for their residence. Kamachi, on the Cat King egg, raised her head and stared blankly at her master a few times. Seeing that her master ignored her, she lowered her head again and snuggled with Muma. With nothing to do for a while, Chu Yu began to stare at the Cat King egg's countdown, letting his thoughts wander. He could have a Cat King tomorrow. He just didn't know if the Cat King could reach silver level, but with a Cat King, there would be a cat group. Even if there wasn't a silver level, his own strength could still greatly increase, and he wouldn't have to fear the Tiger Vanguard anymore. The Spire's 9 stars should be fine, but it wasn't certain yet. This required confirmation at the Mine Mountain tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 6th day. In the morning, he would promote to 8 stars, then go to the Mine Mountain to ascertain if it was iron ore. If it was, he could reach 9 stars by evening, and then on the 7th day, he could see if he could advance to bronze level. If not, then bronze level would be completely impossible. Without bronze level, he would have to transform that lone wolf. After transforming a bronze 9 star, it would definitely have silver level combat power. With 1 silver level combat power, combined with the Dark Knight Cat group and Goblin group, it would be equivalent to 2 silver level combat powers. This should be enough to pass the so-called trial, right? Between these two plans, the best one was naturally if the Mine Mountain was iron ore, and his spire could advance to bronze level. As for the city walls, he no longer had time to build them. Building a random one would have no effect on him. He needed city walls to block high-level monsters, and randomly built walls couldn't defend against them, so it was better not to build them at all. After thinking all this, Chu Yu looked at his territory again. To be honest, it was a bit crude, it didn't look like a territory at all. Many guo-rong trees, a few treehouses, a forge, a spire. That was it. This territory was indeed crude, but the trial hadn't been passed yet. All his time was spent on improving his strength, so he couldn't spare any time to properly plan his territory. Let's leave it like this for now. He would plan it properly after passing the trial. As he was thinking, Lin Gong returned, carrying a hen. Lord, the hen you requested. Lin Gong presented the hen with both hands. Chu Yu took the hen, gripping its 2 wing roots with one hand, and brought it to his front to examine it. Indeed, it was of no grade. Transform, my professional egg hatching chicken. Cluck, cluck. Splendid dark chicken, no grade incubation time, 2 hours. You will obtain a special egg hatching hen. After seeing the hen transform into an egg, Chu Yu told Lin Gong, well done. Go choose a treehouse for yourself. You'll live there from now on. Thank you, Lord. Chu Yu casually acknowledged him, then opened the marketplace. The hen's incubation would take another 2 hours. While he had time, he might as well put today's fruits up for sale. He still had 3,670 units of fruits remaining. Chu Yu put 3,600 units of fruits up for sale. At the same time, he saw that he still had 10-15 units of meat. After some thought, he picked 700 units to put up for sale. At this time, there was more meat on the marketplace, and the prices were not as outrageous as before. A 5-unit roasted whole chicken used to cost 2 gold, but now most were 5 units for 40 silver. Chu Yu followed suit, pricing his at 5 units for 40 silver. Once these sold, he would earn another 92 gold, which was truly more profit in one day than in the previous few days combined. Then Chu Yu checked the weapons market and found that his black iron level great club, with plus 1% damage, could actually sell for 5 gold. He really wanted to put it up for sale. It seemed no one in his group could use it, and he hadn't found anyone particularly outstanding among the goblin group to attract his attention and warrant a reward. After a brief consideration, Chu Yu decided to keep it for now. He didn't lack those 5 gold coins at the moment. After finishing these tasks and waiting a while longer, the hen finally hatched. Name: Splendid Dark Chicken Transformed. Race: Beast Race. Talent: Normal. Level: Black Iron, Level 1. Skill: Nest Incubation. Description: a professional incubation chicken that builds a special nest for incubation after transformation. Already transformed. What is this? Chuyu didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from taking down the cat king egg and placing it in front of this professional incubation chicken. Then Chuyu stepped back and began to observe. He saw that after the professional incubation chicken saw the cat king egg, it stepped forward, peered with its left eye, then its right eye, and even gently pecked it, as if trying to understand something. After a few seconds like this, the chicken suddenly conjured a chicken nest, and the cat king egg was in the nest. The chicken then sat on it and began to incubate. Then Chuyu saw a message. Incubation accelerating. Incubation acceleration in progress, accelerating by 1 minute every 5 hours. When Chuyu first saw the first part of the sentence, his heart was delighted, but the next second, seeing the latter half, he just wanted to slap his forehead. Kamachi's eyes widened at this scene, and she pointed in disbelief, saying, Muma, Muma, Muma is being hatched by a chicken, meow. Chuyu's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, the way she says that, I wonder if the cat king can hear it. Otherwise, when she comes out, won't she give you a good beating? Then he said, alright, Kamachi, this is to speed up the cat king's incubation, so your aunt can come out sooner. Kamachi blinked her eyes, oh. Chuyu saw that he had only managed to create such a thing in one night. If he said it was successful, it could be, but the effect was too weak. However, this also confirmed one thing for Chuyu: incubation time could be accelerated. Perhaps the hen's level was too low. Transmigrating with a higher level one might be better. He couldn't find a higher level chicken for transmigration at the moment, so he said, for now, this is it. I'll try a higher level one later. After stretching, Chuyu went to do his daily task, transmigrating 10 guo-rong trees. After finishing, he went to sleep. Incubation countdown: 2 hours 1 minute and 22 seconds. After Chuyu woke up, the first thing he did was check on the cat king's incubation status. 2 more hours. Chuyu rubbed his still slightly sleepy face with both hands, looking helplessly at the accelerated incubation of the chicken. You are truly useless. After sighing, Chuyu took out food, and he, Kamachi, and Lin Gong ate together. After eating, he chose a treehouse to serve as a temporary warehouse, making the treehouse use body disguise to create multiple grid warehouses, and then stored many materials from his backpack into this temporary warehouse. He did this mainly because Chuyu liked to leave some space for when he went out so he would still have room to carry things. Alright, it's finally empty. Only after seeing his lord's space become largely empty again did Chuyu breathe a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Lin Gong and said, Lin Gong, go arrange for 100 goblins to pick up stones and fish. Oh, and remember to collect some fruits for your own food. Chuyu temporarily did not plan to manage their food, letting them collect fruits to eat for now, as that was how they lived before. Lin Gong was still eating breakfast. Upon hearing the instruction, he quickly swallowed his last bite. Yes, Lord. As for the rest, just follow me. We need to go to yesterday's mine mountain again today. Okay. Lin Gong nodded and went to the goblin tribe to make arrangements. Currently, the goblins still live in the goblin tribe, which is a bit far, but it doesn't matter. Once he promotes to 8-star, he can encompass the goblin tribe within the spire's range. After instructing Lin Gong, Chuyu looked back at the cat king's egg. The countdown was about to end. 003, 002, 001, 0. A flash of light passed, and the incubating chicken clucked and flew to the side, dropping a few downy feathers along the way. Meow. Before the light faded, Chuyu heard a cold and enchanting cry from within. Immediately after, a figure darted out, pouncing on him and knocking him to the ground. This series of actions happened so quickly that Chuyu couldn't react and dodge. Only after falling to the ground did he realize that the other party had no ill intent. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of black high heels with blood-red stiletto heels, slender and upright, like sharp sword tips. As his gaze slowly moved upwards, he saw a pair of fair feet tightly encased in black stockings. Above the fair feet was a dark blue cheongsam with a side slit. The side slit design cleverly revealed one of her beautiful legs. The black stockings on this long, beautiful leg also had a red-edged garter belt, drawing one's gaze to the faintly visible mysterious area, an ultimate temptation yet subtly integrated with the upper bodice. The deep and understated cheongsam clung tightly to her graceful figure, revealing her curves without losing elegance. Her dark, lustrous, cascading long hair made her blue eyes appear even more mysterious and aloof. In short, black hair, blue eyes, dark blue cheongsam with a side slit, red-edged garter, black stockings, black shoes with red heels. Those cold blue eyes looked down at him. Is it you who abducted my most cherished niece? Chu Yu could feel that the black and red high heel on his chest was in a contradictory state of wanting to erupt with full force yet being extremely restrained. With a change of thought, Chu Yu realized that this must be due to the Cat King being affected by his transmigration. Understanding that the other party would not harm him, Chu Yu reached out and pushed the beautiful legs off his chest, then got up and stood facing the other party. Name: Dark Knight Cat King Dark Moon Kira Transmigrated. Race: Beastkin. Talent: Normal. Level: Bronze, Level 9. Skills: Treading Snow Without a Trace, 9 Nether Underworld Claws, Cat Clan Commander, Transformation Art. Introduction: A dark night cat after transmigration, an aloof and enchanting queen who enjoys stepping on others as a habit. If you enjoy being stepped on, what awaits you are blood-red high heels that transform into sharp blades. Already transmigrated. From the other party's cold and noble attire, it was evident that she was indeed the Dark Knight Cat King. Impressive. PFFT. Looking at her information, she was only bronze level 9. He had thought she could transmigrate to silver level, and what kind of strange special habit was that? No wonder she stepped on him right away. Ahem, I didn't take your descendant. Komachi willingly followed me. Didn't you, Komachi? He then turned to look at Komachi. Meow, meow. Komachi quickly went to the Cat King, hugging her arm and cooing. Komachi willingly followed Master. Muma auntie, please stay with Komachi too. The Cat King looked at Komachi and said kindly, I thought you weren't close to your aunt anymore. You even dared to fight with your aunt earlier. Upon hearing this, Komachi buried her head in the Cat King's embrace, cooing, then whispered something to the Cat King. After they whispered for a while, the Cat King smiled and stroked Komachi's head. She looked up and saw Chu Yu staring at them, so she glanced to the right, intending to pull Komachi away and leave. Chu Yu sensed a feeling of being ignored, and his face twitched. Where are you going? Now, follow me to subdue your cat group. He then stepped forward, pulled Komachi away, and continued, also, from now on, you will be called Dark Moon Kira. Previously, Chu Yu had never sensed a response from the Cat King. He thought it would be the same this time, yet he heard a meow, which seemed to carry a hint of pleasure amidst her reluctance. Chu Yu turned around, but found that she still looked cold. Was it a hallucination? He then commanded, go. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to drag you? Only after hearing this did Dark Moon Kira slowly begin to follow, her steps seemingly meticulously calculated, elegant and graceful. Although she appeared to move slowly, she did not fall behind at all. As the three of them stepped out of the protective barrier, they encountered the 50-plus goblins Lin Gong had brought. Greetings, Lord. Lin Gong remained formal, showing no surprise at the new companion beside Chu Yu. Dark Moon Kira also showed no reaction, seemingly maintaining that cold demeanor towards everyone. Only Komachi, following beside Chu Yu, was counting with interest how many goblins Lin Gong had brought. Chu Yu stopped the pleasantries. Let's go. Let's go. After speaking, Chu Yu led Komachi, Lin Gong, and the new beastkin, Dark Moon Kira, to the front. Over 50 goblins followed behind, a mighty procession heading towards the Cat Group River. When they arrived at the Cat Group River, Chu Yu turned to Chi Luo and said, you go first. Subdue your Dark Knight Cat Group first. Dark Moon Kira didn't respond, merely walking coldly to the front to lead the way. Soon, everyone arrived at a small hill slightly higher than its surroundings. The hill looked warm and comfortable under the sunlight. Chi Luo stepped forward, not speaking, but her sapphire-like eyes shimmered with an enchanting light. Before long, the Dark Knight Cat Group began to gather slowly, low growls echoing all around until no more Dark Knight Cats arrived, and the growls faded. Seeing the cat group fully assembled, Chi Luo transformed into her original form, leaping onto the hill and letting out a sharp, prolonged cry. Following this cry, Chu Yu also received a notification. Ding! You have subdued 48 Dark Knight Cats. Upon receiving the notification, Chu Yu excitedly clenched his fists. After owning a goblin group, he now had a Dark Knight Cat group. His lone lord status, in less than 24 hours, had transformed into that of a powerful lord with two major beast groups. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, the urge to kill arises. With these two major beast groups, and Dark Moon Kira as a top-tier bronze level 9 beastkin, Chu Yu felt it was time to confront the demon hunter tiger. He had to make him understand that even if he was the tiger vanguard, he should fear the mob tactics of monkeys and their descendants. Having made up his mind, Chu Yu immediately commanded, "All right, next, we're going to challenge that demon hunter tiger from yesterday." He then led the mighty 100-plus beast army up the mountain. It was his 6th day here, and this was his first time going up the mountain. If the direction from his territory was the front of the mountain, then this was the back. The mountain path was much harder to traverse than the forest path below, so Chu Yu had the goblins clear the way at the front, with the cat group behind, only sending a few black iron level 8 dark night cats further ahead to scout. The agility of the dark night cats made them feel at home in the forest, and their movements were quiet, making them perfectly suited for scouting. As they ascended the mountain in large numbers, the animals in the mountain scattered and fled. Chu Yu didn't care about these fleeing animals. After all, his target this time wasn't these small monsters. Midway up the mountain, Chu Yu's vision finally opened up considerably. Turning to look into the distance, Chu Yu discovered that another, slightly larger mountain was connected on the other side, and even behind that mountain, several overlapping peaks emerged. Is this mountain after mountain? One mountain higher than the next? Chu Yu sighed, but although it looked close, in reality, it was a case of running a horse to death to reach a mountain. It might take him a whole day to reach the mountains on that side. Roar. Chu Yu's scenic view was interrupted by a massive roar. He turned to the direction of the roar, a smile playing on his lips. "You're exactly who I'm looking for." Then, with a wave of his hand, "Go." Before long, Chu Yu led the main force to the owner of the roar. At this moment, the demon hunter tiger was entangled with a scout cat. Seeing this, Chu Yu quickly shouted, "Attack." Chu Yu couldn't be bothered with tactics or strategies. With two beast groups and a numerical advantage, the obvious choice was to charge directly. Who cares if you're a demon hunter tiger, charge. In an instant, over 100 beasts charged towards Big Stupid Tiger. Yes, Big Stupid Tiger. Calling him Tiger Vanguard yesterday was merely a delaying tactic. Calling him Big Stupid Tiger today was simply laying his cards on the table. Chu Yu saw over 100 small soldiers rush forward and surround Big Stupid Tiger, but he felt it wasn't safe enough. After all, yesterday, when he fought him, there were 80 beasts, plus several bronze-level generals, and they only managed a draw. He immediately ordered Kamachi, Lin Gong, and Dark Moon Kira, who were beside him, "You all go too. We must eliminate this demon hunter tiger today." "Yes, master. Yes, lord." Quote. Chu Yu heard Kamachi and Lin Gong's responses and saw them charge out, and he was about to nod. Suddenly, he realized, what about the response from the other person? He turned to look aside. The Dark Night Cat King, Dark Moon Kira, was still standing silently in place, her cold and beautiful face showing no reaction. "Ah, you. Hurry up, do you want to see Kamachi get hurt?" he said, extending his foot to kick her black-stockinged, high-heeled foot. However, she silently dodged it, and she even seemed to glare at him with her sapphire-like eyes. But luckily, with a flash, she too plunged into the midst of the beast group. Chu Yu rubbed the tip of his nose, muttering, "Kamachi didn't even know how to wear clothes after reincarnation. Lin Yin and Lin Gong later on did, but there was nothing special about them. How is it that when it comes to you, it's a half-slit cheongsam, black stockings, and high heels? It's truly strange." Because Chu Yu's ascent of the mountain caused too much commotion, the surrounding animals had all been scared away, so Chu Yu was relatively safe at this moment. "It's good to have soldiers under me, they fight, and I watch." Chu Yu actually didn't want to rely on numbers to defeat him, but unfortunately, he had just checked Benhu's Big Stupid Tiger reincarnation information, and it was still the same as yesterday, he couldn't be reincarnated. So this was the only way. However, he felt he should adapt. A lord shouldn't have to do everything himself. With Qi Luo's addition today, and 20 more beasts than yesterday, Big Stupid Tiger was clearly at a disadvantage. Several times, he was forced back by Qi Luo, and the wounds on his body grew more numerous. Slowly, Chu Yu could already see the breath from his nose puffing out like white smoke. It seems it will be resolved soon. Thinking about how the demon hunter tiger had repeatedly come to bother him, Chu Yu felt annoyed. Now, he could finally explore the Mine Mountain in peace. However, it was a bit regrettable that such a strong demon hunter tiger couldn't be reincarnated by him. Otherwise, it would have been a huge boost to his combat power. However, the next scene was completely contrary to Chu Yu's imagination. The tiger stripes on the demon hunter tiger's body began to glow, and a huge aura surged from him. His front paws pressed back, his hindquarters slightly crouched, his abdomen visibly expanded, and he lowered his head to inhale. In an instant, his entire body expanded forward, and his maw let out a wild roar. The glowing tiger stripes began to lose their luster from the tail, gradually dimming like stage lights, finally converging at his maw and erupting with the roar. The massive roar shattered the forest canopy, and a colossal phantom appeared above him, along with it. Wave after wave of seemingly substantial sound waves impacted the two beast groups, shaking them all to the ground, unable to rise. Chu Yu was also affected. When he saw the tiger vanguard's tiger stripes glowing, he felt something was wrong. Then, seeing the wind-up movements before the tiger's roar, he immediately covered his ears and lay flat, hiding behind a giant rock. After the terrifying tiger roar subsided, Chu Yu released his hands, stood up, and brushed off the fallen leaves from his body. He turned his gaze to the center of the beast group's battle. It was gone. Most of the beasts were covered by fallen leaves at this time, all lying prostrate as far as the eye could see, and Tiger Vanguard was nowhere to be found. Gone. Leading 100 beasts, plus 3 high-level combatants, one of whom was bronze level 9, just a step away from silver level. He just ran away. Good, good, good. As expected of the mountain forest tiger lord, king of 100 beasts. Chu Yu no longer dwelled on the fleeing tiger vanguard and instead went among the beasts. The first to stand up was naturally Qi Luo. Her bronze level 9 strength was naturally not greatly affected, even though she was at the very center of the roar. He saw her shake her black hair, and her blue eyes had already regained their cold allure. The fallen leaves on her body seemed to be driven away by this cold aura. Then Kamachi and Lin Gong stood up. Big stupid tiger is so amazing. He roared everyone down in one go, even Auntie couldn't withstand it. As soon as Kamachi got up, she started cheering for Big Stupid Tiger. It was as if she hadn't been the one fighting just now. As a few of them stood up, the other 100+ beasts also came back to their senses and rose. Chu Yu had Lin Gong and Qi Luo take stock of the situation, while he and Kamachi walked into the tiger's den. After scaring off the fierce tiger, it was natural to look for treasure. However, this fierce tiger seemed to be a pauper. Chu Yu searched the entire cave and only found 10 gold coins and 117 units of meat. The only things left were these two items. Tiger pellet silver level containing the might of a fierce tiger, possessing a deterrent force against all beasts, forging material. Looking at the two somewhat round, stone-like tiger pellets in his hand, Chu Yu was a bit speechless. It was another material for forging weapons. Although it was silver level, he still felt it was useless. He shook his head, habitually fiddled with them twice, then put them in his pocket. Then he exited the cave, dissatisfied. Reporting, Lord, 4 goblins died, and 12 were injured. Lin Gong stepped forward and said after seeing Chu Yu emerge. When Qi Luo saw Chu Yu come out, her usually quiet, cold eyes flashed, and then she slightly parted her red lips, 1 dead, 16 injured. Chu Yu nodded faintly upon hearing Lin Gong's report, as Qi Luo's cold voice came through. Chu Yu was surprised, glancing at Qi Luo, thinking, this girl actually reported voluntarily. However, he showed no expression on his face, merely giving a faint, This expedition against the demon hunter tiger involved over 100 beasts, resulting in 5 deaths and 28 injuries. The final outcome was merely scaring off the demon hunter tiger and collecting some scraps. Scaring him off is still decent, at least it counts as a victory. Alright, let's cross the mountain and return to the territory from the front side of the mountain. Chu Yu was not discouraged and ordered the return to the territory so the injured beasts could rest. At the same time, he would return to promote his 8-star spire. Since the owner of this mountain had been scared off, promoting the spire would incorporate it into the territory's range. Then everyone set off back to the territory. Inside the territory's protective shield, beneath the Lord's spire, Chu Yu looked at the golden message. Promotion. Black iron 8-star, wood 6,732 thousandths, stone 3,952 2,000ths, iron block 50/50ths. Promote. Promote. The next second, the spire upgrade was complete, and Chu Yu once again felt the physical enhancement that came with upgrading. Although he had experienced it so many times, Chu Yu still found it so comfortable. I really want to stay in this state forever. Komachi next to him was already used to it. Her master was always in this state whenever he came to promote at the spire. Lin Gong was expressionless, while Qi Luo, upon seeing it, showed even less reaction, even stepping forward directly to pull Komachi away. Just as she pulled Komachi away, the spire lit up with a burst of rays again. They flew directly towards the direction where they had just hunted the demon hunter tiger and the willow forest to the right of the territory, respectively. The number was not large, only 20 or 30 in total, and the kill notifications only popped up a few times before disappearing. Chu Yu saw that there were still monsters in the mountain forest. He had swept through the mountain forest so arrogantly this morning, even the mountain forest boss, Tiger Vanguard, had been scared away, yet these monsters still dared to return. They were truly seeking death, and no one could save them. As for those in the willow forest, Chu Yu didn't even want to look, there were no groups of monsters there. However, he wondered if that lone wolf had been driven away by the spire's 2 expansions. If it had, wouldn't his plan B stillborn? Chu Yu, stroking his chin, looked at the spire's information. Territory Main Spire. Spring Spire fires a laser at non-allied creatures. Creatures below the spire's level are instantly killed. Those equal to or above take a certain amount of damage. Current range, 1500 meters radius. Main Spire level, Black Iron 8-star. Promotion. Black Iron 9-star, Wood 4732 thousandths, Stone 1952 2 thousandths, Iron Block 0 100ths, 1500 meters radius 2000 meters radius. It needs 100 iron blocks now. I'll still go to the mine mountain as planned. Anyway, the spire has expanded to 1500 meters now, so there's no difference between looking for the lone wolf now or going to the mine mountain and coming back later. Seeing the promotion information, Chu Yu made up his mind. He turned to the 3 and said, light a fire, eat something, and then we should go to the mine mountain. After speaking, he realized that Lin Gong and Qi Luo both looked stunned. Chu Yu didn't think much of Lin Gong being stunned, but he found Qi Luo's stunned look amusing. Looking at her slightly parted red lips and her wide, sapphire blue eyes. Chu Yu really wanted to laugh but felt it inappropriate. Seeing her cold demeanor, he had thought she was some great ice mountain. So he could only pretend to be serious and said, all right, stop staring. Finish eating quickly and get to work. He then added, oh, and you two go arrange food for the cat group. The goblins, catch this morning should be enough. After adding that, Chu Yu went forward with Komachi to light a fire and start grilling fish. Soon, the few of them had finished resting. Chu Yu stood up and made arrangements. Those injured in the morning would not need to go out again. They also wouldn't need to send 100 people to pick up stones, only 50 would stay to continue fishing and pick up some stones, while the other 50 would go collect the drops from the recent kills and gather supplies for the cat group's dinner. After the arrangements were made, Chu Yu's team was only 70 or 80 strong. However, the biggest threat nearby, Tiger Vanguard, had been scared away, so these 70 or 80 people were enough. Walking towards the mine mountain again, everyone was more familiar with the route, and the entire way to the cat swarm forest was within their spire's range, providing a strong sense of security. After a good while, everyone finally arrived at yesterday's mine mountain. Qi Luo sent a few dark night cats to guard the surroundings. Lin Gong, you take the goblins and see if you can dig out 2 pieces of ore for me to examine. Yes, Lord. Upon hearing Lin Gong's response, Chu Yu nodded. As for Qi Luo, although they had only spent half a day together, Chu Yu had already gotten used to her lack of response, as long as she carried out the task. However, what he found a bit strange was that in the morning he had to call her twice to get her to do something, but in the afternoon, once was enough. The change was quite fast. Could it be that she had seen his personal charisma as a lord? Thinking this, Chu Yu also stepped forward to the mine mountain. He bent down and pushed aside the low, sparse vegetation, only to see some soil, and in some places, some caves. Chu Yu knew that these caves were the mine rat holes he had seen yesterday. He didn't know if their arrival was too noisy, causing the mine rats to hide, but Chu Yu stared for a long time, and the caves only showed dark, empty entrances, with no sign of the mine rats. Qi Luo, tell me, does your cat group often come here to hunt those mine rats? Chu Yu asked Qi Luo, who was standing beside him. Qi Luo didn't want to answer him at first, but seeing him staring intently at her, that subtle deterrent power reappeared. So she nodded, yes. Then tell me what you know, for example, the living habits of these mine rats. For example, what are the conditions around this mine mountain? And what forces are near your cat forest? Chu Yu sat on a protruding rock after hearing her response and began to chat, while resting his chin in one hand and twirling the tiger pellet in the other, his gaze unfocused as he looked into the distance. He used to enjoy fiddling with things on Blue Star, and now that he had this tiger pellet, it felt really comfortable to twirl. Kamachi, seeing this, squatted down curiously beside him, reaching out to poke the tiger pellet rotating in Chu Yu's hand. She poked it and immediately drew her hand back, then secretly glanced at Chu Yu. Seeing that Chu Yu hadn't noticed, she reached out and poked it again. Chi Luo watched the two of them interact, her eyes moving slightly, and she said softly, "Mine rats generally move at night, but more often during the period from dusk to night. Their claws can easily break through the ground here, so there are tunnels everywhere, making it difficult for us dark night cats to hunt." Tunnels everywhere. Chu Yu turned to look at the small mine shaft. "Don't you cats also dig tunnels?" "We do, but we're not skilled at it and can't turn around." Chu Yu understood. If a dark night cat burrowed into a tunnel, it would be difficult for her to get out. Then continue to talk about the situation around the mine mountain. After roughly understanding the mine rats, Chu Yu continued to ask. Around the mine mountain, Chi Luo was interrupted before she could even start speaking. Lin Gong ran back. "Lord, is this what you wanted?" Chi Luo's slightly moving eyes grew cold, and her parted lips closed tightly without making a sound. Chu Yu snapped out of his unfocused state and looked at the ore that Lin Gong was offering with both hands. Black iron block, a metallic product of nature. This is great. It really is an iron ore. Now the bronze level is within reach. Chu Yu quickly reached out to take it, held it, and examined it repeatedly, then put it into his space. Iron block +1. Yes, where is it? Quickly have everyone start digging. After putting it into his space, Chu Yu asked Lin Gong to take him to see the place where the ore was found, completely unaware of the invisible vortex of energy rising around Chi Luo. Then he got up, intending to move, but found that Lin Gong had no intention of moving. This made Chu Yu a little puzzled. Lin Gong always followed instructions, so what did this immobility mean? So he turned to look at him, finding him looking at himself with an expression of difficulty in speaking. "What's wrong? Just say it if there's something." Lin Gong only spoke after hearing Chu Yu say this. "It was found in a mine rat hole, we didn't dig it up." Chu Yu was silent after hearing this, then said, "Take me to see it." Only then did Lin Gong lead him to a mine rat hole. This hole was a few sizes larger than the others, and inside it was also a dark tunnel. But through the duality of sunlight, Chu Yu could still see some shadows of iron blocks. So he raised his chin, dig out everything inside. The goblins did as they were told. They dug out everything they could see and couldn't see inside. Chu Yu counted them, there were 14 units. With a new habit, he stroked his chin and asked Lin Gong, "You said none of you dug up any ore." Lin Gong pointed to the goblins scattered around and said, "None of us did. We've dug all around here, and there's no ore to be found, only at this hole entrance." Chu Yu fell into deep thought. There were mine rats here, and there were also iron ore blocks, but the goblins couldn't dig them out. Either they were digging in the wrong place, or the ore was buried too deep, or the mine rats weren't living here but just playing. Chu Yu immediately ruled out the third guess. Who would like to run to a place with natural enemies to play? An old man hanging himself, tired of living. So, let everyone try digging in another place. Chu Yu decided to try another place to verify. If that didn't work either, then only the second option remained. If it was the second option, he didn't have excavators or sharp tools to open mountains, so how would he get the ore? He had an idea. Transmigrating into a mine rat would work. However, transmigrating into a mine rat would take time, and the current situation was that time was running out. He looked at the iron ore dug out from the hole, and Chu Yu silently put it into his space. Lin Gong, have everyone pay attention again and see if there are any more iron ore blocks in the nearby holes on the ground. Yes, Lord. Since he couldn't find any ore to dig for now, he could only pick up what he could. After all, he only needed 100 units, and this one hole had 15 units. If he found a few more holes, he might be able to gather enough. After making arrangements, Chu Yu looked at Chi Luo again. "Please continue. What's the situation around the mine mountain?" The mine mountain occasionally experiences tremors. There are tree ants downstream along the river from Cat Forest. Chu Yu was a little confused after hearing this. Why did she seem unhappy? Her explanation was so brief, completely different from how she described the mine rats earlier. However, Chu Yu didn't think much of it. After all, Chi Luo always had a cold and aloof demeanor, so speaking so concisely was normal. Chu Yu couldn't figure out why the mine mountain would tremor. There shouldn't be earthquakes here, but that wasn't important. What was important was, there were tree ants downstream from Cat Forest. Upon hearing this information, Chu Yu remembered from his previous memories that Lin Gong had also mentioned moving trees on the other side of the river. It seems like they really are tree ants. Are there people near the tree ants? Chu Yu was still curious about the person he saw that day, so he asked. I don't know. Looking at her profile, Chu Yu felt a bit cold. Why was her answer so stiff, not at all like Kamachi? He shook his head helplessly and continued to ask, are there many tree ants? I don't know. Chu Yu was speechless. So she only knew there were tree ants, right? Unable to get more information, Chu Yu could only give up. It seems that on the other side of the river from the goblins, there were not only people but also tree ants. He would have to find time to go to the other side of the river to check it out. Afterward, Chu Yu and the others waited bored for quite some time. The goblins had already dug through this entire area but failed to unearth any iron ore. And only 5 nearby mine shafts were found to contain iron blocks. These few mine shafts had varying amounts, adding up to only 50 units. This meant that he had only found 65 units of iron blocks on this trip to the mine mountain. Given the current situation, he could only rely on transmigrating into a mine rat to obtain iron blocks in the future. As for the 9-star iron blocks, he could only try to buy them from the trading house to see if he could gather enough. He believed he could gather enough before tomorrow night. To advance to bronze level with 9 stars, he could only rely on transmigrating into a mine rat. Therefore, the sooner he transmigrated into a mine rat, the better, and the sooner he himself could advance to bronze level. He looked at the sky, the sun was already setting. According to Chi Luo, mine rats were most active during the period from dusk to night. If he wanted to transmigrate into a mine rat, he would have to wait until the mine rats came out to move around before he could transmigrate. By the way, Chi Luo, do these mine rats have a rat king? Upon hearing this question, Chi Luo recalled the scenes from hunting. She had indeed seen larger mine rats, and they reacted very quickly, and their digging speed was indeed much faster than ordinary ones. But she wasn't sure if he was the rat king. There are more powerful mine rats, I don't know if he is the rat king. Chu Yu had a question mark appear above his head. Why was it different again? After a brief thought, he couldn't figure it out and shook his head vigorously, pulling himself back to the question of the Rat King. He guessed, then there should be a Rat King. If there was a Rat King, then he would take a bit of a risk tonight and go back after nightfall. Anyway, he had so many people now, and the surrounding situation didn't pose any major threats. He would take a chance to see if he could wait for a Rat King to transmigrate. If not, transmigrating into a more powerful one would also work. In short, he would transmigrate into a mine rat tonight. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.